My god, do you guys know Yeezy from Class 2? He awakened a Summoner class card. A Summoner? That's a rare class card. It should fetch at least 8 or 9 million. Who's lucky enough to get that? Yeezy, the top student in our grade, you really don't know him? He even suggested building a great wall to defend against the abyss before. I have no idea what that was supposed to mean. Whenever I look for my name on the ranking list, I always start from the bottom. How could I ever see the top spot? Yeezy is so lucky he probably won't have to worry about money ever again. After selling the Summoner card, he can buy a Warrior class card and a full set of gear and skills. Actually, you might want to hear this. It seems like Yeezy isn't planning to sell it. Are you serious? Is he crazy? You can't play a Summoner without money. Lin Yuan City War Academy. Class 2. The entire floor was packed with hundreds of students, all standing on their tiptoes, trying to see what was happening inside. And the center of all that attention was none other than Yeezy, who had just awakened the Summoner class card. Even the vice principal had come in person to advise him. Student Yeezy, you must not act rashly. If you use this card, you won't be able to change your class later. Your future will truly be ruined. The academy knows you're an excellent student, but when it comes to your family's financial situation, you really can't change it on your own. As a summoner, every single summoned beast needs its own equipment and skills. It costs a fortune everywhere you turn, and it only gets more expensive at higher ranks. Not to mention that you'll need to nurture more than one beast. In fact, this wasn't the first time the vice principal had tried to persuade a student from a regular class. Because in this world where everyone changes their class, everyone awakens one class card and can choose to use it or give it up. Once used, the card disappears, and the person officially becomes a professional. If you choose to give up your card, you can sell it on the market. Higher tier cards attract even more attention from major organizations and guilds. That is why the War Academy separates students into elite classes and regular classes. Students in elite classes have wealthy families and solid backgrounds. Most of them will buy rare class cards with higher potential to use. The teacher's curriculum also focuses mainly on these rare classes. As for the regular classes, it goes without saying. Once a rare card is awakened, the best option is always to sell it. Then you can trade for a class with a higher baseline and lower maintenance costs, like a warrior or shield guard, which gives you a better chance of reaching a high rank. Otherwise, if you choose a class like a summoner, you won't even be able to afford to feed your beasts, and your strength will be far inferior to a warrior of the same level. And if he could persuade Yeezy to sell the summoner card to someone in the elite class, the vice principal would certainly be happy to see that. An elite student changes to a summoner, and Yi switches to a warrior or shield guard. Everyone would have a bright future. Student Yeezy, this is a representative from the Jiao Guild. They will definitely offer you a fair price. The vice principal pointed to a woman in professional attire, who immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, Student Yeez. The Jiao family is willing to pay 8 million for this summoner card." 8 million. Suddenly, many of the regular class students watching became filled with envy and jealousy. Awakening a class card is even more exciting than winning the lottery. Most ordinary people never see that much money in their entire lives. Yet Yeezy, standing in the middle of all those eyes, was remarkably calm, even showing a hint of amusement on his face. Only 8 million. The vice principal quickly added, "This is 8 million that you can get immediately." Yeezy toyed with the summoner card in his hand. He had done his research on various class cards long ago. The summoner was extremely rare, and while there were few transaction records, it was worth at least 12 million. Clearly, the lower the price was negotiated, the more of a kickback the vice principal would get from the Jiao family. It was an unspoken fact. If it had been any other young student, they might have been dazed by the sheer amount of money. But Yeezy was different. He was a transmigrator. He had been here for 18 years already. Decades ago, a dimensional space known as the Eternal Abyss descended upon this world. Countless monsters appeared, and humanity's living space was constantly being encroached upon. The whole world was fraught with crises. In an environment like this, you need strength to have anything. 8 million is nothing to a powerful professional. Of course, normally speaking, giving up the summoner card to choose a regular class would indeed be the best choice for someone from a poor background like Yeezy. But there was a simple reason why he wouldn't give it up. Yeezy, class card not yet used. Level 1. Talent, infinite gold traits. You can draw one gold tier trait every level and assign it to any target. Once assigned, the summoned beast will never betray you. Besides the summoner card, he had awakened a heaven-defying talent. Gold tier traits. One for every level. In this digitized world, traits are everywhere. Class attributes, beast stats, skill effects, equipment bonuses, they are all the most common and important kinds of traits. Furthermore, traits are divided into 6 qualities. White for common, green for fine, blue for rare, purple for epic, orange for legendary, and gold for mythical. Any item related to mythical gold quality would be fiercely fought over by countless high-level professionals. And now, he had this talent. Just thinking about it made it feel terrifying. Can't play a summoner without money. Well, I'm about to use a cheat code. With a talent like this and they want me to give up being a summoner? Impossible. There was no other class that could make better use of his talent. One person couldn't fully maximize the effects of so many gold traits. But as a summoner, one person is an army. Every single summoned beast could be upgraded to its absolute peak with gold traits. The moment he awakened his talent, no one was more determined than Yuzhe to be a summoner. So even when facing the vice principal, Yuzhe refused firmly. I am going to become a summoner, and I am not selling it. The vice principal didn't give up, thinking Yuzhe was just unhappy with the price. Student Yuzhe, don't be impulsive, the price is negotiable. Yuzhe, think about your future. If you can't even afford to feed your beasts, what's the point of being the weakest kind of summoner? No exploration team or guild will ever take on a destitute summoner. The female secretary from the Zhao Guild kept her smile. Because she had done this kind of trade more than once and knew exactly what students from regular classes thought. As long as you make them realize the cruelty of reality, they would all obediently sell their class cards, every single one of them. The most they would do is ask for a bit more money. But the next moment, the smile vanished from the secretary's face, replaced by shock. Even the vice principal and the countless students watching looked on with utter disbelief. Yuzhe had used the summoner class card right there on the spot. The card shattered instantly, turning into blue spirit power that merged into Yuzhe's body. You have changed your class to the rare class, Summoner. You are currently level 1 and can draw 1 gold tier trait. In this moment, the entire room was in shock. Are you crazy? Once you change your class, there's no way to change it back. 8 million, just like that, gone? It's like winning the lottery and then using the ticket as toilet paper. A pauper changing into a summoner, that's going down in the history books. No one expected Yuzhe to be so determined as to change his class right there on the spot. The summoner is indeed a rare class. It has arguably the highest potential among all existing classes, but it is just too expensive to maintain. A summoner can summon multiple beasts at once, and the attributes of each one can even rival professional combatants. At the same time, each summon has its own individual talents, skills, and equipment. A powerful summoner is comparable to an entire mercenary group. But such incredible combat power requires mountains of resources and money to build. If you don't have the money or the resources, you'll be stuck with the lowest level summons, and you won't even be able to beat the fodder in a dungeon. That's why no one imagined Yuzhe would actually choose the summoner class. The assistant dean was so angry he was fuming. Oh my goodness. After the initial shock, the look in the eyes of the secretary from the Zhao Guild turned extremely unpleasant. Foolish. A simple acquisition mission turned into a headache because of this freak, and she might even get punished when she reports back. With that, she clicked away in her high heels without looking back. Amidst the sighs and whispers, the crowd began to disperse. Nobody wants to associate with the weak. The once bustling ordinary class 2 was left with only Yuzhe. But not only was he completely unfazed, he even recalled a line from his past life. Others laugh at me for being crazy, but I laugh at them for not seeing the truth. Waste time explaining myself to these people? Not worth it. Only by mastering true strength can I give them the slap in the face they deserve. Just then, after the crowd had dispersed, a man in a refined green robe walked in and looked straight at Yuzhe. Should I scold you for acting on impulse? Or should I praise you for not being tempted by 8 million? Yuzhe finally smiled. It's all thanks to your teaching, sir. I certainly didn't teach you to choose the summoner class. The man in the green robe was Luban Yuzhe's teacher and a former comrade of his father. He sat across from Yuzhe, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Why would you choose to be a summoner? Yuzhe's father had been his most trusted comrade, having served together in the Chinese demon-suppressing army. And after Lu retired to become a teacher, Yuzhe had become his most promising and gifted student. Ever since Yuzhe's parents sacrificed themselves in battle, he had treated Yuzhe like his own son. He could have arranged a bright future for him regardless of the circumstances. But why, of all things, did it have to be a summoner? Yuzhe, sir, I am going to be the man who becomes the strongest summoner. Luboyan, get lost. My retirement savings can't afford to raise a summoner. The resources a summoner needs are a bottomless pit. Except for the military, conglomerates, and major guilds, no one can afford to sustain one. Even so, Luboyan still pulled out a skill book and pushed it toward Yuzhe. This is all I can do for you. From here on out, you're on your own. Looking at the skill book glowing with a faint blue light, Yuzhe felt dazed. A rare grade blue summoning skill book. Summoners start by only being able to summon a white slime. To get a different summon, you either need to forge a contract with a wild beast or learn a high-tier skill book. The former requires immense personal strength. The latter requires immense wealth. As a retired old man, it was clear Lu Boyan had spent a fortune to get this rare skill. Yi Zi never expected this. He arrived in this world at age 7, only to lose his parents in the line of duty. He thought his start was hellish, but he didn't expect to have such a great teacher. Teacher. Lu Boyan waved his hand, pretending to be casual, but then heard Yi Zi's next sentence. Maybe I should just marry your daughter and become your son-in-law. Lu Boyan's eyes widened, and he immediately kicked out at him. You take my skill book and then try to hit on my daughter? Yi Zi retreated to the back door, laughing as he added, I'm actually pretty good looking. Lu Boyan went in for another kick, this time even faster. Get out of here, and let me tell you that skill book is alone. Go clear the novice dungeon now. If you don't pass the college entrance exam in 10 days, you're going to the demon-suppressing army to work as a manual laborer until you pay me back. This was a veteran of the demon-suppressing army. If he really gave him a beating, Yi Zi probably wouldn't need to enter a dungeon at all. In a flash, Yi Zi took off and escaped. Before leaving, he shouted back one last thing. I'm going to be the man who becomes the strongest summoner. Lu Boyan's anger faded, muttering, Damn brat becoming a... He'll be lucky if he can just pass the college entrance exam. After leaving the classroom, Yi Zi was pleasantly surprised when he checked the book Lu gave him. Skill book, Iron-Eating Beast Summoning. Quality, Rare Blue. Effect, Force-type Summon, the Iron-Eating Beast. Can be summoned after contracting. If the summon falls in battle, it cannot be summoned again for 1 day. Panda. The first summon is crucial. If he had been stuck with the original white slime, even with a golden trait, it might not have much power. Yi Zi had originally planned to spend all his savings to buy at least a green-tier skill book. He never expected that even though he wasn't optimistic, Lu Boyan still provided him the greatest possible help. On his way to the novice dungeon, Yi Zi let out a long sigh of relief. I can't let him down. Skill book. Learn. Your current spirit attribute only allows you to contract 1 summon. Would you like to replace the slime with the Iron-Eating Beast? Yi Zi checked his level and stat. Yi Zi level 100. Stats, Strength 5, Constitution 6, Agility 7, Spirit, Summon slot, 1-3 Slime. His 10 points of spirit only allowed for 1 summon. And with his current class level, he could only ever contract 3. To summon more, he would have to advance his class. After understanding the rules of the contract, Yi Zi decisively abandoned the slime. Replace. Ding, you have learned the skill. Iron-Eating Beast Summoning. You have obtained a brand new summon. Iron-Eating Beast. After learning the skill, Yi Zi felt a shift in his summoning space. A black and white, round-bellied Iron-Eating Beast appeared in his space, establishing a soul connection with him. Iron-Eating Beast. Quality. Rare. Level 1, same as the summoner. Stats, Strength 10, Constitution 8, Agility 6, Spirits, Talent, Iron-Eating Beast Bloodline Rare. Skills, Bite Roar Elf Bot 1 Fine. A rare grade summon only has stats comparable to a basic warrior class. This shows just how difficult it is for poor summoners to get by with only common or fine grade summons. They wouldn't even be able to clear a normal novice dungeon. But, on the other hand, the higher the quality of the summon, the higher the return. That's why rich summoners are so strong. They can afford to buy high-quality summons the moment they change class. As for rare grade ones, the kids from wealthy families wouldn't even look twice at them. Yi Zi finally looked at the draw button on his talent interface. Holding his breath, he thought, the difficulty I can handle in the novice dungeon all depends on this talent draw. Draw. As Yi Zi concentrated, countless golden trait frames swirled around him like a waterfall of light. A few seconds later, one trait frame stopped in front of Yi Zi. You have drawn the golden legendary grade trait Tai-Chi Grandmaster.
Tai-Chi Grandmaster, a master of Tai Chi who has reached the pinnacle of the art, excelling in overcoming the hard with the soft and balancing both offense and defense. Tai-Chi, a Grandmaster. In this world, because of the existence of professional classes, traditional martial arts have never been able to flourish. But Yi Zi has the knowledge from his past life, so he naturally knows just how formidable true Tai Chi is. Moreover, this is the most powerful Grandmaster level. Yi Zi looked at the trait box, then looked at the Iron-Eating Beast lying in his summon space. A panda doing Tai Chi. That is interesting. He applied the trait directly to the little Iron-Eating Beast. A flash of light appeared and 2 pleasant notifications popped up in front of Yi Zi. The Tai Chi Grandmaster trait has been successfully applied. Summon Iron-Eating Beast Rare evolves into Kung Fu Panda Epic Star. It can actually make a summon evolve. A single trait skipped the excellent grade and evolved the rare summon directly into an epic tier 1, and it is an epic 1-star at that. Yi Zi was stunned. What an incredibly heaven-defying talent this is. This is only the rare grade. If I give a new legendary trait to a legendary summon in the future, what could it evolve into? If I fuse legendary traits, what kind of world-shaking effects would that have? Yi Zi was incredibly excited looking back into the summon space. He saw the panda wearing a loose Tai Chi robe, radiating a gentle, spring breeze-like aura. It is a pity that its face still looked as silly and clumsy as ever. Sure enough, even after becoming a Tai Chi Grandmaster, it is still a panda. The summon interface popped up once more. Kung Fu Panda. Quality, Epic Star. Level 1. Attribute, Strength 28, Physique 25, Agility 28, Spirit 23. Talents, Iron Eating Beast Bloodline Rare, Tai Chi Internal Strength Legendary. Skills, Tai Chi 24 Forms Level 10 Legendary. Deflecting 1,000 caddies with 4 Level 10 Legendary. I originally thought evolving into an epic 1-star was scary enough. I never expected the skills and talents to be all legendary, all at max level. But it makes sense. After all, it is a Tai Chi Grandmaster. How could it not be proficient in Tai Chi? Moreover, its attributes have more than doubled. This is the strength of an epic quality summon. Ding! Your summoned beast has significantly improved and will grant you a portion of its attributes. Your attributes have increased. Strength plus 10, Physique plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 10. Contracted summons pass on attributes to their masters when their quality increases. But in reality, opportunities to improve a summon are rare. Nurturing a summon's quality is usually less efficient than simply replacing it with a higher quality one. Therefore, the scene of receiving feedback from a summon exists mostly in textbooks. But this time, it has directly given Yi Zi, the summoner, a physique and strength superior to that of a warrior. Although I might not need to fight personally, the feeling of getting stronger is quite nice. At this moment, Yi Zi's confidence in heading to the beginner dungeon has grown significantly. The beginner dungeon is a man-made instance present in every major high school across the country. Only those under level 9 can enter. The original intention was to give newly changed class students who lack combat power a place to level up. Even if they die in the dungeon, they only lose a portion of their experience. However, the beginner dungeon is not inexhaustible. It acts more like a machine. Each time it opens, it requires energy. It requires at least 50 crystals, and the higher the difficulty, the more it needs. Crystals are obtained by killing demons, and the market price is 10,000 per crystal. If a family has relatives who are high-level professionals, these crystals are nothing. But for someone like Yi Zi, an orphan with no money or connections, he only has one chance. This is a one-time free entry opportunity provided by the military for all newcomers with no restriction on difficulty. This is especially critical for most ordinary students. It even determines whether they can enter university or go straight to work in a factory 10 days later during the college entrance exam, right now at the South Campus where the dungeon entrance is located. Countless students were gathered there, either forming groups or looking for a powerful partner, bustling with activity. Looking for 4 newcomers with free passes. If we each open a dungeon, we can clear it 5 times today. Looking for 2 people with passes for a hard difficulty run. Those with gear and skills get priority. High-level professions are better. Are there any big shots opening a dungeon? I am a level 2 archer. I promise to listen to orders. My God! A summoner big shot! Wait, why is he wearing a regular class uniform? In the daily life, summoners are mostly a profession for wealthy players. At this time, Yi Zi walked over and immediately attracted countless eyes. But soon, everyone remembered. Is that Yi Zi the one who gave up 8 million just to choose the summoner class? He actually dares to come to the dungeon, relying on his slime? With that, no one dared to come up to group with him, and they all moved a little further away. Grouping with a poor summoner, isn't that just seeking death? Now Yi Zi was actually happy. There were too many people gathered at the dungeon entrance just now, and it would have been hard for someone like him to squeeze through. Now that everyone has moved aside, the road in front of Yi Zi was wide open. Thanks, guys. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Zi calmly walked to the dungeon entrance. What a weirdo! Who is he planning to group with? Is he going to open the dungeon alone? The others were just whispering, but one voice was especially loud and arrogant. Don't embarrass the summoner class. It is not something for people like you to play. A young man covered in luxury equipment stood there, accompanied by the female secretary from the Zhao Guild whom Yi Zi had just seen. Everyone's eyes lit up. It is Zhao Xuan from the key class. Now that is a real summoner. Please carry us big shot. Yi Zi turned around and immediately understood. Zhao Xuan, the son of the Zhao Guild leader. The Zhao family was sending people to buy job change cards today, precisely to help him change into a rare profession. Although Yi Zhe did not sell his card to him, others did. He still managed to change into the rich kid's exclusive profession, summoner. Howl. With a roar, a giant wolf shimmering with purple light was summoned by Zhao Xuan. Wow, an excellent tier summoned the Gale Wolf. The Zhao Guild is so rich, buying a 4 or 5 million worth excellent summon right at the start. Hearing the exclamations around him, Zhao Xuan curled his lips. Come on, Yi Zhe, summon your slime and show everyone. Getting the upper hand over Yi Zhe was something Zhao Xuan had longed for. As a proud student of the key class, he had always been overshadowed by Yi Zhe's academic performance before they changed classes. He was the eternal runner-up of the grade. As a key class student, always being below a regular class student had made him feel humiliated. Now, after changing classes, his wealth could finally play a role. It is finally time to turn the table. A cruel smile appeared on Zhao Xuan's face, and Yi Zhe also began to smile. This is one loaded fool. If I do not fleece him, how could I justify it to myself? Yi Zhe thought to himself. With everyone watching, he shoved his hands into his pockets and asked back without backing down. You are so confident. Why don't we make a bet? A bet? Zhao Xuan reacted as if he had heard a joke. His female secretary whispered beside him. Young Master Zhao, I heard that Yi Zhe's teacher Lu Boyan bought a rare summoning skill book at the exchange. If she hadn't said anything, it would be fine, but mention of this only made Zhao Xuan's arrogance flare up even more. A rare summoning skill? Is that all the confidence you have to bet against me? Yi Zhe didn't waste any time. If you're too scared to bet, then shut up. He had seen plenty of these rich kids. Plus, after years of being stifled and stuck in second place, he was desperate to prove his own strength. There was no need for more words. He was a powder keg waiting to be lit. Sure enough, Zhao Xuan's eyes looked like he wanted to devour him alive. Scared? Me, Zhao Xuan, would be scared? I'm worried that a broke loser like you won't even have enough to put up as a stake. At this moment, at the entrance to the dungeon, the voices of people forming parties died down, and more people turned to look. A bet between a student from a normal class and one from an elite class was incredibly rare, especially after the class advancement. Students in normal classes usually come from average families. Forget about whether they can win a bet. It's uncertain if they can even afford the stake. Yi Zhe remained calm and pulled out a card, reciting the balance from memory. $1,824,750. That is my stake. Seeing Yi Zhe take out the card, everyone finally realized. He's actually betting. Wait, he's just a student from a normal class. Where did he get over $1 million? I work part-time every day to save money, and I've only got about 30,000 in my pocket right now. Word is, Yi Zhe has provided money-making plans for quite a few guilds, group buying equipment deals, or having rogues work as couriers on the side. He's earned a lot in commissions. Damn, what a legend. Seeing the stake Yi Zhe produced, Zhao Xuan frowned, momentarily speechless. He really hadn't expected Yi Zhe to have so much money. Although the summoned beasts and high-end equipment he possessed were luxurious, those were all provided by his family. His own pocket money was only about 500,000 or 600,000. The 2 million or so remaining on the card was money his family had given him today to buy crystals and cover his dungeon expenses. But then he thought. He had a superior grade wind-chasing wolf and had learned 2 extra superior grade attack skills. Yi Zhe at most has 1 rare grade summoned beast. The advantage is mine. He immediately took out a card, disdaining the idea of counting it out specifically like Yi Zhe did. There's at least 2 million on this card. How do you want to compare? Seeing the sum of 2 million, Yi Zhe's eyes lit up. Simple. Let's go to the newbie dungeon and see who clears it faster. Though money was one aspect. He kept his main goal in mind, clear the dungeon, level up, and get stronger. He had to race against time for the college entrance exam in 10 days and be fully prepared. Zhao Xuan snorted. Ha! You want me to do the same as you and grind the normal difficulty dungeon? I'm not wasting my time like that. My first dungeon run will at least be nightmare difficulty. Hearing this, the onlookers were instantly envious. Newbie dungeon difficulties are divided into normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, calamity, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the more experience and better rewards you get. But except for rich kids like Zhao Xuan, who start with luxury gear and a full sets of skill, ordinary people wouldn't even dream of attempting high difficulty dungeons. But the next moment, Yi Zhe's words shocked the crowd once again. I'll bet against you on who can clear the hell difficulty dungeon faster. Hell difficulty? The guy is crazy. Everyone instinctively looked at the clear records for the hell difficulty dungeon. Hell Dungeon, no clear records. He wants to race for the fastest time? And solo it? Let them succeed in clearing it first. Zhao Xuan was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed heartily. I get it now. You picked a difficulty that's impossible to clear, thinking that if we both fail, you won't lose? Naive, how absolutely naive. He immediately sent his secretary to fetch a notarization robot. This was a special product of the Academy's Master of Mechanics, capable of notarizing bets between parties. The War Academy did not prohibit students from making bets. Since we're competing on dungeon challenges, whoever lasts longer in the Hell Dungeon is the winner. Now you can't back out. A hint of mania flashed in Zhao Xuan's eyes. He wanted to finalize the bet immediately. This time, not only could he crush Yi Zi on the spot and make him lose face, but he could also walk away with over 1.8 million in extra pocket money. Although it was a waste of a dungeon attempt, the gains would far outweigh the losses. After Zhao Xuan finished speaking, the chubby penguin-like notarization robot emitted a cold, emotionless mechanical voice. Bet agreed, solo challenge for the Hell difficulty dungeon. Parties, Zhao Xuan Yi Zi. Even if both parties fail, whoever persists longer in the dungeon wins. The winner takes all stakes. Whoa, that's bold. They really went through with it. Yi Zi is kind of pitiful now. Exactly. He thought he could just pick one nobody can clear, but he forgot they're also comparing how long they last. But at this point, no one saw any abnormality on Yi Zi's face. Instead, he looked exceptionally pleased. 2 million. After his parents died when he was 7, he had to scramble to survive and tried everything to earn money, thinking back on every creative idea he had from his past life. But unfortunately, this is a world of professionals. To have ideas without the strength to back them up is just doing favors for others. Over 10 years of treading on thin ice, and he had only managed to save 1.8 million. Fortunately, it was finally coming in handy now. His savings were about to double. Since the bet was settled, Yi Zi had no intention of wasting more words. He walked directly to the last of the 6 dungeon entrances, the Hell level, a blood-red interdimensional gateway. The aura radiating from it alone was enough to make many students keep their distance. Ding! You have selected the Hell difficulty dungeon. The difficulty is extreme. Are you sure you want to enter? Please consider carefully. Confirm. This dungeon strongly recommends forming a party. You are currently in solo status. Do you wish to go to the party search interface? No, stop wasting time and let me in. Perhaps because the state worried about students acting recklessly, there were several warnings in place for the Hell difficulty. But Yi Zi wasn't some hot-headed youth, and he never did things he wasn't sure about. Besides, opening a Hell difficulty dungeon requires 300 crystals, worth 3 million on the market. He couldn't afford to waste this rare free opportunity. Yi Zi stepped into the blood-red dungeon entrance. Seeing his unhesitating actions, many students felt a bit of admiration. Yi Zi actually went in. If it were me, I think I would have hesitated for half a day. It's not just you. Did you notice even Zhao Xuan from the elite class was hesitating a bit? Once said, Zhao Xuan, who was lingering at the Hell difficulty entrance, stiffened, cursing inwardly. Isn't it normal to build up some mental preparation when facing a blood-red Hell difficulty? But clearly, compared to the unhesitating Yi Zi just now, he looked a bit cowardly. Zhao Xuan steeled himself and stepped into the Hell dungeon. The onlookers began to grow excited. It wasn't just the bet between the normal and elite classes. With a total of nearly 4 million in stakes, this was truly unprecedented at the War Academy. The notarization robot spoke again. Bet in progress. Dungeon time for both parties officially begins.
You have entered the Hell-level dungeon, Beast Mountains. Yi Zi stood at a desolate valley entrance surrounded by black mountains, with biting cold winds and no signs of life. Beast Mountains. He recalled that this was mentioned in his high school history class, Land of the Abyss Contamination. The demonic energy from the abyss had once polluted this ecologically diverse mountain range, and it took the military a massive cost to clear it. And this Hell-level artificial dungeon perfectly recreated that scene. Yi Zi focused his mind and summoned the Kung Fu Panda. A Tai Chi formation instantly expanded from the ground. Then, a panda over 2 meters tall, wearing a Taoist robe and looking a bit goofy, appeared at the center of the formation. Upon appearing, it struck a white crane spreads its wings pose. Woo! Yi Zi's mouth twitched. Alright, Panda, I know you know Kung Fu. He prepared to head deep into the mountains with the panda. With average stats around 25 points, the panda was twice as strong as a warrior class, and with max-level legendary skills, it gave him a great sense of security. The only drawback was that they didn't have a single piece of equipment yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy any, but Yi Zi couldn't afford high-quality gear, and the cost-effectiveness was just too low. It was better to just farm it in the dungeon. Crack. Just as they stepped into the valley path, the surrounding rocks suddenly cracked. 4 massive black shadows shattered the rocks and charged at them. They looked like dark gray rhinos covered in thick rocky armor. Stone Armor Beast, Level 3. Type, Common Beast. Skills, Stone Armor, Charge. Level 3 beasts, and there are 4 of them. The first wave of mobs is Level 3 with 2 skills each. This really lives up to the Hell difficulty. Dungeons adjust the level of monsters based on the player's level. Yi was only Level 1, and he was already facing an ambush by 4 Level 3 beasts. Although the Stone Armor beasts were huge, their unique foot structure allowed them to run on cliffs. They charged at Yi like giant rolling boulders. This kind of impact would leave even a fully armored shield guard severely injured if they took it head-on. And this was just the welcome gift of a Hell-level dungeon. But Yi didn't panic at all. He didn't even move his leg. Kill. The Kung Fu Panda stood before Yi and struck an elegant opening pose. Whoo! The 2 black panda paws moved like flowing water, creating an invisible aura in the air. Tai-Chi 24 forms, part the wild horse's mane. Enters a blocking state, neutralizing frontal attacks and performing a counterattack using the opponent's force. Tai-Chi is not just a single skill. The effect of every single move is incredibly powerful, almost instantly. The full force charge of 1 Stone Armor beast was easily neutralized by the redirection. Then the panda used that momentum to strike another, accompanied by an explosive burst of energy. Boom! Both Stone Armor beasts were embedded into the mountain wall, leaving a huge crater and mangled flesh. An instant kill. Killed Common Beast, Stone Armor Beast gained 9 experience points. Killed Armor Beast gained 9 experience points. Just 2 beasts gave 18 experience points. The Hell-level dungeon bonus, combined with killing higher-level monsters, makes the leveling efficiency incredible. Yi felt a thrill. At this rate, he would level up soon. And the next moment, the panda turned to the other 2 Stone Armor beasts. With their speed, they were no threat to the epic 1-star panda, and it took them down with another move. Killed Stone Armor Beast X2, level 136-100. 1/3 of the experience gained. The next golden trait is not far off. 4 Stone Armor beasts would normally be enough to put a novice team into a bitter struggle, or even cause a total wipe. But the panda was completely unscathed, finally striking an elegant closing pose. Oh, they actually dropped so much. Yi looked at the corpses of the 4 Stone Armor beasts. Dungeon monsters are made of crystal energy, so their bodies disappear upon death, leaving behind loot, 4 crystals, 1 skill book, and 1 piece of equipment. The price of crystals on the exchange is never lower than 10,000, so at least 40,000 is already in hand. Rockfall, common earth-type skill book usable by mage classes. Giant rock armor, common, physical defense +5, agility 2, equipment requirement level 1. The drop rate for common monsters is usually only about 5%. It seems the Hell-level dungeon has significantly increased the drop rate. He could keep the skill book to sell later. Yi immediately put on the giant rock armor. Although it reduces agility, for a summoner, survivability is the most important thing. If he ever needs to run, he can just take it off. Yi continued forward with the panda along the valley path. According to the textbooks, the Beast Mountains are divided into 3 stages. The foothills connected to the valley entrance, the mountainside with stronger monsters, and the boss location, the Deep Valley. Level 3 common beasts should be spread all over the foothills, but a problem arose. Perhaps the commotion from killing the Stone Armor beasts was so great that the low-level monsters felt threatened. They actually hid themselves. They were actively showing weakness, preparing to let Yi pass into the high-level monster area. But Yi wasn't in a hurry. Because the higher the dungeon difficulty, the higher the monster intelligence. At Hell difficulty, they are no different from real monsters in reality, very cunning. There was a negative case study in the history textbooks. A naive female mage spared a monster rabbit because it looked cute during a dungeon run. That rabbit found an opportunity and backstabbed the team's priest. The team fell into chaos, and in the end, no one survived. So when facing beasts and demons, you can't have any mercy or luck. Search the mountain. Yi gave the order, and the panda, full of fighting spirit, scanned the entire foothills. Search carefully, don't let a single one escape. Outside the dungeon entrance. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, there were still many onlookers. Everyone wanted to see who would fail first in this high-stakes bet. I bet Yi will be out soon. I doubt he can even get past the first mob. For sure, soloing? Even the top students in the elite class can't clear it in a team. Young Master Zhao should be able to last a few more rounds. 10 minutes have passed. If Yi can hold on for 10 minutes, I think he's already better than me. The betting time had passed by another 20 minutes. Whether it was Zhao Xuan or Yez, lasting this long was beyond everyone's expectation. At this moment, the dungeon entrance suddenly flashed with light. A weak figure lay on the ground. The crowd excitedly gathered around. Who is it? Is it Yi Zhe? Lasting 30 minutes is already quite impressive. My God, young Master Zhao. Zhao Xuan lay on the ground. Looking at the excited crowd, he felt a bit smug inside. I lasted 30 minutes in the hell-level dungeon. I didn't lose face for the Zhao family. But in fact, just during the first wave of stone armor beasts, his wind-chasing wolf was severely injured protecting him. After that, he ran frantically and hid everywhere. It wasn't until just now that he was sniffed out by a beast, leading to his total failure. Although the process was a bit humiliating, as long as I win, that's all that matters. Only victory can prove everything. The onlookers couldn't stop whispering, filled with shock, skepticism, and disbelief. Zhao Xuan curled his lips and closed his eyes slightly, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. He didn't notice his female secretary looking panicked. Zhao Xuan asked casually, "When did Yi Zi come out? 10 minutes ago or 5? The secretary pursed her lips and whispered as quietly as possible, "Yi Zi, he hasn't come out yet." The next moment, Zhao Xuan sat up instantly, his eyes, which were slightly narrowed, suddenly widened like copper bells. His voice went up an octave. "What? Yi Zi hasn't come out yet? What do you mean he hasn't come out?" Zhao Xuan's brain stalled for a moment. He couldn't believe that he had only managed to hide for 30 minutes, even with his excellent tier-summoned beast. How could Yi Zi possibly last until now? At that moment, he finally heard the discussions around him clearly. My God, Zhao Xuan came out first. Doesn't that mean he lost? Yi Zi won again. It seems no one in the elite class has ever been able to beat him. He must be hiding somewhere. Maybe he'll be out any second now. Even though it was a fact that Zhao Xuan had lost, he was still a wealthy kid from an elite class, and no one dared to offend him at this moment. However, Zhao Xuan himself was having a mental breakdown. It wasn't just losing to Yez again. He also lost the 2 million he'd been given by his family. That was the money he had set aside to run the dungeon 3 times today. Now he'd even blown his 1 free entry chance. A total disaster. Zhao Xuan gritted his teeth, staring resentfully at the dungeon entrance. Damn it, how on earth is he still hiding in there? Why haven't those monsters gone to find him yet? Why won't these monsters come looking for me instead? Inside the dungeon, Yi Zi and the panda were conducting a carpet search. They weren't letting a single monster escape their sight. Nobody had ever imagined a hell difficulty dungeon could be played like this. By now, his backpack already contained 9 crystals, 1 rockfall spellbook, 1 full 4-strike scroll, and a giant axe. Level 181-100. During this time, they had killed 5 stone-armored beasts at the foot of the mountain and gained quite a lot. But Yi Zi kept going. To be safe, he planned to level up to 2 before heading to the advanced monster zone on the mountainside. After all, it was hell difficulty, so he had to show some respect. I wonder how Zhao Xuan's progress is going. Yi Zi couldn't know the situation outside, but he guessed he couldn't be faster than him. At that moment, 3 more monsters appeared in front of him. Gray-furred hyena F3. Type, normal tier monster. Skills, bite, critical wound. Yi Zi had already realized that based on their positioning, they were planning to ambush him from the front and back together with the high-level monsters once he entered the mountainside zone. A sinister plot. Unfortunately for them, they didn't expect Yi Zi to choose to search the mountain directly. Their scheme failed, and they were forced to come out and face the panda. And the panda was like a gold medal enforcer. Whether it was a stone-armored beast or a gray-furred hyena, they were all one-shotted by his Tai Chi techniques. The latter were even weaker than the stone-armored beasts, lacking impact, so he didn't even need to use his defensive moves. With double the attack power of a warrior, the panda took them down with single punches. Killed gray-furred +9. Killed gray-furred hyena. 3 low-level monsters, 27 experience points, finally enough to level up. Ding, your level has increased to level 2. Strength +5, Constitution +5, Agility +5, Spirit +5. Free attribute points +5. Talent. You have obtained 1 infinite gold trait extraction chance. This is what I've been waiting for. He collected the spoils from the gray-furred hyenas, 3 crystals and a gray hat. He put all his free attribute points into Spirit. Spirit is the most important stat for a summoner, affecting the summoned beast's contract, growth, and skill damage. Afterward, Yi Zi immediately performed the extraction without waiting a second. Once again, a familiar golden cascade of light surrounded him, and countless golden trait boxes spun around Yi Zi. This time, Yi Zi reached out to grab one. A golden trait box remained in his hand. You have drawn the golden legendary tier trait, Eat What You Are. Eat What You Are can digest any item, and upon consuming an item, you will gain stat bonuses corresponding to it. a growth-type trait. Yeezy's eyes lit up. Compared to combat-type traits, growth-type traits are more cost-effective in the early stages. But what exactly can this trait be used to eat? Ye still decided to bestow this trait on the panda. The Eat What You Are trait has been bestowed successfully. Summoned Beast Kung Fu Panda is upgraded from Orange Epic Rank 1, Orange Epic Rank 2. This wasn't a combat-oriented trait like Tai-Chi Grandmaster, so the immediate boost would be smaller. But for a growth-type trait, it still needs growth, which means eating. Yeezy didn't have any food in his backpack, so after thinking for a while he took out a crystal and said to the panda, "Can you eat this?" After the panda took the crystal, he thought for half a second before tossing it into his mouth. Crunch. Eat What You Are consumed crystal gained spirit +1 max mana +20. Panda. B. This actually works. Seeing the panda looking so satisfied, Yeezy was overjoyed. Crystals are energy stones, so they increase spirit and mana. What else? Can he eat weapons too? Yeezy's imagination ran wild. He immediately took out a giant axe, which was gear dropped by a stone-armored beast. Can you eat this? This time the panda didn't even hesitate, biting off the iron axe head in 2 bites. Snap. Eat What You Are consume giant axe gain strength +1. Panda, lol. That's incredible. Being able to eat weapons for strength, this trait is definitely not weaker than Tai-Chi Grandmaster. Yeezy continued digging through his bag and pulled out a skill book, Full Force Strike. How about this? Although a skill book is a tool with usage restrictions, at its core it is first and foremost a book. The panda took the skill book, rolled it up like a burrito, and swallowed it in one go. Eat What You Are consumed skill book Full Force Strike gained strength +1. Wow, knowledge really is power. However, since the skill book was too small, the panda didn't even get to taste it this time. Panda, oh. Yeezy simply took out the last skill book, decided not to sell it, and handed it to the panda to eat. Oh. Eat What You Are consumed skill book Rockfall gained Earth Elemental Control +3%. He can even gain Elemental Control. Yeezy was shocked again. Elemental Control not only improves the effects of elemental skills, but also reduces the elemental damage taken. It's the hardest stat for mages to improve, yet it's also a mage's worst nightmare. But now with Eat What You Are, maybe he can max out all of the panda's elemental control stats. A mage's nightmare indeed. Yeezy was even more excited, thinking that once he got out, he'd definitely buy more skill books for him to eat. Seeing that there was truly nothing left in the backpack, man and panda left the foot of the mountain and headed toward the mountainside. This is the territory of advanced monsters, the place where the most pioneer teams have suffered crushing defeats. Every single monster here could even serve as a boss in lower difficulty dungeon. The rock walls around the mountainside were steep and narrow, and the cold wind carried a faint chill. The monster density here wasn't high, but each one was exceptionally dangerous. Yeezy hadn't even taken 2 steps when a sharp cry came from the sky. Screech. A silver-blue hawk with faint flashes of lightning shimmering in its wings. Thunder Falcon LV5. Type Elite Tier Monster. Skills Thunder Wings, Electric Charge, Claw Strike. Damn, didn't expect to run into a flying monster so soon. Flying monsters are clearly much harder to deal with than ground-based ones. If a pioneer team without anti-air capabilities encountered one, it would inevitably end in a total party wipe. Furthermore, this was an elite tier, on par with the green excellent quality of his summoned beast, with nearly double the combat power of a normal monster. The panda scratched his head and looked at Yeezy. Can't reach him. Yeezy remained calm. No problem, watch me bring him down. He found a suitable angle and lay flat on the ground, and stuck up his middle finger at the Thunder Falcon. An international gesture, universally understood. Monsters in hell difficulty dungeons, just like real-life monsters, possess the wild nature and temper of beast clans. The stronger they are, the more true this is. Facing an enemy displaying such indifferent, provocative behavior was unbearable. The Thunder Falcon's speed surged, and it dived down at extreme speed like a bolt of lightning. Yeezy was still relaxed. Panda, if you can't block him, it'll make me look really bad. Although he said that. He had already learned all the panda's Tai Chi skills and was confident in what would happen. Although the panda didn't quite understand what losing face meant, his performance was nothing short of brilliant. His hands alternated and flipped nimbly, as if drawing a circular arc in the air. Tai Chi 24 form cloud enmeshes nearby enemies in continuous energy, slowing them down and weakening their agility and strength. The Thunder Falcon's speed suddenly decreased, as if it had fallen into a swamp. It realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Its small head was swiped by the panda's large paw. Pow! Killed elite tier monster Thunder Falcon gained EXP level 223-300. Perfect. Yeezy sat up from the ground. He saw the Thunder Falcon's corpse turn into a skill book. The drop rate for hell difficulty is really high. Electric Charge. Excellent Thunder-type skill book. Learnable by assassin class profession. Excellent tier skill. 1 grade higher than the previous Rockfall and Full Force Strike. Yeezy handed it to the panda as well. The latter rolled up the skill book and swallowed it in one gulp.
Consuming Thundershock grants. Agility +3, Lightning Element Mastery +6%. Just as I thought, the higher the quality of the item consumed, the greater the stat boost. At this rate, the panda's stats will be far ahead of the rest. As an epic quality summon, its stats might even surpass those of a legendary one. However, Yeezy is destined to have nothing to compare it with, because for decades, no summoner under level 10 has ever owned a legendary quality summon. Even epic grade summons are extremely rare. This is because the requirements to form a contract with summons of these qualities are far too demanding. It requires top-tier family wealth or sheer individual strength. Unless one advances their summon like Yeezy, but as mentioned before, cultivating summons is harder than hard. Yeezy opened the interface to check the panda's stats. Kung Fu Panda. Quality Epic 2 stars. Level 2. Stats Strength 41, Constitution 35, Agility 41, Spirit 34. Innate skills. When a summoner levels up, their summons level up as well. An epic quality summon gains 10 points to its 4 basic stats per level up. The rest of the stats come from the bonuses gained through you or what you eat. Right now, it already has triple the stats of a fighter at the same level. Terrifyingly powerful. The higher the quality of the summon, the more exponential the growth in strength. No wonder so many wealthy guilds will stop at nothing to get high-quality summons for their successors. Yeezy couldn't help but fantasize. If I could summon 1 or 2 legendary summons during the college entrance exam, the exam takes place 10 days after the job transfer. Most examinees are still under level 10, with only a few geniuses reaching level 10 for their first advancement. Then the expressions on the other candidates' faces would be absolutely priceless. The professional college entrance exam. It decides whether you can enter higher education and whether you qualify for government subsidies. If you rank in the top 50 nationwide, prestigious universities might even cover most of your expenses as a professional. As for ranking even higher, that comes with classified benefits. That is exactly why Yeezy places so much importance on the exam. It saves money! Of course, the prerequisite is to level up quickly. 10 days is neither too much nor too little. Right now, moving from level 2 to 3 requires 300 experience points. With the experience boost from the Hell difficulty, it shouldn't be long. Yeezy gathered his focus and prepared to move forward. However, before he could take more than a few steps, 6 or 7 black shadows were already looming ahead, eyeing them with hostility. High-level magical beasts are different from low-level ones. They have an extremely strong sense of territory and a deep desire to fight. They do not allow any creature to set foot on their turf. Or perhaps it is because the panda hasn't beaten them into submission yet. Dark-backed wolf, 5. Type elite grade magical beast. Skills bloodthirsty bite, wolf howl, tough hide. A wolf pack. 6 or 7 massive black wolves with green glowing eyes were staring fixedly at the panda and Yeezy. Each one was comparable to a level 5 fighter. More dangerously, wolf packs are expert at attacking in swarms. Awu. The wolf howl echoed off the valley walls. If there were other dark-backed wolves on the mountainside, they would soon arrive to surround them. Finish this quickly. Don't let the other wolves assemble. Yeezy only has 1 summon after all. If the wolf pack were too large and the charge too sudden, he himself could easily be threatened. The panda received the order and decisively took the lead. Tai-Chi Cloud Hands. With a dash, it used the internal energy of the Cloud Hands to envelop the entire pack, significantly slowing them down. Then, the only area of effect skill in the Tai Chi repertoire. 24 forms of Tai Chi, double peaks piercing the ears. Both hands utilize Tai Chi internal energy simultaneously to deal wide-range damage to the front and cause a brief stun. Tai Chi is truly an incredibly comprehensive martial art. Offense and defense combined, featuring both internal and external arts, and it's not even lacking in area of effect skills. Of course, this is a max-level legendary quality skill, so it's no surprise it has such effects. High-quality skills are just as rare and powerful as high-quality summons. It is said that the city lord of Linyuan, where Yeezy lives, was originally a hunter class with weak combat capabilities. But fortunately, he obtained a legendary quality skill in the Abyss. He later became one of the 10 strongest Tier 6 professionals in all of China, known as the Hunter King. This goes to show that a panda with a full set of legendary skills is definitely more than just epic level in combat power. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. The two blasts of internal energy from double peaks piercing the ears hit the entire wolf pack ahead. Half of them were caught in the center of the skill and were instantly killed. The other half were struck by the stun effect. Immediately after, the panda rushed forward, its massive attack power taking them down one by one. Killed Dark-backed Wolf EXP. This pack of wolves boosted the experience bar by a third. At this rate, I can definitely hit level 3 before entering the boss area. Yi silently estimated, then turned his attention to the wolf pack's loot. The harvest was quite decent: 5 crystals, 2 pieces of equipment, and 1 skill book. A pair of dark wolf leather boots that added 3 agility. Yi put them on without hesitation. The other was a fine-grade archer weapon fed to the panda. Consuming wolf tendon bow grants agility +1, strength +1, critical hit rate +3%. Panda licks lips. The skill book, however, brought Yi a pleasant surprise. A fine-grade summoner skill. Skill book drops are completely random. The fact that the third one I got is something I can actually use means my luck isn't half bad. Summon Ghost-tailed Squirrel, fine, an agility type contracted beast, learnable by the summoner class. Agility type, a squirrel. Yi didn't need to worry about the quality. Even a low-quality summon becomes powerful after adding traits, and it can even provide a significant return of stats. The key is that it's agility type, which can serve as an assassin role in the future. Complementing the panda's warrior role, this would make Yi's squad more well-rounded. You're the one. Yi now has 30 spirit points, enough to contract a second summon. Ding! You have learned the skill. Summon Ghost-tailed Squirrel. You have acquired a new summon, Ghost-tailed Squirrel. Fine! A new figure appeared in the summon space. A small, agile squirrel with sharp, flexible claws and a distinctive, ghostly black tail held high behind it. Come out. A flash of light appeared, and the squirrel landed on Yi's shoulder, staring eye to eye. Ghost-tailed Squirrel. Quality: green fine. Level 2. Strength 9, Constitution 8, Agility 11, Spirit 7. Talent: reserve energy, fine, keen senses. Skill: camouflage, fine. Yi didn't have high expectations for a fine-grade skill. Unexpectedly, he found one with great practicality. Keen senses: can detect distant and hidden enemies and traps, improving scouting abilities. With this, the speed of finding monsters will increase significantly, and I won't have to worry about being ambushed. Satisfied, Yi set off with the panda and the squirrel. Let's keep farming mobs and try to level up within an hour. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon entrance, the observing academy students were already getting terrified. It's been an hour already. Why hasn't Yi come out yet? Can anyone hide in a hell difficulty dungeon for that long? Impossible. The monsters in a hell difficulty dungeon actively hunt down professionals. Zhao Xuan is proof of that. The speaker's voice trailed off, glancing toward Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan looked somber yet puzzled, because he had experience. Even if you try to hide, you will be hunted down by the magical beasts. It's impossible to survive that long. He had an excellent grade summon for cover, but what did Yi have? Someone then ventured a bold guess. Do you think the dungeon might be malfunctioning? Could he be stuck inside? How is that possible? The dungeon was built jointly by the city lord and other top-tier professionals. How could there be a malfunction? No one has run the hell difficulty in a long time. It's not impossible for it to malfunction. Since it's man-made, it's possible for it to have glitches. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light returned to Zhao Xuan's eyes. That's right, the dungeon must be malfunctioning. Otherwise, with Yi's strength, how could he survive in hell difficulty for so long without dying? I haven't lost yet. The female secretary beside him, seeing Zhao Xuan's expression clear up, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly chimed in. The crowd couldn't be certain of the situation. Some still believed Yi was truly holding out until another hour passed. Yi still hadn't come out. At this point, everyone felt the situation was getting tricky. It's definitely a dungeon malfunction. What should we do now? We should find a way to call the city lord or the dean. Lin Yuan City Lord's mansion. What did you say? There's a malfunction in the War Academy's beginner dungeon? Are you joking? I built that thing with my own hands. It's powered by top-tier items salvaged from the abyss, infused with the power of laws. What do you think it is? Some old-fashioned TV set? Malfunctioning my foot! Wait, what? A newly promoted summoner with no equipment, at most a rare grade summoned beast, entered the Hell Difficulty dungeon solo and hasn't come out in 2 hours? Hiss! The Lord of Lin Yuan City, the Hunter King Wan Feipeng, fell into deep thought. His messy dark brown curls framed a face marked by a few faint scars, which now wore an expression of bewilderment. It's been over 2 hours now. The assistant who had just finished reporting the situation added, then speculated. Could it be that he was hiding his true strength? City Lord Wan Feipeng grinned. If it were those spoiled heirs from the elite class, I'd think the same thing. But the ordinary class, where would they get the strength to hide? The assistant realized, right, it's the ordinary class. Wan Feipeng stood up, ready to set off, muttering to himself. Besides, I mainly designed the hell difficulty to teach those spoiled elite kids a lesson, to let them know there's always someone stronger and how terrifying the demons can be, just to stop those in the elite class from getting too arrogant. The assistant understood immediately. In such a situation, how could anyone possibly clear it? If they could clear it, how could they be taught a lesson? Then what now? Go and get those repair items and materials from the warehouse right now. Wan Feipeng picked up the warehouse key and left the office. If the dungeon really needs repairs, I'll have to do it myself. Inside the dungeon, Yi Zi had no idea what was happening outside. Instead, he was clearing monsters with exceptional ease. Previously, his only worry was being ambushed or surrounded by monsters. But now with the squirrels scouting, he wouldn't face any surprise encounters, let alone be surrounded. The squirrel tracked the enemy's movements and lured them into traps. The panda, relying on its super high stats, could finish off one monster per slap even without using skills. If one slap isn't enough, then two. Defeated Thunder Falcon, EX15. Defeated 2 Gloom-backed Wolves, EX plus 30. Defeated 2 Stone-armored Beast Kings, EX plus 40. With the continuous one-shot kills, the high-level monsters on the mountainside were dealt with effortlessly. The EXP bar was growing rapidly. In addition, the loot collected along the way was fed to the panda, increasing its stats by 7 or 8 more points. Little guy, what did you find this time? Yi Zi looked at the little squirrel running over on the ground. The squirrel stood up with its tail erect, holding a short blade in its left claw and a small blue flower in its right. The short blade was a fine-grade weapon that had just dropped, which Yi Zi had equipped the squirrel with. Though judging by its size, the 30-centimeter squirrel looked a bit awkward holding the blade, and the little flower in its right hand took Yi Zi by surprise. Windbell flower, green quality herb capable of storing a small amount of wind elemental power, can be used for alchemy. Good stuff! Many plants evolve due to extraordinary powers, turning into various magical flowers and herbs with different effects. But they are rare in dungeons, and finding one is no easy feat. I never expected the tiny squirrel to have extra uses. Not bad at all. Yi Zi praised it and took the windbell flower, preparing to feed it to the panda. Since it can eat equipment and skill books, this legit herb should be fine too. The windbell flower was too tiny, not even enough to fill the gap between the panda's teeth. Consumed windbell flower gained speed plus 10, wind element mastery plus 7%. It really can eat anything. Looks like I should get the panda more herbs after we exit the dungeon, as Yi Zi was thinking. The panda next to him charged forward to take on a lone gloom-backed wolf. Perhaps it had been asleep when the wolf pack charged, leaving it stranded here. It was instantly killed by the panda without suspense. Defeated gloom-backed wolf EXP. Ding, your level has increased to level 3. Stats increased, strength constitution plus 3, agility plus 5, spirit plus 10. Free attribute points plus 5. Talent. You have obtained 1 attempt to draw an infinite golden trait. I can draw the next trait again. Yi Zi rubbed his hands in excitement. The level 5 monster area had been mostly cleared, so he didn't hesitate and started drawing. Familiar golden trait boxes surrounded Yi Zi. After the last time, Yi Zi discovered that besides random selection, he could actively draw them himself. It all depends on whether you trust your own luck. This time, Yi Zi stretched out both hands, trying to pull 2 at once from the sea of traits, but in the end, only 1 trait box remained in his hand. You have drawn the golden legendary trait, Shadow Master. Shadow Master. Manipulate shadows, become the shadow, the assassin in the darkness. A pure combat-oriented trait. Yi Zi was overjoyed. It seemed just as powerful as the Tai-Chi Grandmaster trait. He pondered for a moment. The panda is suited for frontal combat, using softness to overcome hardness and redirecting force. And Shadow Master is better suited for an assassin role. Yi Zi decisively bestowed this second trait upon the shadow-tailed squirrel. This way, he would have 2 golden tier enforcers. Trait Shadow Master successfully bestowed. Summon Beast. Shadow-tailed squirrel, green fine, evolved into Shadow Squirrel, orange epic, a second epic grade summon beast. Although it was still a tier below the panda. But the squirrel was only fine grade, to leap across 2 qualities and evolve directly into epic. It goes to show how powerful the Shadow Master trait is. At this moment, the squirrel's fur was as black as night, shimmering with an eerie glow. Its aura was completely different from before. Shadow Squirrel, quality, orange epic. Level 3, Stats: Strength 43, Constitution 38, Agility 49, Spirit 40. Talent: Enhanced Perception Rare, Shadow Escape, Skills: Shadow Clone LV8, Legendary Epic, Shadow Strike LV8 Epic. Wow, it really didn't disappoint me. 3 skills and 1 talent, with terrifying stats as well. Although the skills were only at level 8, which is slightly less than the fully maxed out start of the Tai-Chi Grandmaster. But the effects are definitely not weak, especially the Shadow Clone that Yi highly valued. Shadow Clone. Consume 20 mana points to summon and Shadow Clone with 80% of the body stats, duration 4 hours, no cooldown. With the squirrel's current 40 spirit, that's 800 mana points. Theoretically, it can summon 40 Shadow Clones with nearly identical stats at the same time. How terrifying. Of course, the clones can't use the Shadow Clone skill. Otherwise, that would be a bit like nesting dolls. Ding! Your summoned beast has achieved massive growth, providing a stat feedback. Strength +8, Constitution +8, Agility +12, Spirit +8. Another round of stat feedback. Who would have thought that the physique of Ye, a summoner, is now almost comparable to a warrior of the same level? A level 3 summoner with 2 epic grade summoned beasts. I'm afraid no one would believe it if they were told. Yi's confidence soared, and with 1 panda and 1 squirrel, he headed straight for the final stage of the Hell difficulty dungeon, the Silent Valley.
They call it the Silent Valley, but there is no sense of silence here at all. All that remains are scorched rock fissures everywhere, charred marks covering the surroundings, and scattered skeletons. It really is exactly like the illustration in the history textbook. Yi looked around and couldn't help but speculate. If everything is just like it was back then the final boss. Just then, a heaven-shaking roar echoed through the clouds. Unlike the boss phases of other dungeons, there are no mobs or elite monsters here. Only a figure overflowing with demonic energy slowly emerged from the valley. The moment he saw this boss, Yi gasped. Holy crap, it is a stat stick. Beast King Red Demon Lion. Type: Final Boss of the Beast Mountain Range. Quality: Rare 5 star. Level: 10. Strength: 145, Constitution 140, Agility 15, Spirit 68. Skills: Demonic Flame Breath, Crushing Impact, Scorching Claw, and Lion King Bloodline. Rare 5 star. Above the rare quality, each rank has extra star ratings, and 5 stars is the highest within the rare tier. Looking at its attribute panel, Ye finally understood. Why has no one ever been able to clear the Hell difficulty? The boss's stats are simply too absurd. In a beginner dungeon, the level of entering professionals can only be below level 9, and facing such a boss. High attack, thick health, and high speed. Even a team of 4 level 9 professionals might not be able to withstand a single hit from the Red Demon Lion. Yi instantly understood the dungeon designer's good intentions. They never intended for anyone to clear this at all. Judging from historical records, this Red Demon Lion was the Beast King when China first campaigned against the Beast Mountain Range. As a Beast King, its combat experience is not to be underestimated. The Red Demon Lion exhaled a heavy breath, stirring up a wave of heat. Only one person? As the final boss of the Hell difficulty, it hasn't seen a challenger in a long time, not to mention a solo challenger. But in a split second, Yi already had an idea. A bit tricky, but it is worth a try. If anyone else who had attempted Hell difficulty were here, they would definitely start cursing on the spot. One breath from the Red Demon Lion would be enough to turn you and your summoned beasts into scrap. You, a level 3 summoner, how dare you even try? But Yi had thought of that too. Squirrel, summon 20 shadow clones immediately and charge the boss. 20 of them. That requires 400 mana. That would consume half of the shadow squirrel's current mana pool. No textbook would ever recommend such a play. Upon hearing Ye's order, the squirrel did not hesitate to fire its skills, and 20 shadow squirrels instantly appeared before Yi. Charge, Yi said, pinning down the panda and the main squirrel. You two don't charge yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 shadow squirrel clones rushed to the Red Demon Lion. The latter looked on with disdain and spat out a stream of demonic flame. Whoosh! The shadow clones, which had cost half its mana, were all burned to ashes. But Yi smiled instead success. This seemingly ridiculous suicidal act was a common tactic he used in his past life's game, baiting out skills. As the top liberal arts student at the War Academy, Ji was very familiar with these recorded skills. Demonic Flame Breath is the Red Demon Lion's only area of effect skill. And unlike the Shadow clones, this skill has a cooldown. Faced with a large number of Shadow Squirrel clones, the Red Demon Lion wouldn't bother swatting them one by one, so using an area skill is the best choice. Now that the area skill is gone, it is Yi's chance for victory. Go Panda, Squirrel. Yi gave the order. The squirrel first dived into the ground, merging with the shadows. This is his talent skill, Shadow Cloak. It can merge its body into any shadow to move, a top-tier stealth skill. However, facing the two epic summoned beasts, Panda and Squirrel, the Red Demon Lion couldn't muster any interest. Daring to attack me actively, you have some courage. The Red Demon Lion's deep voice boomed. It is not uncommon for some professional teams to quit the dungeon the moment they see his stats. But he still didn't take them to heart. With his combat power, a single claw strike would be enough to one-shot both of these opponents. Die. The Red Demon Lion didn't like wasting time and lunged at the panda at lightning speed, preparing to end the fight immediately. But, to his shock, this strike felt like hitting cotton. It caused absolutely no damage. The panda swung its hands back and forth, actually defending against the sharp claws and neutralizing the attack in a bizarre way. Yi said excitedly, "This is what they call using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds level 10. Uses clever gravitational and soft force to neutralize and counter powerful attacks with minimal effort. When facing attacks that do not exceed 10 times your own strength, you can counter the enemy's attack with 200% of your own damage." Slap. The panda shoved back with a massive amount of force, striking the Red Demon Lion's crown. A slight cracking sound of bones echoed. Its head spun and blood flowed uncontrollably. A normal attack wouldn't have been able to deal this much damage. But because the skill borrowed the Red Demon Lion's own power, the damage was far higher. Furthermore, hitting the head made it particularly lethal. This was the key to Yezi's strategy. The technique cannot handle magic or area attacks. But if you bait out the area skill, the Red Demon Lion's physical attacks are hard countered by the panda, a boss with high stats. Then I will use your own damage to strike you back. Roar. The Red Demon Lion fell to the ground heavily, furious to the extreme. As the king of the Beast Mountain range, it had never been schemed against like this before. But even in such a miserable state with only one breath left, the Red Demon Lion still had strength and could continue to fight. Unfortunately, just as the Red Demon Lion was preparing for its vengeful rage, its body became completely immobile. The Shadow Squirrel's shadow binding took effect. It controls the opponent's shadow to achieve the effect of binding them. If at full strength, the binding would never have been able to control the powerful Red Demon Lion. But now the Red Demon Lion was severely wounded and had no power to defend. Damn you! This was the last sentence the Red Demon Lion spoke in this dungeon. Since it was bound, how could it fight back? The squirrel formed a shadow blade in its hand and stabbed fiercely into the Red Demon Lion's eyes. Even so, the panda and the squirrel continued to finish it off for over a minute. Only then did the Red Demon Lion lose its final strength. Slain final boss, Red Demon Lion. Gained 500 experience. Congratulations on being the first professional to clear the Hell difficulty dungeon. You will be listed first on the China Hell tier clearance leaderboard. Congratulations on your first clear of the Beast Mountain range. Received first clear reward for Hell difficulty. 1,000 experience and 1 exclusive first clear chest. Dungeon finished. Will automatically collect boss loot for you. Ding, your level has increased to level 4. Talent, you have obtained 1 chance to draw an infinite gold tier trait. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a massive crowd had already gathered. Upon learning that the dungeon might be malfunctioning, even the vice principal of the War Academy had arrived. Zhao Xuan's expression finally improved, and the crowd began to whisper among themselves. What do you think will happen to the people inside if the dungeon is malfunctioning? They might get beaten to death by the monsters over and over again. That's a bit pathetic. Then, what about the bet? Based on Yi Zi's usual performance, he probably won't beat young Master Zhao. The 1,800,000 he's saved up over these years is likely down the drain. Hearing the crowd's discussion, the corners of Zhao Xuan's mouth curled upward. The vice principal couldn't help but shake his head. This Yi Zi, he's just too used to being the top student in his grade. He hasn't faced reality. To think he actually went and made a bet with the key class. Just as the crowd was making a commotion, the giant blue screen above the dungeon entrance suddenly changed. This was the interface for student teams and rankings, but all the characters on the screen disappeared. They were replaced by an incredibly exaggerated announcement. Congratulations to Yi Zi from the War Academy in Linyuan City, East China District for the first ever completion of the Hell difficulty novice dungeon, the Monster Mountain. He is ranked number 1 on the National Hell level completion leaderboard. The announcement on the dungeon interface was dazzling. Yet the whole place fell into dead silence, as if time had frozen for over 10 seconds. Zhao Xuan, Kimik, the vice principal, Kemik, all the observing students. At this moment, everyone, without exception, wore an expression of confusion and blankness. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't bring themselves to believe it. A destitute summoner. A destitute summoner who doesn't even have the money to nurture his summons and whose combat effectiveness is even lower than a warrior's. Cleared a hell difficulty dungeon. Who would believe that? The next moment, everyone's gaze shifted in unison to the leaderboard on the side. This was the completion leaderboard for the novice dungeon. Before this, the list only had completion records for the first 5 difficulties: normal, advanced, hard, nightmare, and disaster. But now, a single name had finally appeared on the Hell Difficulty Completion Leaderboard. Hell Difficulty Novice Dungeon Completion Leaderboard. Yeezy completion time, 2 hours and 13 minutes. The vice principal straightened his glasses, beginning to wonder if his eyesight was failing. As for Zhao Shen, the female secretary beside him, their faces turned ghostly white, completely drained of color. This was a national leaderboard, and it had recorded Yizei's name. There was no choice but to believe it. Are you crazy, soloing the hell difficulty? It's a bug, it's definitely a bug. And it only took a little over 2 hours. I remember the record for the disaster difficulty was over 4 hours. If someone knew at this point that the most terrifying boss in hell difficulty was actually the one Yi Zi spent the least amount of time on, they might wonder what to think. However, some had a sudden thought. Do you think this might actually be the true power of a destitute summoner? Is it possible that rich people playing summoners are actually not as strong as poor people? Brainless. Even if it's strong, clearly it's Yi Zi who is the powerhouse. That's right. Feeling the sudden shift in everyone's attitude. All the light faded from Zhao Xuan's eyes. It's over, this time it's really over. But even more panicked was the female secretary in professional attire from the Zhao Guild beside him. I think I even called Yi Zi stupid today. I insulted a professional who achieved the first hell difficulty completion. Thinking of this, her body couldn't help but tremble. She wasn't some powerful professional. Her current position was entirely due to the support of the Zhao Guild behind her. So she subconsciously wanted to contact Zhao Xun's father, who was the president of the Zhao Guild. But unexpectedly, that big guild president sent her instructions first. Are you at the War Academy? Someone at the academy just got the national first place in the hell difficulty dungeon. You need to get to know him as soon as possible. Preferably build a good relationship first. Such a nationally famous professional would draw the attention of all the major guilds and consortiums the moment they appeared. Even if they couldn't recruit them, they would try their best to show goodwill. But now, the female secretary's scalp tingled. What was she supposed to do now? Who could have imagined that a destitute summoner could achieve such a feat? Was she supposed to tell the president? The professional you want to be on good terms with is someone I just insulted this morning. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Wan Feipeng had just finished gathering all the materials for repairing the dungeon. His assistant rushed in, panicked once again. City Lord, you don't need to go. The dungeon isn't malfunctioning. Damn it, are you playing with me? Wan Feipeng had just shown a trace of annoyance. The assistant said again. It's not that the student couldn't get out. He completed the dungeon. He completed the hell difficulty novice dungeon. It's been announced nationwide. Wan Feipeng. The brawny 6th tier hunter's brain seemed to stall for a couple of seconds. A hell difficulty dungeon. The hell difficulty dungeon he designed himself, specifically to take down rich kids, had been completed. How could anyone possibly complete the boss I designed at the end? The completion record is already out. It's really cleared, the assistant added. You really don't need to go to the trouble. Before he could finish his sentence, Wan Feipeng grabbed the assistant by the collar with his muscular arm. Damn it, that's all the more reason for me to go. The national #1 who got the first hell difficulty clear appearing in my Linyuan city is way more important than fixing a dungeon. The assistant finally seemed to regain his senses. Right. Wan Feipeng was extremely excited at this moment. Put these repair materials back in the warehouse. I need to get there early. Having said that, the speed of a 6th tier hunter was clearly on display. With a bang, he crashed through the gates of the City Lord's mansion like a tank and bolted outside. The assistant left in the office, sighed helplessly as if he were used to it. City Lord. The War Academy is in the north of the city, and the direction you're going is the south. Inside the dungeon, Yi Zi was completely unaware of the commotion outside, still surprised by the countless notifications he received. Worth being the first hell difficulty clear, the rewards are plenty. After the boss dies, the dungeon can only be maintained for another 10 minutes. Yi Zi prepared to check his reward. The Crimson Demon Lion dropped a total of 3 items, all of which were collected in his backpack. 10 crystals brought his total to 26, worth at least 260,000 at market price. Yi Zi couldn't help but exclaim that making money as a professional is fast. The rest were 2 level 4 items. The gear dropped in the novice dungeon matches the professional's level. Crimson Demon Blade, rare 5, damage multiplier 140%, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, equipment level 4. Special effect, ignores 30% of the enemy's defense when attacking. Crimson Spirit Bracers, rare 5, damage multiplier 125%, strength plus 5, agility plus 5, equipment level 4. Special effect, attacker skill release speed plus 40%. Two top-tier rare items, almost indistinguishable from epic gear, and both gear effects were very practical. They were worth a fortune. Even for Zhao Xuan, with the backing of one of the top 10 guilds in the East China district, the Zhao Guild. He only had basic rare gear, at most 1 or 2-star rare item. Because rare items with excellent attributes are extremely hard to drop, scarce on the market, and often subject to bidding. A single piece costs at least 1 million starting price. They're priceless but have no market. Though, considering these two were dropped by the Crimson Demon Lion, it wasn't surprising. If he sold them all, it would be enough for Yi Zhe to run the Hell difficulty dungeon again. But there was no need. Yi Zhe decisively equipped these two items to his two summon. He gave the Crimson Demon Blade to the Shadow Squirrel and the Crimson Spirit Bracers to the Kung Fu Panda. Summons can wear gear just like professionals. This is where the high ceiling of a summoner lies, and it is also one of the reasons why it's so expensive. To equip each summon with a set of gear for an ordinary person, it's absolutely unaffordable. Afterward, Yi Zhe looked at the treasure chest in his backpack. Exclusive first completion treasure chest, Hell level. This treasure chest made Yi Zhe quite expectant. According to the content of the textbook Social Practice, Dungeon Strategy, there's a very high probability that a first completion treasure chest will contain a job-exclusive item.
Yi Zhe couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. Crimson streamers lit up around the chest and the lock clicked open like a lion snapping its jaws. You have opened the exclusive first clear reward package for the dungeon. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 crystal stones. Congratulations, you have obtained accessory Hell Rookie Badge. You have updations. Exclusive equipment, Spirit Packed Ring. 100 crystal stones. That is 1 million. Yi Zhe felt a surge of joy. The value of a Hell Mode first clear was even higher than he thought. He then looked at the first accessory. Hell Rookie Badge, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Physique plus 10, Spirit plus... This is to honor your courage and willpower when facing Hell-level difficulty. It is actually something from the textbooks. Commemorative badges can only be obtained under very rare specific conditions, and they are considered items of special value by the military. But for Yi Zhe, the equipment stats alone were already quite excellent. Furthermore, items like badges provide stat bonuses even without being equipped. Yi Zhe tucked it into his backpack and looked at his exclusive equipment. Spirit Packed Ring, Summoner Exclusive. Quality, Excellent Star. Stats Agility plus Spirit plus 20, Mana plus 200. Special Effect, Movement Speed plus 100% when summoned beasts are nearby. Attached Skill, Spirit Pack, copy a temporary skill from a contracted summoned beast. It vanishes after one use and can be stored. Costs 100 mana with a 1-hour cooldown. Spirit Pack Set 1-2. Holy cow! Yi Zhe was shocked. He had thought the equipment stats and the 100% speed bonus were already powerful enough. He didn't expect another surprise. Copying a skill from a summoned beast. The value of this attached skill was immense for Yi. For others, it might be mediocre, because summoners win through sheer numbers and copying a single skill is not that useful. But Yi Zhe's summoned beasts almost all possess top-tier epic or legendary skills, especially the most functional ones like Shadow Cloak and Shadow Clone. Who wouldn't want to try out a Shadow Clone for themselves? For a summoner, their most important survival ability just took a qualitative leap forward. Plus, this was a piece of a set. If he could find the other piece, he could activate powerful set bonuses. Yi Zhe put on the Spirit Packed Ring and his spirit stat broke through to 88 points. That was already twice as much as a mage at the same level. He decided to copy Shadow Cloak first and store it. In case he was attacked after leaving the dungeon, he could turn into a shadow to escape strike back. Spirit Pack, you have copied the Shadow Squirrel's innate skill, Shadow Cloak. It worked. Yi suddenly felt a strong urge to transform into a shadow, but he held back. Finally, he checked his experience points. Level 4805 Thornhunt. Killing the Red Lion gave 500 XP. The first clear reward gave 1,000, for a total of 1,500. The requirement to level up from 3 to 4 is 700. This massive amount of experience was enough to boost him from level 3 to 4, and he was even on the verge of leveling up again. He had another chance to draw a trait. Yi Zhe drew without hesitation. Whoosh! A golden screen shimmered and countless trait boxes flew by, making his head spin. Yi Zhe didn't stop it himself this time. After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, one trait box landed in front of him. You have drawn the golden legendary trait, Treasure Sniffer. Treasure Sniffer can accurately smell the aura of nearby treasures and identify their value and location. It can smell nearby treasures. A trait like this actually exists. Without a doubt, it was a top-tier treasure hunting ability, and it might be very useful for the next destination he was planning to visit. As Yizhe thought about it, his expression suddenly changed as he realized something. Time remaining until the dungeon automatically closes. 5 minutes and 14 seconds. After killing the boss, the dungeon only remains open for 10 minutes. But there might still be plenty of herbs and treasures left in this hell mode dungeon. Previously, lacking a treasure hunting skill, Yizhe hadn't wasted time searching. But now, he could still save the day. Yizhe acted immediately, bestowing the trait upon the agile and sharp-nosed squirrel. Treasure Sniffer trait bestowed successfully. Summon Beast, Shadow Squirrel, Orange Epic, evolved to Shadow Sniffer Squirrel, Orange Epic Star. The squirrel's appearance didn't change much, but it gained a star in quality. This was a dual judgment of combat power and potential. But unexpectedly, after evolving, the squirrel started sniffing all over Yizhe. Alright, stop sniffing me and go find those unclaimed treasures, Yizhe said helplessly. Upon receiving the command, the squirrel twitched its nose rapidly, adjusted its aim and zipped off in a certain direction. Use Shadow Clone. There is not much time left. Try to bring back as much as you can. With that, the squirrel split into 4 clones and scurried off in 4 different directions. Using shadow clones for treasure hunting is a top-tier combination. Yizhe was quite satisfied, though it was a pity there wasn't much time left in the dungeon. 5 minutes 01 seconds. 4 minutes 39 seconds. 3 minutes 16 seconds. After about 2 minutes, the main squirrel body brought back a red fruit. Keep in mind that Treasure Sniffer can distinguish the value of items. Anything retrieved personally by the main body was undoubtedly of higher value. Yizhe was very expectant. Flame Demon Fruit, Blue Rare, a spirit fruit grown under demonic contamination, rich in fire elemental energy, can be juiced used for alchemy or bombs. A rare grade spirit fruit. For such exotic fruits with extraordinary elemental power, rare grade was the highest he could access for now. Excellent grade and above were mostly only found in higher academic institutions or the military. As for the other uses mentioned, Yizhe ignored them. Too much trouble. Just feed it to the panda, simple and easy. Eat what you need. Consume Flame Demon Fruit gained, Strength +6, Fire Element Mastery +15%. After the panda ate the fruit, a soft explosion sound came from its mouth. Then the panda opened its mouth and puffed out a cloud of black smoke. With the level 4 stat boost and the Eat What You Need bonus, his strength had reached 83 points. It was terrifying. Before long, when only a few dozen seconds remained in the dungeon, the squirrel's 3 shadow clones returned one after another, bringing back 3 of the windbell flowers he had seen before. Perhaps having learned from previous experience, this time, as soon as the squirrel brought them back, it shoved them straight into the panda's mouth. The scene was once again quite comical. The 3 windbell flowers provided 27 points of speed and 18% wind element mastery. This made Yizhe realize a problem. The more you eat of the same thing, the smaller the bonus gets. Just like with the windbell flowers, by the second and third ones, the stat bonus from Eat What You Need was weakened. This made Yizhe quite disappointed. I was planning to buy 100 weapons and feed them to the panda. Now it seems that won't work. Beep, the countdown for the dungeon maintenance hit 0. Yizhe retracted both summoned beasts and was then teleported out of the dungeon. I should have won the 2 million from the bet, right? He was still thinking about the huge sum of money, but he didn't expect just as he stepped out of the dungeon entrance. A barrage of cameras and equipment had been set up there just waiting for Yizhe to come out. Click, click. Flashes went off on Yizhe as if they were free. Seeing the burning gazes of his classmates and the reporters from the local media in Linyuan City, Yizhe immediately understood. Damn it! I just ran a dungeon. How did it turn into a press conference? Ever since the news spread that Yizhe had cleared the dungeon on hell difficulty for the first time, the quickest to respond were these reporters. Most of them came from local outlets like the Yuan City Daily and the Professional News, among others. In a world like Blue Star, where external threats loom and there is a strong sense of crisis, the rise of a genius like this is exactly the kind of story reporters love to cover. Congratulations, Yizhe. Can you tell us how you feel after clearing the Hell Difficulty dungeon? As a student from a regular class who transferred into a summoner, did you discover a new way to play this class? We heard you only challenged the Hell Difficulty because of a bet. Is that true? Over a dozen reporters, accompanied by an even larger number of photographers, had almost completely surrounded Yi Zhe. This made him realize for the first time, being famous is actually a terrifying thing. But none of the students watching felt that way. In the outer layer of the crowd, students from both the elite and regular classes watched with eyes full of envy. What a golden opportunity to get famous. These reporters are subsidized by the military and report to them. Even if your family is incredibly wealthy, it's hard to get them to do a dedicated interview. And now over a dozen media outlets are interviewing one person at the same time. Even if he doesn't do well in the college entrance exam later, with this kind of fame, he could easily become an influencer. At least he wouldn't have to worry about a living from now on. Before Yi Zhe could even open his mouth, a young man dressed in a formal suit rushed over. Seeing the uniform he was wearing, the crowd was surprised. Someone from Huadong Tactical University? Which university is that? I've never heard of it. It is a university dedicated to training talent in tactics and command. Only high-end professional teams are equipped with students from that tactical major. My God, then why is he here? While everyone was whispering among themselves, the formally dressed young man walked up to Yi Zhe. He smiled and said, "Yi Zhe, I am an admissions officer from Huadong Tactical University. May I ask, have you ever self-studied any tactical courses?" There is only one tactical university in East China, but its admissions officers are spread across every city for the sole purpose of discovering talent as quickly as possible. In his view, a student from a regular class clearing a hell difficulty dungeon on his first try, what else could it be? It has to be tactics. Our tactical teams winning against stronger opponents is standard practice, isn't it? The admissions officer thought to himself. In fact, such tactical geniuses did exist. There was once someone who incited a monster riot in a nightmare dungeon, making them kill each other, and after clearing it easily, he was specially recruited by the tactical university. But Yi Zhe looked at him with a face full of confusion. Tactics. He had indeed learned a bit about the field, tactical analysis and planning targeting battlefields, professionals, and enemies, which are extremely useful in high-end combat. But he recalled the events inside the dungeon. Charging in, killing everything in sight, he didn't know if those actions could count as tactics. So he shook his head and said, "No, I haven't studied tactics." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the admissions officer was not disappointed at all. In fact, he looked overjoyed. A genius. To clear a hell difficulty dungeon by winning against stronger opponents with just instinctive operations without any tactical training, if that's not a tactical genius, what is? If he receives systematic tactical training, the future of China will have one more tactical master. He beamed and said excitedly, "Good, Yi Zhe. As long as you participate in an assessment with me, I can get you specially admitted to Huadong Tactical University, and I will provide you with the scholarship for top-tier freshmen." Hearing this, the students in the crowd exploded. Special admission and a scholarship for top students? Last year, less than 3 people in all of Linyuan City received such treatment. Damn, this is so awesome. What Huadong Tactical University? Getting special admission just like that? It must be a degree mill. There are only 5 tactical universities in the whole country, and Huadong Tactical is ranked 2nd. You call that a degree mill? If you could clear a hell difficulty dungeon using tactics, you would get special admission too. If I got special admission, my dad would throw a celebration banquet for the whole city, and even the stray cats in the city would get their own table. If clearing the dungeon was something the students essentially accept, then being specially admitted by a tactical university was just plain impossible to swallow. Especially Zhao Xuan in the crowd, his eyes turning green with jealousy. But in the face of an invitation from a top tactical university that made everyone else jealous, Yi Zhe shook his head. "Sorry, I don't have any interest in entering the tactical major." With the knowledge from his previous life, although he had the ability to become a tactician, he wanted more excitement in combat. Besides, if you don't fight, how do you level up, and how do you draw new traits? Hearing this, the people around him felt a complex mix of emotions. But more than anything, they were shocked. He actually turned that down? Yi Zhe is a hardcore player. Meanwhile, the admissions officer began to ponder. A tactical genius like this, why can't he see the big picture? However, he didn't give up because he knew Yi Zhe was in a regular class and was a summoner. With a combination like that, how could he pass the college entrance exam? Once he fails the exam, that might be the real opportunity to recruit him. The admissions officer nodded. "All right, here is my card. Let me know if you change your mind." After he finished speaking, he prepared to head back and contact the school leadership immediately. He had to recruit him as soon as the college entrance exam ended, so he wouldn't get snatched up by other tactical universities. At this moment, the college vice dean Zhou Wei started to panic. If Yi Zhe got specially admitted, that would be an achievement for the college. How could he refuse? Zhou Wei stepped forward immediately and spoke righteously in front of the reporters. Ahem, Ye, Zhe, given your class and abilities, perhaps a tactical university is more suitable for you. He put on a face of earnest fatherly advice. Yi Zhe shot him a glance and ignored him, asking, "Who are you again?" He had absolutely no good impression of this vice dean. In terms of personal skill and career planning for students, his ability was almost zero. He only held on to his position by stealing the limelight, claiming credit for others' work, and blatantly favoring the elite classes. He was just like those toxic elements in the workplace from his past life. Seeing Yi Zhe give him no respect in front of the reporters, the vice dean's face stiffened, but he forced a laugh. Ahem, I am the vice dean Zhou Wei, Yi Zhe said, seemingly realizing who he was. Since I cleared the hell difficulty dungeon and set a record for the college, there should be a reward from the vice dean, right? Hearing this, Zhou Wei looked like he had been choked. There was no rule requiring rewards for novice dungeon records, and he had intended to just brush it off. But now, with reporters present and under the public eye, he had no choice but to change his tune. Of course. Great then. Having received this answer, Yi Zhe was satisfied enough, but not wanting to waste more time here, he slipped away. However, a notary robot shaped like a penguin blocked his path. It popped up a screen showing the settlement of the bet and announced, "The bet has concluded. Zhao Xuan dungeon time 29 minutes and 36 seconds, result failed. Yi Zhe dungeon time 2 hours and 13 minutes, result cleared. Yi Zhe wins. You have received the opponent's wager, a silver savings card worth 2.37 million. Yi Zhe took the card feeling overjoyed. 2.37 million. When Zhao Xuan threw out the wager, he only said there was at least 2 million on the card. Unexpectedly, there was an extra 370,000. It really shows how rich people don't think of money as money. He wondered if he would come back to ask for the extra back. Of course, Zhao Xuan likely wouldn't have the face to show up again. Sure enough, after hearing the notary robot certify the outcome, the reporters, like sharks sensing blood, started frantically searching for Zhao Xuan in the crowd. Zhao Xuan, the young master of the Zhao Guild, where is he? This is the first time in history an elite class lost a bet against a regular class. Does student Zhao Xuan have any thoughts? Where do you think you lost? At a time like this, how could Zhao Xuan still have the face to answer the reporters' questions? With this crowd of reporters, no matter what he said, he would be thoroughly humiliated. He who was originally ready to throw out some threats, turned and left without looking back, along with the female secretary from the Zhao's family. After the female secretary received instructions from Chairman Zhao, she had prepared to do anything, even grovel, to suck up to Yi Zhe and bring him back. But now, with reporters around, she couldn't use her bag of tricks and had to leave in a hurry. Yi Zhe took the opportunity to vanish into the crowd. He headed straight for Lu Boyan's office. Aside from sharing the good news, he also needed to prepare for the next steps before his college entrance exam.
Yi Zhe arrived at another old teaching building. The door to the remote office of his homeroom teacher, Lu Boyan, bore a sign that read Abyss Creature Investigation Department. The responsibilities were exactly as the name suggested. They conducted in-depth investigations into every malevolent creature within the abyss, including their habits, skills, and abilities. Yi Zhe pushed open the door and saw Lu Boyan still flipping through report. Seeing Yi Zhe enter, he couldn't help but tease him. "Finished the beginner dungeon so soon? You didn't fail to clear it, did you?" Hearing this, Yi Zhe felt a bit helpless. After retiring from the military, his teacher spent most of his time processing investigation reports and rarely concerned himself with other matters at the academy. It was precisely for this reason that he remained just a homeroom teacher and never managed to move up the ranks. Yi Zhe pivoted and said, "Teacher, a student at the academy just achieved the first ever clear of the hell difficulty. Our academy has talent like that?" Lu Boyan immediately put down his work, piqued with interest. Hell difficulty is not easy to clear. It requires not just strength, but tactical thinking and adaptability on the fly. As he spoke, he noticed Yi Zhe's strange expression, as if he were suppressing laughter. "Could it be, you know this person?" "You know him too." Yi Zhe chimed in. "It's a student who is excellent in character and academics, handsome, charming, talented, brave, resourceful, unparalleled, and a true dragon among men." Lu Boyan was speechless. He stared blankly at Yi Zhe for several seconds, unable to process what he just heard. Suddenly, a completely unbelievable guess surfaced in his mind. He knew Yi Zhe too well. It was impossible for this student of his to praise anyone other than himself with such words. But he dared not believe it. "Wait, I don't think I know a student like that." "Oh, teacher, it's literally me." Yi Zhe stopped beating around the bush. Open your phone and look, all the major media outlets should have reported it by now. Hearing this, Lu Boyan immediately opened his phone and indeed saw Yi Zhe featured across all major news outlets. Some reports even mentioned the name of his mentor, Lu Boyan. How did you manage to do it? Having confirmed the facts, Lu Boyan's eyes were filled with a mix of shock, admiration, and pride, but more than anything, he was happy for Yi Zhe. Just as Yi wanted to say something, Lu Boyan raised a hand to interrupt him. Whatever stroke of luck you might have had to clear hell difficulty must be incredibly valuable. Don't tell me about it. And don't tell anyone else either. Yi Zhe smiled calmly, a wave of washing over his heart. I understand, teacher. Lu Boyan let out a long sigh, his heart still unable to settle after the news of Yi Zhe's first clear. But Yi Zhe's next sentence immediately sent his blood pressure soaring. By the way, teacher, I want to go to the contaminated lands outside the city and serve as a temporary scout for the demon-suppressing army. Please authorize it for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Boyan scolded him. Are you insane? Do you want to go out there and die? Outside Linyuan City, the contaminated lands, also known as the Abyss Border, was a dangerous place. It wasn't a dungeon. It was a zone created by the Abyss Plane continuously polluting the land of the Blue Star with demonic energy. There were no dungeon monsters there, just terrifying, unknown, and real demons to face head-on. One slip-up and it's life or death. But Yi Zhe's reason for wanting to go was simple. The greater the danger, the greater the reward. Killing an abyssal demon yields 3 to 10 times more experience than a dungeon monster. Furthermore, the contaminated lands were under military jurisdiction, and if a scout performed well, they would receive rewards from the demon-suppressing army. Besides that, the treasures in the contaminated lands were far more abundant than in any dungeon. After all, dungeon treasures were generated through crystal energy, but the contaminated lands were different. He now possessed the squirrel's treasure-sniffing ability. According to regulations, all treasures discovered by scouts during their exploration belonged to them. Just thinking about it was exciting. Compared to other students who bitterly saved crystals just to run a dungeon, he preferred this kind of thrill where profit and danger coexist. But Lu Boyan firmly refused. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Scouts are the vanguard of the army. They have to face real demons. Even if most of the demons in the contaminated lands are low level, they are not something you can handle at level 2 or 3. Teacher, I'm level 4, almost level 5, Yi Zhe countered. So much experience from the Hell Dungeon. Lu Boyan looked at Yi Zhe in surprise but immediately corrected himself. Level 4 or 5 is still not enough. Scouts need to be at least level 10. Teacher knows you're in a hurry to level up, but don't rush. Lu Boyan tried to reason with him. I'll give you some crystals. Go run the beginner dungeon a couple more times. The day after tomorrow, the government will provide another free chance to enter a super large dungeon. The whole grade will go together, and the experience won't be bad. This way, before the college entrance exam, you'll be able to reach the standard for a level 10 job advancement. Yi Zhe sighed. He didn't want to keep taking his teacher's financial support. And he didn't want to just barely hit level 10 before the exam. You have to know, the top 50 ranked students in the previous year's exam were all at least level 12. He had no choice but to try and persuade him again. Teacher, just think back to your time. There were no beginner dungeons. How did everyone level up back then? As soon as he said this, Lu Boyan fell silent. Beginner dungeons were only built a few years after the nationwide job advancement started, using materials scavenged from the abyss by high-level professionals. And before that, Lu Boyan seemed lost in memory. Yes, back then there were no dungeons. Level 1 professionals had to go to the contaminated lands and risk their lives. There was no other way. If you didn't risk your life, you couldn't level up, you couldn't get gear, and you certainly couldn't stop the demons from invading our land. Because of that, China traded the lives of over 95% of the professionals from that time for the secure defensive lines and dungeon facilities we have today. The level of security is the best in the world. I understand what you're trying to say. Lu Boyan sighed. If it was possible then, why can't it be now? Seeing signs of his teacher wavering, Yi Zhe said again, Teacher, you have to understand my position. I'm not wealthy enough to run dungeons repeatedly. To get good results in the college entrance exam, I must pull off an unconventional move. Lu Boyan looked at him as if he had a toothache and shook his head again. To sign up as a scout, you need to be at least level 10. I know, teacher, but you are the director of the Abyss Creature Investigation Department. Yi Zhe blurted out, if you just designate me as a special investigation commissioner, I can join the scout team directly. Lu Boyan was shocked. How do you even know about that? Teacher, I am so eager to improve. After Yi Zhe finished, Lu Boyan sank into a long silence. 10 minutes later, Yi Zhe held his identity certificate as an investigation commissioner. Tomorrow at 10, go to the south gate of Linyuan City. That's where the temporary scout teams assemble. Remember, it's the south gate, not the north gate, Lu Boyan instructed. Understood, teacher. Yi Zhe left in high spirits. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Just don't mention you're my student when you cause trouble. Yi Zhe began to hum a little tune. As long as he could successfully enter the contaminated lands to grind monsters, his experience points would definitely skyrocket, strengthening his competitive edge for the college entrance exam. And who knows, maybe he could even bring back a few rare treasures using his treasure-sniffing ability. Suddenly, the tune came to an abrupt stop. Before Yi Zhe stood a man with brown hair, a scarred face, and somewhat disheveled clothing. Wan Feipeng, the Lord of Linyuan City. Yi Zhe certainly recognized him and had completely guessed this would happen. He had made Linyuan City famous, and as the city lord, Wan Feipeng would definitely come to see him. But how did he come so late? There you are, kid. I finally found you. Wan Feipeng put on a smile he thought looked friendly. But given his messy clothes, which looked like he had just finished killing a monster, he looked more like a bandit. Don't be afraid, I am the city lord, not a bad guy. Those two things don't seem to be mutually exclusive. Yi Zhe thought silently to himself but kept it to himself. Even though this man was one of Huaxa's top tier 6 professionals, his thug-like aura made him feel totally unreliable. Wan Feipeng leaned in and draped his arm over Yi Zhe's shoulder like a mountain chieftain. Great job, kid. You've got real talent to have cleared the hell difficulty I designed. And you even made Linyuan City famous in the process. Come on, as a reward, go ahead and pick anything you want from the Linyuan City treasury. Yi Zhe had been wearing a fake polite smile. But as soon as he heard treasury and reward, his eyes lit up. Pick anything. Are you serious? My word is as good as gold. Once I say it, there's no taking it back. Let's go. After you. The Linyuan City treasury, also known as the City Lord's Vault. It held the city's greatest wealth, countless items, equipment, and rare treasures accessible only by the city lord himself. Yi Zhe had expected some kind of reward, but he never expected the city lord to be this generous. He was actually letting him pick anything? Yi Zhe, our city hasn't produced real talent in a long time. Wan Feipeng led Yi Zhe to the city lord's mansion, fuming with righteous indignation. Especially these last 2 years, I've been constantly mocked by the likes of Dog Wei and Dog Wu. Damn it all, they say Linyuan City has no talent because I, the city lord, am a brute. He wasn't entirely wrong about that. Yi Zhe teased him silently again while also starting to speculate. Dog Wei, Dog Wu, if he remembered correctly. These must be the heads of the East China region Wu Ming and the Central China region Wei Zheng. In this world, due to the crisis of the Abyss invasion, Huaxia had consolidated its regions into 5 major areas: East, South, West, North, and Central China. And Linyuan City was just a small city in the East China region. As a mere city lord, he dared to curse the heads of 2 major regions like that? I guess when you have the power, you really can do whatever you want. Just as Yi Zhe was thinking this, Wan Feipeng threw his arm around him in a thug-like fashion again and opened his phone's camera. Come on, let's take a photo. I want to piss them off. Yi Zhe's mouth twitched, but he still made a peace sign while Wan Feipeng grinned broadly. With a click, the moment was captured. Wan Feipeng aggressively started editing the message, ready to send it. Yi Zhe probed. What about my reward? Here. Wan Feipeng casually tossed him a gold card. This is the key to the treasury. Just have my assistant Chen take you there. Holy crap. He just handed over the key to the city lord's treasury like that? Yi Zhe held the gold card, but he wasn't foolish enough to let any greed get the better of him. A tier 6 powerhouse could probably take his life in a single second shortly after. Following the city lord's assistant, Yi Zhe opened the gates to the Linyuan City treasury. The 100-square-meter vault was filled with all kinds of equipment and items, almost all of rare grade or higher, with treasures emitting brilliant lights of various colors. It was so overwhelming that Yi Zhe didn't know where to look. The assistant stayed outside and reminded him, "Student Yi Zhe, you may choose one item." Yi Zhe acknowledged him and then summoned his shadow squirrel. "Go, squirrel. We're going to pick the most expensive one." Probably not even Wan Feipeng could have guessed that Yi Zhe's summoned beast had the ability to sniff out the value of items. Since there were too many things to choose from, he might as well just go for the most valuable one. As soon as the squirrel appeared, it felt like a fish in water. The treasure-sniffing squirrel was intoxicated by the sheer variety of treasures. But finally, the squirrel locked onto a target. What's this? Yi Zhe looked at the box the squirrel pointed to. Inside was a pitch-black crystal with purple patterns, unknown crystal, from the abyss, nature and purpose unanalyzed. Even with the data panels of this era, not everything could be understood. For instance, the abyss was full of countless unknown entities. That was precisely the purpose of Lu Boyan's investigation department. Is this the most valuable thing here? Yi didn't doubt it, but he definitely couldn't use it. Nor could he sell it. Forget it. Let's keep looking. Unknown statue from a fallen civilization in the east, purpose unknown. Void meteorite from beyond the realm, function unknown, cannot be touched by non-void entity. How do they even get this stuff? Yi looked helpless. Perhaps because Lin Yuan City was near the abyss, everything in the treasury was so bizarre. The most valuable items in here were either of unknown use or completely unusable by humans. Damn it. Yus put down yet another crystal. But suddenly in a corner he saw a cloak that emitted a familiar aura. The cloak had a dark, lustrous sheen, and in the center of the back, it was embroidered with intricate silver contract patterns. Spirit Pact Cloak, Summoner Exclusive, Excellent Star. Stat Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Summoned beasts gain plus 50% attack speed when nearby. Passive skill, Spirit Shield, generates a permanent shield that recovers automatically 1 hour after being broken. Shield value equals Summoner Spirit plus all summoned beast physique times 1000%. Spirit Pact set 1 out of 2, the other piece of the Spirit Pact set. It belonged to the same set as the ring he opened from the first clear chest, and it was an exclusive set for summoners. The value of an exclusive set is one of a kind globally. Once it appears, it cannot be farmed by anyone else. Originally, Yi hadn't expected to complete the set, as the probability was just too low. He never expected to run into it here in the City Lord's treasury. Yes, this is the one. Yi didn't hesitate. An opportunity like this might never come again. Yi took the cloak and draped it over his shoulders. Ding, you have activated the Spirit Pact set. Spirit Pact set 2 out of 2. Your summoned beast attack damage multiplier is increased to 150%. His damage multiplier just increased by 1/3. At that moment, Yi felt even more certain of his choice. Plus, the equipment came with a permanent shield. After equipping it, Yi's spirit stat was 108, plus the panda's 67 physique and the squirrel's 48 times 1000%. His shield value reached a staggering 230. Perhaps for another summoner, the strength wouldn't be this high. But Yi's stats were exaggerated, and his beasts were all epic tier with high physique stats, which gave him this massive shield. Yi was very satisfied and left the treasury. Once outside, he saw City Lord Wan Feiping looking very pleased, seemingly enjoying the fact that Yi's presence helped him look good in front of others. Seeing Yi come out, he praised him. You chose this cloak? Nice, it's definitely the most suitable one for you. Yi was shocked. You knew I had the Spirit Pact set? He didn't expect that someone would already know about the set he just completed. Could it be that this piece of equipment was left for him specifically by Wan Feiping? Set? What set? Wan Feiping looked confused. He corrected himself. I meant if you wear this black cloak, you'll look really cool. You will look very cool. Yi.
Wan Feipeng may seem unreliable, but he sure is generous when it comes to rewards. Yi could leave immediately after collecting his reward without any extra hassle. It was already 7:30 in the evening. Yi was home alone, ordering food through the exchange app. Bamboo for the panda, pine nuts for the squirrel. He had to head to the polluted lands outside the city tomorrow morning, so he needed to stock up on some food. Although summoned beasts can absorb energy within their summoning space, they still enjoy eating in their daily lives. Just like in those cultivation novels, even if one has reached the stage of fasting, they would still want to taste when they see good food. Suddenly, a text message popped up. Your savings account has been credited with 1,000,000. Source, Outstanding Student Award from the War Academy. 5,194,750. It was the Academy reward promised by the Vice Principal, another million in the bank. But it actually made Yi feel a bit stingy. Perhaps it was because he had just received an excellent grade piece of gear from the City Lord. Forget it, it's free money anyway. After that, he spent 60,000 buying a good amount of bamboo and pine nuts. Just as he was about to buy some gear to feed the panda, he discovered, damn, a rare item costs at least 7 or 800,000? Why not just go rob a bank? He thought with over 5 million in his pocket, he was quite well off. Turns out, he was still a broke loser. After hesitating for a long time, he spent the money and bought 5 whole rare-grade weapons. After all, he had to be fully prepared for the polluted lands tomorrow, otherwise his life would truly be at risk. Now, only a cold million remained in his account. But as long as his strength increased, he'd earn the money back sooner or later. Not long after, a prowler knocked on his door and handed over a package. Your exchange order delivery, thanks. To increase the panda's monster-killing efficiency, he only bought weapons. Given this weight, an ordinary person probably wouldn't have been able to deliver it. Open wide, a roar. Yi stuffed the 5 weapons into the panda's mouth. I have to say, although spending the money was painful, the increase in attributes was incredibly satisfying. You are what you eat. Consumed Giant Spirit Hammer X2 gained Strength +8. Consumed Windwalker Sword gained Strength +2, Agility +2. Consumed Warrior's Dual Blades. For just a level 4 Kung Fu Panda, these attributes were already terrifying. Kung Fu Panda attributes: Strength 103, Constitution 67, Agility 82, Spirit 54. Even higher than a level 10 fully geared warrior class professional. Now he felt much more confident about the exploration mission in the polluted lands tomorrow. Yi Zhe went to bed feeling satisfied. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Guild, Zhao Tian, the guild leader of the Zhao Guild, had already chewed out his son Zhao Xuan and his secretary, Chen Qian, the first talent in the country to clear a hell difficulty dungeon, and these two had offended him one after another. How was he supposed to recruit him now? However, at this moment, the previously gloomy expression on Zhao Xuan's face was gradually turning confident. Dad, don't be angry. Yi Zhe is nothing to worry about. He's just a poor summoner. The more summoned beasts he has, the less he can afford to keep them. His future potential will only diminish. Even if he was the first to clear the dungeon, I can still make him work for me. Oh? The anger in Zhao Tian's eyes faded slightly, signaling him to continue. Zhao Xuan, hell difficulty dungeon tickets cost 3 million worth of crystals. If Yi Zhe wants to level up, he has to enter those dungeons. But he has no money, and I can pay for his entry tickets. If he doesn't bring me along, he'll have no chance to level up at all. Zhao Xuan's smile became more and more arrogant as he spoke. That way, he'll only be a laborer clearing levels for me, and I can reap the experience from the hell difficulty and level up rapidly. Zhao Xuan didn't finish his sentence, but Zhao Tian understood. Once his level is high, the broken, powerless Yi Zhe will be short on gear skills and summon beasts. How could he possibly be Zhao Xuan's match in the future? By the time the college entrance exam comes and we reach the first tier, the gap between us will be like heaven and earth. Good. Zhao Tian's eyes brightened and he said approvingly, "That's my son, great thinking. Go to the dungeon entrance early tomorrow and find a way to make Yi Zhe team up with you." Zhao Xuan looked triumphant. "Don't worry, Dad, Yi Zhe has no other choice." Zhao Tian warned him, "Right, I heard the city lord thinks highly of him. Until usurps him, make sure to keep up appearances." Understood. Early the next morning, Zhao Xuan waited at the entrance of the novice dungeon, but couldn't find Yi Zhe anywhere. Then he waited for a full 5 or 6 hours. His formerly confident smile turned savage again. Damn it, where is Yi Zhe? It wasn't until an ordinary student mentioned seeing Yi Zhe leave the city, Zhao Xuan realized that Yi Zhe never intended to level up in the dungeon. He had planned to leave the city all along. It was laughable that Zhao Xuan had dreamed of using the dungeon tickets to make Yi Zhe his power leveler. Not only did it fail, but he had also wasted 5 or 6 hours of his own leveling time. Zhao Xuan let out an angry roar. Damn it, how dare he leave the city? Damn it. Yi Zhe had no idea about Zhao Xuan's clownish behavior. Wearing his spirit cloak, he arrived alone at the south gate of Linyuan City. The majestic city wall separated the prosperity inside the city from the danger lurking outside. The south side of Linyuan City was theoretically the human settlement closest to the abyss. Here, weapon shops, blacksmiths, potion shops, and more were all conveniently located along the streets. Yi Zhe entered a potion shop and bought a few blood potions and antidotes. Once out of the city, there were no more safe dungeon zones. Only the polluted lands filled with infinite unknowns and terrifying monsters. He walked to the city gate, but was immediately stopped by 4 demon-suppressing army guards. High school students are not allowed to leave the city alone. You can find your parents or your teacher to escort you. Fortunately, Yi Zhe was prepared and took out his ID issued by the teacher. Abyss Investigation Department, Special Investigator Yi Zhe. On a mission, the expressions of the 4 guards immediately turned solemn. They saluted Yi Zhe respectfully. Understood. We hope for your safe return. 2 of the guards saluted him, while the other 2 opened the South City gate for him. Yi Zhe exhaled softly and stepped out through the gate of Linyuan City. He headed toward the location agreed upon with the scout camp. Beyond the gates of Linyuan City lies what can only be described as another world. An endless wilderness stretched out, shrouded in a faint, distant mist, with an atmosphere so heavy it felt as if even the air was suffocating. Yi Zhe trudged through a stretch of nameless ruins, moving steadily further away from the gates of Linyuan City. 10 minutes later, he reached a hidden encampment. From the outside, it looked like just an ordinary training ground, but after crossing a patch of sandy earth into the depths, a majestic insignia came into view. The Demon Suppression Army, a special military force established by Combat the Abyss. The scout camp Yi Zhe was heading for was one of their outposts. The corrupted land lay just a short distance from the barracks, firmly blocked off by the army's presence. Halt! Two guards from the Demon Suppression Army stopped Yi Zi. Show your identification. It was the same as at the city gate, but the verification process for the Demon Suppression Army was far more thorough. First iris scanning, then voice recognition, and finally an ability check was required. Yi Zi, Summoner, Level 4, High School Student, Special Investigative Officer. After seeing Yi Zi's credentials, the two guards exchanged look. As they read each line, their voices became increasingly incredulous. Please demonstrate your profession skills. Yi Zi nodded and summoned his squirrel. Seeing that the summoner's skill was genuine, the guards finished the verification and directed Yi Zi into the scout camp. After he left, the two couldn't help but exclaim, to dare to enter the corrupted land at level 4, are young people today really this brave? Yi Zi entered the scout camp. He saw dozens of young people dressed in various attire, representing different professions, gathered there. Looks like they are all like me, here to participate in the temporary scout mission. In recent years, the appearance of corrupted lands has accelerated. When the Demon Suppression Army is shorthanded, they recruit temporary scouts from all professions in society. These temporary scouts are tasked with exploring and scouting the corrupted land according to the Army's arrangements. Since danger and opportunity always go hand in hand, there has never been a shortage of volunteers. Yi Zi looked around. Half were university freshmen, the other half members of civilian guilds. There was only one high school student, and that was him. As soon as this audacious level 4 professional walked in, he became the center of attention. Everyone listen up. Suddenly, a veteran in a Demon Suppression Army uniform walked over. I am Xu Feng, commander of the 1st Scout Battalion. First of all, welcome everyone to the exploration of corrupted land number 19. Hearing this, the group, previously lounging in various positions, stood up. It was time for serious business. Shortly after, everyone received a package. Yi Zi opened his to take a look. A distress talisman, a manual for corrupted land number 19, and a temporary ID badge. Commander Xu Feng explained. Once inside, if you encounter high-level demons, use your distress talisman immediately. I or other rank 3 or 4 members will handle the high-level threats. Your job is to clear out all the low-level demon soldiers. You may keep all the loot and spoils you find, or trade them for military merit points. Hearing this, many people's eyes began to glow with excitement. Yi Zi, meanwhile, quickly finished reading the documentation for corrupted land number 19. The energy of the abyss demons corrupts the land of the blue planet, turning it into a corrupted land. These regions are named sequentially based on when they appeared and the intensity of the corruption. Number 19 was the most recent and least dangerous of them all. Perfect for leveling up, Yi Zi thought to himself. Commander Xu Feng was brief, ending with, you are all dismissed to begin. You may form teams or go solo. You can also pick up bounty missions beforehand. Everything counts toward military merit. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began forming teams. Most of them were just above level 10. Teaming up was more effective and safer. But Yi stood alone. No one wanted to team up with him. A level 4 professional here was the weakest link. Someone whispered, is this guy sick in the head, coming to a corrupted land at level 4? Probably some spoiled brat from a rich family acting out, trying to be rebellious. Level 4, surely he didn't get in through connections? Have you ever seen anyone pull strings just to come to a corrupted land to die? While the crowd murmured, Yi Zi walked over to the bounty mission board. Team up? He hadn't considered it, and he certainly didn't need it. The Scout Camp's bounty missions, however, were quite interesting. Scout Camp Bounty List. Collect corpses of faceless demons and bloodbone fiends, 20 merits each, no limit. Search for lost supplies in corrupted land number 19, 500 merits available. Map the corrupted land number 19, 300 merits. Reward scales with map completeness. Yi Zi scanned through dozens of bounty tasks. Whether he could finish them or not was secondary. It never hurt to keep them in mind. But I wonder, how do you exchange these merits for rewards? Yi Zi looked for a long time but couldn't find any information on how to use them. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze drifted past him. A girl in black approached with a tall, well-proportioned figure and a light, steady gait that radiated energy. But when she spoke, she sounded every bit the mature older sister. Little brother. You don't even know how to use merit points, and you dare to come here? Yi Zi turned his head and was met with a delicate, pretty face wearing a playful smile. She looked only a year or two older than him, probably a university student. Yi Zi raised an eyebrow. What gives you the right to call me little brother? You aren't exactly much older yourself. The girl in black continued. 1,000 merits allows you to go to the first floor of the Demon Suppression Army Treasury to pick one treasure. 2,000 merits for the second floor, 4,000 for the third, and so on. Of course, you can also exchange merits for cash. Yeezy's eyes lit up. Go to a treasury and pick what you want. The Demon Suppression Army's treasury must be far richer than the City Lord's. That reward is actually pretty good. The girl in black finished, her eyes curving into crescents as she laughed. Did you get that? Little brother. Then she didn't even give Yeezy a chance to retort. After accepting the Searching for Lost Supplies bounty mission, she turned and left. Yeezy was stunned. This girl teased him and just walked off. He couldn't figure her out at all. Furthermore, he couldn't see her level at all through his scanning panel. I can scan anyone within a 20-level gap. Could she be wearing an invisibility item? Yeezy muttered to himself and decided not to think too much about it. Just a passing university student who happened to tease him. With that, he entered corrupted land number 19 alone. Although this was the least polluted area, it was still a bleak and dark scene with gray clouds overhead blocking out all but a sliver of light. Supposedly, this place used to be a scenic spot. Yeezy sighed. Now, it was completely engulfed by the aura of the abyss. As he stepped into the land, he immediately summoned his shadow squirrel. Go ahead and scout the path. After the order, the squirrel split into 2 shadow clones and began a carpet-like search of the area. If he wanted to be a scout with the shadow squirrel's abilities, he could at least secure an official position. Its skills are perfect for it. Coupled with the fact that the corrupted land had no light and was full of shadows, the shadow squirrel was in its element. Not long after, the squirrel quickly sent back a message. Huh? Demons ahead to the left? Yeezy stared at the location, spotting a rotting gray-green corpse with a twisted, ferocious face. Corpse demon. Type common demon soldier. Stat strength 50, constitution 45, agility 47, spirit 1. Trait undying body. Even if only a single body part remains, it retains the ability to move and attack enemies. Skills, corrosive poison, dead man's embrace. Much stronger than the monsters in the dungeons. Not only higher stats, but also the eerie trace unique to demons. Demon traits, similar to human talents, are powerful and diverse. Some demons possess traits that are completely unknown. They only appear on the data panel after being killed and recorded by professionals. This is one of the reasons why the Abyss and demons are so hard to deal with. There are too many unknown demons. But for now, this corpse demon was still easy for Yeezy to handle. Summon Panda. Use Tai-Chi internal energy, smash it to pieces with one palm. If not even a piece of it is left, let's see how it can stay alive. The panda moved nimbly and unleashed a palm strike. With the bonuses from Yeezy's 2 spirit contract equipments, the summon's move speed was 100% faster and attack speed 50% faster. The palm strike was as swift as the wind. With a crack, the Tai-Chi internal energy shattered the corpse demon to pieces. This corpse demon, equivalent to a level 10 warrior, was instantly killed. Ah, wait, there's half a hand left. The corpse demon was shattered, but due to the position it held its hand in, a half hand survived. That half hand was writhing on the ground, desperately trying to grab at the panda and Yeezy. My stats aren't high enough yet. I didn't even kill it with that hit. Yeezy said with some regret. In the distance, an 11th level archer glanced over and was so shocked he rubbed his eyes. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? That level 4 professional summon is one-shotting level 10 corpse demons? His teammates, lacking the archer's long-range vision, didn't see it and refused to believe him. One-shotting a level 10 corpse demon? Keep dreaming. Everyone knows how hard they are to kill. We are all level 10 professionals. If he could one-shot a corpse demon, couldn't he one-shot us? You're kidding. Buddy, level 4 killing level 10, that's a bit of an exaggeration. The archer scratched his head. He began to doubt his own eyesight. On the other side, seeing the hand still left, the squirrel decisively finished it off. 2 slashes from the scarlet demon blade reduced the hand to powder. Only then did the experience finally arrive. Killed corpse demon L.10 gained 90 experience points. 90 experience points. It was definitely worth coming here. The experience here is several times higher than in the dungeons. One can imagine the leveling speed. Yeezy looked at his experience bar. Level 4, 895, 1300. Just 5 more corpse demons to level up. Yeezy suddenly had a high efficiency idea. Squirrel, use your shadow clones to lure monsters. Pull 5 of them together first. Panda, once they gather, use your AoE attack to finish them off at once. Even if one strike can't kill them all, an AoE hit would definitely do the job. The shadow squirrel nodded obediently. Luring monsters was no problem for it. The only worry was if there weren't enough monsters around. Half a minute later, 5 corpse demons lured from different directions were brought together by the shadow clones. The panda warmed up and its palm wind whistled. Tai-Chi dual peaks piercing ears. The wide-range AoE, infused with Tai-Chi internal energy, directly shattered the 5 corpse demons into heaps of dust. Killed corpse demon 5 gained 450 experience points. Ding, you have leveled up to level 5. Talent, you have received 1 infinite gold trait draw.
I've barely been in this corrupted land for 10 minutes, and I've already gained hundreds of experience points. I've reached level 5. If the other students preparing for the college entrance exam knew about this leveling speed, they'd probably be green with envy. Yi Zi added the 5 free attribute points to his mental power as usual. Next, it's time to roll for a new trait. With a single thought, the sea of golden, shimmering traits surrounded Yi Zi once again. I really hope I get a combat-related trait. After all, the most defining features of this corrupted land he's currently in are danger and the unknown. No one knows what kind of crisis or miracle might appear in the next moment. The stronger the combat power, the more confidence one has to face whatever changes come. Thinking this, Yi Zi reached his hand into the sea of traits to draw. You have drawn a golden legendary trait, Battlefield Legend. Battlefield Legend, a legendary existence with illustrious military exploits on the battlefield, unrivaled combat experience and combat skills honed to perfection. Yi Zi felt a surge of excitement. Holy cow! The Battlefield Legend trait in front of him is undoubtedly a top-tier combat trait. Combat experience on the battlefield is usually the hardest thing to improve. Why are the Demon Suppression Army soldiers generally stronger than civilian professionals? One of the reasons is that they have been tempered by countless battles on the Abyss front lines. Take Scout Camp Captain Xu Feng, for instance. He is clearly a veteran of 100 battles. Compared to newbies like them, even at the same level, he can easily suppress them. That's the edge of experience and technique. And Battlefield Legend is clearly even more powerful than just being a battle-hardened veteran. Yi Zi thought for a moment and decided to grant it to the panda. As a frontline fighter, the panda needs the boost in combat experience and technique more. Battlefield Legend trait successfully granted. Summon Kung Fu Panda has promoted from Orange Epic 2-star to Orange Epic 6-star. 6-star Epic. For rare and excellent quality, 5-star is the limit, but for epic quality, 6 stars is the maximum. It is just one step away from becoming a golden legendary. If other summoners found out about this promotion speed, they would probably lose their minds. At the same time, the attribute boost it brought was immense. Strength 13 to 153, Phys 77 to 127. 92 to 142, Spirit 64 to 104, obtained innate skills, battle-hardened legendary prestige. Although it didn't evolve, it gained 2 extra innate skills. Yi Zi looked them over with great interest. Battle-hardened, legendary, reduces skill cooldowns, skill consumption and stamina consumption by 50%, while reducing the effect of negative status ailments by 80%. Legendary prestige, increases the attack power and attack speed of yourself and nearby allies by 25% and 40% respectively, and significantly boosts morale. The consumption for all attacks is reduced by a full 50%. It practically doubles the panda's endurance in battle. The original Tai Chi skill had a 1-minute cooldown, but now it only takes 30 seconds. Plus, it added the effect of an aura skill. Yi Zi checked his own and the squirrel's status bars, and sure enough, a new one had appeared. Legendary Prestige Aura. Aura effects continuously apply to all targets within a specific range. Suddenly, Yi Zi had an idea. Perhaps I can use the soul contract ring to copy the panda's aura skill. What if I stack both auras? If it works, double the legendary aura means double the awesome. He raised his hand and used the soul contract ring to copy the panda's innate skill, Legendary Prestige. Soul contract, you have successfully copied Kung Fu Panda's innate skill, Legendary Prestige. The copied skill, Shadow Escape's been replaced by Legendary Prestige. Copy successful. Yi Zi looked at his status bar again. Legendary Prestige Aura from Kung Fu Panda. Legendary Prestige Aura from Summoner Yi Zi. A 50% attack boost and an 80% attack speed. It really works. Double the bonuses. Yi Zi beamed with joy. With this, the double bonus to attack power and speed makes clearing mobs much faster. Time to keep grinding levels. Aiming to go up 2 more levels today. The Pioneer mission for temporary scouts isn't always available, it only lasts 2 or 3 days at most. Yi Zi needs to seize the time to grind monsters and level up. However, with the experience from the last wave, Yi Zi's grinding efficiency this time is much faster. The squirrel shadow clones lure the monsters, then the panda finishes them off with AoE damage. Perhaps because corpse demons only have 1 point of spirit, their lack of intelligence makes luring them extremely successful. And the now stat-boosted panda wipes out a whole group with 1 palm. Yi Zi's experience points kept soaring. The only problem is that the number of corpse demons is starting to dwindle. Meanwhile, at the scout camp, Captain Shufeng sat guarding the camp, having assigned several clerks to monitor abnormalities in the corrupted land. In front of them were rows of vital sign monitors. Although the instruments can't track demon fluctuations, they can monitor the status of the scouts, recording pioneer progress and issues in real time. On a virtually constructed sandbox model, dozens of light points representing scouts were pushing forward. Their progress speeds varied. Shufeng pondered to himself, is corrupted land 19 actually this difficult? This is only the first wave of demons, and their progress speed is half as slow as Sector 18. He watched the points. Some were being blocked, slowing their progress, while others were even being driven back by the demons. Shufeng shook his head and looked elsewhere. A second later he froze, an expression of indescribable astonishment appearing in his eyes. He saw that the light point representing Yi Zhe was moving ahead of everyone else. Most of the other scouts had only pushed a few hundred meters. But Yi Zhe in just 1 hour had already fought his way 4,000 or 5,000 meters into the depths of the corrupted land. This advanced speed is 7 or 8 times faster than other squads. Furthermore, looking at that light point, he was all alone. This means his solo grinding speed is actually faster than others in teams. Shufeng rubbed his eyes and looked again. He hadn't seen wrong. The pioneer progress of that point was still moving forward. This speed is comparable to the most professional scouts of the Demon Suppression Army. Shufeng widened his eyes and pointed at the light point. Who is this person? Look up his dog tag for me. What kind of expert is he? The points are records of vital signs, and by feeding the dog tag data back to the military camp, they could retrieve the corresponding target. A clerk at the scout camp checked and reported. It's that high school senior from the War Academy, Yi Zhe. Hearing this, Shufeng was dumbfounded because he remembered the name. Is that the level 4 summoner with the lowest level? Yes, level 4 summoner class. Wait, he's already level 5. The clerk glanced at the information from the dog tag and confirmed. Shufeng hissed, drawing a sharp breath. Summoner, isn't that a late-game class? Level 5 and he's this ferocious? Whose subordinate is he? Could he be some rich kid whose family provided an excellent summon? Even then, they wouldn't have this kind of strength. Shufeng was completely baffled. Damn it, when I first saw this level 4 summoner, I thought he was just some kid who pulled strings to get in and gild his resume. Participating in the Corrupted Land Pioneer mission provides bonus points at various universities. Many wealthy students had come to the scout camp specifically to gild their resumes before, but those people, despite having gear and skills, had terrible combat levels and psychological stability. They couldn't possibly have this kind of solo clearing ability. Shufeng thought to himself, he's a talented seedling. He instructed the clerk, pay close attention to him. He's currently only dealing with regular demon soldiers. But he's low level with little battlefield experience. If he runs into an elite, he might suffer a huge loss. Make sure to notify me immediately if that happens. Monitor clerk, understood. Experience is already over 80%. Inside the instance, after an hour of intense grinding, Yi Zhe felt great as he watched his experience bar soar. Beside him, the panda unleashed a palm, and with its current stats easily shattered the last surrounding corpse demon. Killed corpse demon, gained 90 experience. Level, 555 to 100. There really aren't enough monsters in this corrupted land. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh with an inhuman level of ambition. However, for him, if there were more monsters, he might have leveled up already. After all, for a panda with battle-hardened, stamina consumption is kept at a minimum. It feels like it never gets tired. Yi Zhe didn't even have to lift a finger. He was even starting to get sleepy. Just then, one of the squirrel shadow clones sent back intelligence that perked Yi Zhe up quite a bit. An elite-grade demon appeared at 8 o'clock. To scout monster locations effectively, Yi Zhe had sent out 12 squirrel shadow clones, one for each clock direction, searching all around. Once there was any movement nearby, he would know immediately. He set off decisively, following the shadow clone's guidance and quietly crept closer. Sure enough, it's a mini-boss. A skeletal monster over 2 meters tall, its entire body made of countless blood-red bones, with cold blue flames flickering in its eye sockets and sharp bone spikes on its fingertips. Blood skeletal demon, LV bone. Type, demon elite. As expected, it is more than just a little bit stronger than a regular level demon soldier. Seeing the opponent's attributes, Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh. The classification of demon beasts is the same as that of summoned beasts. However, the classification of fiends is completely different from the previous two, bearing more resemblance to the titles used by ancient humans. They are divided into common, elite, general, commander, king, and emperor, also known as demon soldier, demon lieutenant, demon general, demon marshal, demon king, and demon emperor. No one knows the origin of these fiend ranks. All that is known is that they strictly represent strength and status. Just like the blood skeleton demon in front of Yeze, it is simply incomparable to a common corpse demon. Blood skeleton demon level 15. Type elite demon lieutenant. Attributes strength 116, constitution 99, agility 108, spirit 30. Trait blood demon frenzy. Once an enemy is wounded, the blood skeleton demon goes completely berserk, doubling its attack power and attack speed. Skills blood poison sting, bone spike, bone shield. Just a level 15 elite has combat power no less than that of a warrior of the same level. Yeze suddenly understood why, ever since the abyss descended, countries around the world, including China, have been retreating steadily, with their living environments constantly being compressed. And this is just a fiend elite. There are even stronger demon generals, demon kings, and even demon emperors. How terrifying must their strength be? Fortunately for the moment, Yeze's confidence remains unshaken. If it were the 2-star epic panda, it might take some effort to deal with the blood skeleton demon. But the panda is now 6-star epic. 2 slaps at most, no more than that. But just as Yeze was quietly approaching, he discovered that someone else had gotten there first. No. Rather than saying someone got there first, it's more like the blood skeleton demon found its own prey. Down in the rubble and ruins, the blood skeleton demon and 3 corpse demons were hunting a scout squad. The 4 members of the squad were all level 11 or 12 professionals. Yet, facing the blood skeleton demon, they couldn't hold their ground at all. The blood skeleton demon could both cast bone shield and pull bones from its body to fire bone spikes, making it both offensive and defensive, and extremely troublesome. Not to mention the hard-to-kill corpse demons on the side. Forget about the corpse demons for now, focus all fire on the blood skeleton demon. We can't hold on much longer. The captain speaking in the squad was a first-tier greatsword fighter. But besides him and an assassin, the other 2 were long-range. An archer and a priest, both girls, were feeling both physical and psychological discomfort facing such disgusting fiends as the corpse demons. The archer girl said, "We can't just ignore them, they are almost on top of us." She was referring to the priest in the back row. The frail priest, who already had low agility, was being closed in on from the side by a corpse demon. Especially the severed arm of the corpse demon that was still crawling on the ground. It was particularly creepy. "I will deal with the corpse demon first." As the archer girl said this, she fired a triple shot to alleviate the crisis for the priest. But she suddenly heard the captain's urgent shout, "Lin Feifei, dodge." The blood skeleton demon had pulled a rib from its body, transforming it into a bone spear. With a whoosh, it flew toward the back row. Fortunately, the archer girl named Lin Feifei was agile and avoided the vital spot. However, the bone spike grazed her leg, tearing her jean. Rip. A patch of fair skin was exposed on Lin Feifei's straight, well-proportioned leg through the torn jean. But there was a layer of blood-red color floating on the skin. She had been wounded by the bone spike. "It's over." The faces of the squad members turned deathly pale. They saw the cold blue fire in the eye sockets of the blood skeleton demon's skull turn into a terrifying blood red. After a roar, blood demon frenzy was activated. Once someone is wounded, the blood skeleton demon's attack and attack speed instantly double. It was already hard to fight before, but now it was even more difficult. But the captain, a greatsword fighter, didn't say much and fought for his life to block the fiend, shouting, "Use the distress signal." The distress signal, once used, sends a message to the military camp, and experts from the scout battalion will arrive as soon as possible. But that is only in theory. The scout battalion is already short-handed. Who knows if there are any experts available right now? What's more, with the current combat power of the blood skeleton demon, whether they can hold out until reinforcements arrive is another matter. This is the danger of scout missions. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye the situation would become fatal? Although Yeze didn't know these people, he wasn't planning to stand by and watch. Anyway, he was determined to get the experience points from this fiend elite. Squirrel, control the blood skeleton demon. Panda, take them out one by one. Yeze gave the order. The blood skeleton demon, which had been preparing for a frenzied slaughter, was suddenly unable to move as if its neck had been grabbed. In front of it, the fighter captain, who was in a defensive stance, found his brain stalling at this sight. What happened? And in the back row, as the 3 corpse demons were preparing to deal with the 2 girls, the panda swung its palms from a distance. The Tai-Chi internal energy, flowing like water, erupted within the range of the corpse demons. Boom! Killed 3 corpse demons, gained 270 experience points. One hit killed 3 corpse demons. What powerful strength. The 2 long-range professional girls widened their eyes. They, who had been prepared to fight to the death with the corpse demons, suddenly had hope. We have reinforcements. Defeating corpse demons might not be difficult, but to smash them to pieces in one hit, The strength required for that is unimaginable. And the panda in front of them had done it easily. Summoner. Were there any summoners among the scouts this time? Lin Feifei, who was about to call for help, let go of the distress signal in her hand and couldn't help but reminisce. But she thought for a long time and couldn't recall anyone. In fact, she still had some impression of Yi Zhe. But she never associated this powerful panda summon with Yi Zhe, the level 4 summoner she knew back then. But the next moment, Yi Zhe walked out of the shadow. The 4 people in the squad looked as if their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It's him. I remember him. The level 4 high school student. I think he really was a summoner. Are high school students these days this terrifying? The reason everyone remembered him so clearly was that there were very few level 4 people coming to the contaminated land. People like Yi Zhe who came alone were even rarer, but Yi Zhe didn't pay attention to them. His gaze remained fixed on the blood skeleton demon. Do it. Killing this blood skeleton demon would give Yi Zhe just enough experience to level up, and the corpse of the blood skeleton demon could apparently be exchanged for some military merit points. Hearing that Yi Zhe was going to deal with the blood skeleton demon, the 4 members of the squad hurriedly warned him. Be careful, that blood skeleton demon is in a berserk state. Before they could finish, their expressions became completely blank. They saw the panda rush to the blood skeleton demon at lightning speed. At this moment, it had the dual legendary prestige, a 50% attack bonus and an 80% attack speed bonus. The panda swung a palm, seemingly leaving an afterimage carrying a formidable Tai-Chi internal force. Slap. The blood skeleton demon's skull shattered into broken bones, and the blood-red fire in its eye sockets extinguished instantly. For a moment, Lin Feifei and the others felt their eyelids twitching wildly. The elite fiend that had almost put them in a fatal crisis was just slapped to death by the summon of a level 5 summoner. It's one thing to one-shot a regular level 10 corpse demon, but you one-shot a fiend elite in a berserk state too? They shouted frantically in their hearts. Is this damn thing a high school student?
Blood skeletal fiend. Experience points plus 375. Ding, you have leveled up to level 6. Talent activated. You have received 1 infinite gold trait draw. Although Lin Feifei and the others looked shocked, Yi Zhe was not surprised at all. With the panda's current strength and attack bonus, if it couldn't one-shot a crowd-controlled blood skeletal fiend, that would be the truly surprising part. After the blood skeletal fiend fell, 4 crystals and a piece of blue tier equipment dropped next to its corpse. Yi Zhe collected everything into his inventory space, including the corpse of the blood skeletal fiend. It can still be traded for 20 military merits at the scout camp, no point in wasting it. The 4 teammates nearby, despite having participated in the battle, had no intention of asking for a share of the loot. The 4 of them might have seemed like they were fighting intensely, but in reality, they had barely depleted 10% of the fiend's health bar. If it weren't for Yi Zhe, it was uncertain whether they would have even survived. The team leader, a great sword fighter, cupped his fists at Yi Zhe and said, "Little brother, this expert, thank you for saving our lives." Even though Yi Zhe was younger than them, and lower in level than them, given the combat prowess he had just displayed, no one dared to look down on this young man anymore. To have such strength at only level 6, how terrifying would he be if he were the same level as them? So right now, a group of level 10 first-tier professionals calling us level 6 boy and expert felt completely natural to everyone present. Are you from the East China Hunter Guild? Seeing the emblem on the leader's clothing, Yi Zhe couldn't help but ask. The Hunter Guild was one of the top 10 private guilds in the East China region, comparable in status to the Zhao family. Their business included accepting commissions, hunting, and raiding wild dungeons. Yi Zhe had originally thought that if he couldn't get into university, joining a private guild wouldn't be a bad idea. But now, he didn't need to consider that anymore. The leader replied, "Yes, I am a full member of the East China Hunter Guild, Hu Shan. My 3 teammates are also in the Hunter Guild. If you ever need any help, you can call on us at any time." As expected, these 4 were from the same organization and had experience working together, otherwise they couldn't have reached this far. It's just a shame that they still found the blood skeletal fiend too difficult to handle. Thinking about the massive amount of experience the fiend provided, Yi Zhe asked again, "Have you encountered any other elite demons?" Killing an elite gave 375 experience points. It was several times better than ordinary zombies and almost on par with the final boss of a hell-tier dungeon. If he could farm a few more, his next level up wouldn't be far off. Hu Shan, on the other hand, gave a bitter laugh. If we had run into an elite demon earlier, we probably wouldn't have made it this far. For most temporary scout parties, elite demons were exceptionally dangerous. After all, temporary scouts were mostly around level 10. Facing a level 15 elite demon usually meant a high risk of a total party wipe. And what Hushan found hardest to accept was this. The level 6 high school student in front of them was actually planning to hunt elite demons on purpose. The gap between people really is quite vast. Seeing Yi Zi nod without saying anything further, Hushan tactfully stopped bothering him and prepared to lead his team back to continue fighting zombies. As they were leaving, the archer girl, who had her leg bandaged, waved and said, "Hey expert, my name is Lin Feifei. If you ever need a hand, you can call me." Of course, it was obvious that Yi Zi preferred solo runs. But Lin Feifei didn't mind. It didn't matter if they couldn't form a party. Leaving an impression on an expert was what mattered most. Yi Zi politely declined. After the group left, he took out some bamboo and pine nuts to feed his summoned beasts and took a brief rest. He continued to use the squirrel's shadow clone to scout the surrounding area. He then checked the piece of equipment he had looted. Blood skeletal bone armor, rare assassin equipment, fixed defense plus 10, strength plus 25, constitution plus 25, 20% of damage dealt is converted into a shield, level 10. Assis armor with a rare fixed defense trait. The equipment effect was also quite tempting. But seeing the required level 10, Yi Zi sighed helplessly. This wasn't a dungeon. The level 15 elite demon only dropped level 10 or 15 gear. Between feeding it to the panda or saving it for the squirrel, Yi Zi chose the latter. I really need to level up faster. Otherwise, I won't be able to wear any of the gear dropped here. No choice. It's all because the mobs he was farming were of too high a level. Then Yi Zi put the equipment away and initiated the trait draw he had earned for reaching level 6. I wonder what I'll get this time. A sea of golden traits, visible only to Ye's, reappeared and began to swirl around him. A moment later, a golden eye-shaped pattern paused in front of him. You have drawn the golden legendary trait, Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight allows you to perceive the information of any target, analyze the surrounding situation, and see through enemy stealth or disguises. This seems quite suitable for me. For a professional, this trait ability is just perfect. Between professionals, besides their class and level, it's very difficult to obtain any other information. If you could discover an opponent's talents and skills before a battle, you would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Furthermore, the effects of the Eye of Insight don't stop there. Yi Zi gave it a try and applied the trait to himself. The Eye of Insight trait has been successfully applied. It worked on himself, though it didn't increase any other attributes. Yi Zi checked his talent list, and sure enough, Eye of Insight had been added. In his mind, it was as if he had gained a deeper understanding of what the Eye of Insight could do. So that's how it feels to be granted a trait. Let me test it, the ability to analyze the surroundings. Yi Zi was looking forward to this specific effect. He focused his gaze on a small pit in the ground that had been blown open by the panda's Tai-Chi energy. Eye of Insight. In an instant, his pupils turned golden. A torrent of data flowed through his field of vision, like golden threads extending from the depths of his pupils. The next moment, an information box appeared next to the small pit in his gaze. Small pit left behind by the ripple of internal force. Analyze the surrounding situation, so that's how it works. Ordinary detective skills can only be used on professionals and monsters. But the Eye of Insight allows every blade of grass and tree to become a target for his analysis. With this ability, nothing happening around him can escape his eyes. He turned his head to look at the ground around him. Battle remnants. Battle occurred between a blood skeletal fiend and human professionals. The blood skeletal fiend has died. Yi Zi looked excited. He is basically the ultimate detective now. If I could go to the City Lord's treasury again, I would be able to easily identify all those unknown items. The effectiveness of this trait left Yi Zi feeling very satisfied. His intuition told him that this ability would be of great use in the future. Whether on the battlefield or in polluted lands, mastering intelligence is equivalent to grasping the lifeblood of your opponent. Yi Zi shifted his gaze once more. However, the information he saw next made him freeze for a moment. Scout Spirit. A scouting skill released by Shadow Spirit Assassin appeared half a minute ago. Shadow Spirit Assassin? Someone else is here. Yi Zi deactivated his Eye of Insight and suddenly heard a laugh like silver bells from behind him. Little brother, you're quite impressive, killing an elite demon just like that. How about teaming up with Big Sister? Hearing that familiar laughter, Yi Zi turned his head back instinctively. It was the girl in black he had encountered earlier. She was all alone, her slender and alluring figure wrapped in a set of black clothes that accentuated her curves. Her features were delicate and clear, radiating vitality and the essence of youth, while those lively peach blossom eyes were studying Yi Zi with a smirk. Why don't you consider teaming up with your big sister here? Even though she didn't look that old, she kept referring to herself as his big sister. Yi Zhe said nothing, but a realization struck him. He had clearly sent out his shadow clone squirrels to scout the area, yet they had completely failed to detect this girl's presence. She had managed to avoid the detection of every single one of his clones. She's not simple at all. Furthermore, when he had used his detection panel earlier, he couldn't even see her level or class. Seeing that Yi Zhe remained silent, the girl in black laughed again. You're here to level up for the college entrance exam, aren't you? I've discovered a demonic stronghold with at least 10 elite demons. 10 elite demons. If he could kill them all, it would not only be enough for him to level up once more, but he would also gain nearly 1,000 extra experience points. Yi Zhe could already see his experience bar skyrocketing. He almost blurted out, "Where?" The girl in black paused for a moment, then struggled to suppress a laugh. I'm a beauty at the very least, yet you won't even acknowledge me. But as soon as I mention news about elite demons, you get this excited? She sighed helplessly. Oh, how are you ever going to find a girlfriend in the future? The girl was being a bit too modest. She wasn't just a beauty, she was easily in the top 2 among all the girls Yi Zhe had ever seen. However, since Yi Zhe was in the polluted lands and the other party was so mysterious, he had to maintain proper vigilance. But now, with his Eye of Insight, Yi Zhe could finally uncover her secrets. In a split second, he activated the Eye of Insight. He locked onto the girl in black standing before him. A super detailed personal profile appeared in his vision. Name Ruan Xiaoyou. Class information. Rare class Dark Spirit Assistant. Level 19 First Order. Attributes: Strength 180 2 byte 60, Agility 206 105, Spirit 17410. Values in parentheses are equipment attribute bonuses. Skills: Dark Spirit Assault LV6, Excellent Phantom Step LV4. Equipment: Ghost Shadow Dagger, Epic Shielding Ring, Excellent. Potential Assessment, Excellent. Personal information: Age 19. Affiliation: Freshman Assassin Department, East China Martial University. Father: Ruan Pingqiu, Mother: Lu Mei. Mentor: Ruan Pingqiu. Awards: 79th place in the previous professional college entrance exam, 10th place in the East China Geniuses Special Training Camp, Kindergarten Jump Rope Champion. Life skills: bomb making, trap making, egg fry. Preferred colors: black, gray, white. Body measurements: 86, 69, 90. When he saw the body measurements, Yi Zhe's eye twitched, and he closed the Eye of Insight. He never expected the information to be this detailed. They might as well have listed the color of her underwear. This Eye of Insight was simply superior to any reconnaissance skill Yi Zhe had ever seen. So, the reason he couldn't see her information earlier was because she was wearing anti-reconnaissance gear, the shielding ring. But under the Eye of Insight, nothing could stay hidden. However, Yi Zhe was still a bit puzzled. Ruan Xiaoyou, a level 19 Dark Spirit Assassin with extremely high attributes. And she was only one job advancement quest away from reaching the Second Order. With such a high level and being a top student at East China Martial University, why would she come to the polluted lands? East China Martial University is the most prestigious university in the region. They have all kinds of leveling sites, resources, trial dungeons, and state-subsidized high-level educational facilities. With those conditions, why choose this place to level up? What's wrong with you? Noticing Yi Zhe's unnatural expression, Ruan Xiaoyou's beautiful eyes flashed with an inquisitive look. Why do you keep staring at Big Sister? Do you want to know my class? Because he had been too focused on the information from the Eye of Insight, Yi Zhe decisively changed the subject. Ahem, nothing. Shall we talk about the demonic stronghold? The girl in black, Ruan Xiaoyou, asked curiously. You agreed to team up so quickly? Yi Zhe's reasoning was simple. Someone who ranked in the top 100 of the previous national college entrance exam was unlikely to be a dangerous, antisocial individual. Plus, looking at her full set of excellent grade equipment and skills, she was clearly a little rich girl. What bad intentions could a rich girl possibly have? Moreover, if someone with Ruan Xiaoyou's level 19 ability needed to find a partner, then that demonic stronghold must be far from simple. Then let me introduce myself. I'm Ruan Xiaoyou, and you can call me Big Sister. The girl in black arched her brows and gave a bright, natural smile. Yi Zhe ignored the latter part and said, My name is Yi Zhe, and I'm a summoner. Failing to hear Yi Zhe call her Big Sister made Ruan Xiaoyou pout. So you can solo elite demons, right? Yi Zhe thought for a moment. It seemed that the scouting spirit Ruan Xiaoyou had used earlier must have caught him collecting the remains of the blood-bone demon. That's right, he admitted. Ruan Xiaoyou smiled with satisfaction. Good, then we just need to find one more person who can solo an elite. She needs to find another one? She was a level 19 professional with all excellent grade gear and skills, yet even with him as a helper, she still felt it would be hard. And she specifically required someone who could at least solo an elite demon. Is this demonic stronghold really that difficult? EZ couldn't help but ask. Demonic strongholds were covered in the textbook, suppressing demons and resistance, the polluted lands. Most of them formed because a certain energy source appeared in the polluted lands, causing the demons to instinctively gather around it. Eventually, once enough demons gathered, it would evolve into a demonic stronghold. There are many types of energy sources, such as high-quality crystals or rare items. But since the number 19 polluted land had just appeared, in theory, it shouldn't host such a powerful stronghold. Ruan Xiaoyou placed her hands on her chest and explained, "That place is a large temple, and it's already occupied by demons, layer upon layer of them. I'm an assassin, not very good at one-on-many combat. Even if I take care of the strongest ones, there are still at least 6 other elite demons left." When she said 6, she emphasized the word. In her estimation, someone capable of soloing an elite demon could probably hold off 3 at the same level. If Yi had to face 6 demons alone, it would be extremely dangerous. That was why she needed another teammate to help take the pressure off Yi. After she finished, she looked at Yi teasingly. "Do you plan on taking on all 6 alone?" Facing 6 elite demons at once, let alone when Yi was only level 6, even a level 16 professional would risk a total wipeout. Yi was silent for a moment, then remembered a famous quote from a master in his previous life and said, "No, I'm gonna take on 10. Hearing this incredibly arrogant statement, Ruan Xiaoyou didn't mock him, her peach blossom eyes filled with amusement. "You're quite the talker, little brother." But when she saw Yi's expression, her face was filled with surprise. "You can't possibly be serious, can you?" The difficulty of dealing with multiple demons at once is much higher than picking them off one by one. Not to mention the monumental difficulty of facing 6 elite-level demons simultaneously, especially for a level 6 professional. Ruan Xiaoyou couldn't help but recall that when she was level 6, she was still slowly leveling up in high school starter dungeons. Forget challenging 6 elites at once, even a one-on-one was hard enough. Upon hearing Ruan Xiaoyou's question, Yi also gave it some serious thought. After reaching level 6, the panda's strength had increased to 163. One-on-one with elite demons, taking one down with a single slap wasn't a problem, and using Lanchu, taking on 2 at once, wouldn't be difficult either. But if he had to handle 6 at once, his chances would indeed drop slightly. "I'd say I have about a 99% chance," he replied. Hearing that, Ruan Xiaoyou reached out with her fair hand and placed it on Yi's forehead. A level 6 professional wanting to take on 6 level 15 elite demons, Yi didn't even say, "I'll give it a try." Instead, it was a 99% chance. Should I praise him for being modest because he didn't say 100%? Ruan Xiaoyou's eyes immediately became suspicious. She didn't believe him, and even her 6-year-old niece wouldn't believe that. She huffed, "Little brother, don't force it if you can't." Yi laughed, "If I can or can't, you can try for yourself." Ruan Xiaoyou put her hands on her chest, eyes wide, immediately interested. "If you want to try, let's try." However, before she could finish, a scream for help erupted in the distance. "Help! Save me!" The two of them immediately looked toward the sound. They saw 2 fragile girls in tattered clothes, their faces pale, their legs seemingly too weak to run. Blood stained their torn clothing, and the 2 girls begged weakly, "Please, save us. There are demon lieutenants behind us, so many of them." Elite demons? So many? Could the demons from the stronghold have broken out? Ruan Xiaoyou felt a pang of pity for the girls and immediately prepared to step forward. "I'll go save them." If you want to prove your strength, this is the perfect chance to practice on these pursuers. Just as she finished speaking, she felt Yi's hand on her shoulder, firmly stopping her. Ruan Xiaoyou turned back in confusion. Yi's expression was exceptionally calm, and a golden light seemed to flicker in his pupils. Target analyzed. Disguise identity: Lu Qing, temporary scout, human demon suppressing army. True identity: elite demon, skinning demon, levy 20.
Upon sensing a trace of anomaly, Ye immediately activated his Eye of Insight. He discovered the problem instantly. The 2 young girls in front of him had already met with foul play. What stood before them now were 2 disguised demons. Level 20 elite demons, Skinners. Just by the name, one could tell how strange and unpredictable their abilities were. Skinner, level 20. Type: elite demon lieutenant. Strength 100, Constitution 70, Agility 70, Spirit 1 and 40. Trait: skin grafting. It peels off the skin of a corpse, integrates itself into the hide, and perfectly mimics the target's appearance. Skills: shell-breaking strike, skin repair, and mimicry. Although compared to other demons, the Skinner's combat power seems average. But according to data released by the military, Skinners cause the highest number of casualties among all elite demons. The ability to replace appearances is just too deceptive. Furthermore, Skinners are the most intelligent among elite demons and excel at imitating humans. If it were other newcomers, they would easily be lured close and caught off guard by a full-force strike, resulting in either death or severe injury. And right now, the two Skinners were still putting on an act. Playing the roles of severely injured women, they feigned weakness. "Help, please, someone save me." Ruan Xiaoyou was not slow-witted either. It was just that as a freshman, she didn't have much experience in the contaminated zone. The moment Yi Ze stopped her, she realized something was wrong. Two girls, both so severely wounded, how could they have escaped from several elite demons in the first place? She turned to look at Yi Ze, only to find that he had already walked over without any defenses. "Hey, you stopped me, but you went over there yourself? At least put on some armor," Ruan Xiaoyou screamed internally. Immediately, she gripped a deep blue dagger, standing at the ready. If anything happened, she could provide support at top speed. Yi Ze walked calmly to a spot not far from the two girls and said in a peaceful tone, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Can you show me where you're hurt?" Seeing someone walk over, the two girls sighed in relief as if they had been saved. Hearing Yi Ze's request to inspect their wounds, they thought he was going to treat them and showed no suspicion at all. One of them turned, lifted her clothes, and revealed the skin on her waist. "The wound here, it hurts so much. Come and take a look." It urgently beckoned Yi Ze to come closer. However, Yi Ze shook his head and countered, No, the wound isn't there." The two Skinners paused for a moment, seemingly trying to process the words. Yi Ze pointed at its neck. "Your wound is right here." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow squirrel emerged from the Skinner's shadow, activating Shadow Strike. The crimson demon blade in the squirrel's hand flashed red, and a thin line of blood appeared across the spot Yi Ze had pointed out. The next second, the Skinner's head flew off. Elite demon killed, Skinner. Experience plus 500. Level 6, 7, 10. The whole process was extremely swift. Yi Ze acted as if he were ordering a meal. He had just pointed at its neck, and the next second, the enemy was decapitated. Ruan Xiaoyou, who witnessed this with her own eyes, was completely stunned. He killed it so decisively. Wasn't he afraid of misjudging and killing the wrong person? And just by looking at them, they really were living people, just fragile girls. Yet Yi Ze showed not a hint of hesitation when he killed them. She had seen plenty of people capable of killing Skinners. But she was seeing someone as decisive as Yi Ze for the first time, aside from veterans of the Demon Suppression Army with over a decade of experience. Furthermore, the power displayed by Yi Ze summoned beast was also unbelievable. Sneaking into shadows to launch an attack, that's a god-tier skill for an assassin. The skill quality must be at least epic grade. As an assassin herself, she naturally understood the value of such skills, and for a moment she couldn't help but feel envious. A summoned beast with an epic grade skill or higher. So this is Yi Ze's hidden card. His strength is truly nothing to sneeze at. On the other side, after one Skinner was slain, the other hadn't even reacted yet. It was just too sudden. "You attacked after only 2 sentences. Are you the demon or am I?" However, it wouldn't get another chance to act. After the squirrel struck, 2 shadow clones emerged from the other Skinner's shadow to finish it off. The squirrel's shadow clones just can't use the shadow clone skill themselves, but other skills like Shadow Strike are fair game. The shadow clones only have 80% of the main body's attack power. To ensure nothing went wrong, Yi Ze had secretly ordered the squirrel to hide 2 shadow clones there, though the worry was a bit unnecessary. After all, with 2 legendary prestige auras active, the shadow clones also benefited from the attack bonus. Plus, against an unsuspecting Skinner, its 70 points of constitution were like dead wood, severed with 1 strike. Skinner killed, experience plus 500. As expected of level 20 elite demons, 1,000 experience points for the pair. The experience bar surged by nearly half. This was the leveling speed he truly wanted by coming to the contaminated zone. As the 2 headless bodies collapsed, their true forms, bodies that looked like rubber men, were revealed. Ruan Xiaoyou walked over, looking somewhat surprised even though she had already guessed the outcome. Both are Skinners. But how on earth did you figure it out? Afterward, her peach blossom eyes stared at Yi Ze with intense interest, like a little black cat eyeing its prey, sharp and curious. It was only natural for her to have such a question. Yi Ze's reaction speed was just too fast, like a veteran with 10 years of experience in the Demon Suppression Army. His true means, the Eye of Insight, definitely couldn't be revealed. He wasn't close enough to Ruan Xiaoyou to bear his secret. However, before using the Eye of Insight, he had indeed noticed some anomalies, because demons don't run away. So when they play the part of fleeing humans, there are major flaws. The leg movements while running, the emotional expression when begging for help, etc., all differ significantly from humans. These were all things taught by old Lu Boyan during his lectures. Of course, that could only serve as 50% of the basis for judgment. But after being confirmed by the eye of insight, it instantly reached 100%. It's equivalent to knowing the answer first and then answering the question. You become much more confident. Who wouldn't know how to cheat if they had the answer key? However, just the anomalies Yizi pointed out intrigued Ruan Xiaoyu immensely. Yizi stood up and asked instead, "Do you have a light?" He looked at the ground, at the two deflated human skins. Ruan Xiaoyu understood what he meant, took a firestone from her pack and tossed it onto them. Flames instantly ignited, cremating the two skins. Yizi waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Shall we test our skills?" "No need. I've already seen the ability of your summoned beast. It wouldn't be fair to compete now." Ruan Xiaoyu smiled faintly. "I don't bully people. Your summoned beast's ability is okay, it's just that the stats are a bit lacking. You need to work harder, little brother Yize." She patted Yizi's shoulder as if to comfort him. The latter's face went dark. Being 1 year older really makes all the difference. But if she thinks he only has one summoned beast, she is sorely mistaken. At this point, Ruan Xiaoyu pointed forward. "Let's go, just the two of us, and test out that demon stronghold. It's not easy to find a teammate who can solo an elite demon anyway." Having seen the squirrel's clone ability, her confidence in Yizi had increased significantly. She calculated in her heart, with the clone skill, Yez could at least hold off the other 6 elite demons. There was hope for clearing the stronghold. Yizi was also quite looking forward to that demon stronghold. He followed Ruan Xiaoyu and the two walked one after the other, leaving the area. They headed deep into the 19th contaminated zone. The deeper they went, the heavier the faint gray mist in the air became. The ground was completely lifeless, a scene of a decaying wasteland. Passing through a gloomy forest, Yeza followed Ruan Xiaoyu to a temple thick with demonic energy. Polluted Area 19 was originally a tourist spot, but the temple within it had now become a stronghold for demons. The temple grounds were quite large, and a few low-level corpse demons were wandering near the main gate. Ruan Xiaoyu whispered, "Do you remember that bounty mission about searching for lost supplies?" It was the one she had accepted back at the bounty board. Yize had a good memory and nodded. Ruan Xiaoyu explained the main purpose of this trip. Those lost supplies were originally special items destined for Dongwu City. During transport, they happened to hit the spreading polluted area, and the transport personnel were attacked by demons, causing the items to be lost here. Hearing this, Yizi's expression suddenly changed in surprise. Special items destined for Dongwu City. Dongwu City was the largest, most resource-rich and heavily armed central city in the East China region. It could truly be described as vast and resource-rich, dozens of times better than Linyuan City. In fact, the best university in East China, Dongwu Martial Arts University, was located right there. Then, what kind of special item would be worth shipping to Dongwu City from elsewhere? Moreover, the military had put out a bounty of 500 military merit points for this mission. Yizi's curiosity was piqued and he asked, "Are those lost supplies in this temple?" Ruan Xiaoyu nodded. "Uh-huh. What is inside those supplies?" Yizi was certain she must know. The bounty mission only mentioned lost supplies, but she knew the origin of them inside out. Plus, as a student of Dongwu Martial Arts University and someone from Dongwu City herself, Yize suspected she had come specifically for this. Ruan Xiaoyu's exquisite face suddenly wore a sly smile. "Call me big sister and I will tell you," Yizi said. "A man stands tall in this world. How could I sell my dignity for something like this? At least add something more. I'll find out what's in those supplies once I get inside and use my eye of insight anyway." Yize said righteously, "No way. Are you really not curious?" Ruan Xiaoyu tried to tempt him again, but Yize remained unmoved. She didn't seem disappointed, however. Then she pointed toward the temple. "Look, after entering the temple gates, there are eastern and western courtyards. Each has at least 6 elite demons along with some ordinary ones." Yizi followed her finger and looked. The demonic energy in the 2 courtyards was indeed stronger than outside. It was clear that he and Ruan Xiaoyu would each have to deal with one side. Ruan Xiaoyu advised him seriously, "If you don't think you can hold out until I come to support you, you can leave now. We still have a chance to find another teammate." Based on the strength of the shadow squirrel she had seen, she thought it would be difficult for Yizi to hold off a group of demons alone. But hearing about a group of demons, Yize was unusually excited. These were walking experience bags. If there were really this many elite demons, his next level of experience was guaranteed, Yizi said impatiently. "If I left now, I'd wake myself up in the middle of the night just to slap my own face." Ruan Xiaoyu covered her mouth and chuckled. All right. Then, let's give it a try. Once the decision was made, she immediately became serious. She took out a dark gray energy ball and threw it straight at the temple entrance. I'll take the left, you take the right. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure instantly disappeared and she appeared right at the temple gate, exactly where the energy ball had landed. That's a teleportation spirit. Yi Zed studied the skills of a dark spirit assassin, so he naturally knew what that energy ball was. As long as the teleportation spirit didn't dissipate, the dark spirit assassin could teleport multiple times within range by consuming mana. Even as a rare class, it certainly had its own strength. He saw short daggers appear in Ruan Xiaoyou's hands, a ghostly flash passed by, and the corpse demons at the gate were sliced into countless thin pieces. Afterward, she gave Yi Zi a look of encouragement and charged into the left courtyard. Of the left and right courtyards, the demonic aura was stronger on the left. She had voluntarily chosen the stronger side. Yi Zi didn't dawdle either, stood up and walked over Panda. A magic circle with a Tai Chi pattern lit up and a Kung Fu panda dressed in a small Taoist robe appeared. This was Yi Zi's real combat strength. The dozen or so demons in the right courtyard were now rushing toward the left, trying to surround Ruan Xiaoyou, who had entered first. But Panda stood in their way, putting up the opening stance of the white crane spreads its wings. Ha! Among the 10 or so demons, 6 were elite demons. What made Yi Zi feel relatively at ease was that these 6 were all bloodbone demons. As long as you didn't get wounded by a bloodbone demon, they didn't pose much of a threat. Yi Zi instructed, the squirrel doesn't need to fight, just send out clones to search the surroundings for treasures. The squirrel raised its paws high happily and cheered. For some reason, ever since it acquired the treasure sniffing trait, the squirrel was clearly more interested in finding treasures. It felt like fighting was just a job, but treasure hunting was its life. Then, the squirrel split into 4 shadow clones and darted toward the temple. In the courtyard, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. The 6 bloodbone demons and 8 corpse demons suddenly slowed down just as they were about to surround Panda. Although the Kung Fu panda had a round figure, its movements were very agile. Its bare paws moved like flowing water, first pushing out a cloud hand with the key slowing down all the bloodbone demons. Then, with both palms striking, double peaks pierced the ears, a powerful burst of Tai Chi internal energy erupted. Bang! The 4 corpse demons bearing the brunt of the attack had their bodies fall apart, turning into a puddle of mush. Killed 4 corpse demons, experience +3 6, level 6, 573 100. Easy kill. Of the elite demons, only 3 were in good condition, while the other 3 were affected by the double peak strike and were severely injured. Unfortunately, the injury of their own kind could not trigger their berserk property. Panda was taking on 6 and was even fully gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out. A bloodbone demon started to sneak an attack, pulling out a rib and condensing it into a bone spike, flying toward Panda. But Panda was a battlefield legend with unparalleled battle experience. The one thing that was never lacking on the battlefield was sneak attacks. This was just child's play. Panda dodged, caught the bone spike, and used the momentum to throw it at another injured bloodbone demon. The speed was so fast that the latter couldn't react in time. Slicing sound. The bloodbone demon's own skill ended up killing one of its own kind instead. Killed bloodbone demon, experience +375. A bloodbone demon that couldn't trigger berserk was like a toothless tiger. Panda's black and white figure flashed, and it took the initiative to strike into the group of demons. A slap of the palm along with a bone shield pie-patted a heavily injured bloodbone demon to death on the spot. The remaining demons attacked back in anger. Panda took it all on with ease. With the Spirit Covenant exclusive suit, the attack damage coefficient was increased to 150%. Combined with dual legendary auras, 50% attack bonus, 80% attack speed bonus, even fighting level 15s at level 6 was as simple as cutting vegetables. In less than 2 minutes, the 6 elite demons and 8 corpse demons were all turned into pieces of flesh and debris. Ding, you have leveled up to level 7. Talent, you have obtained 1 chance to draw an infinite golden entry. At the same time, at the Scout Camp Monitoring Department, a dozen military clerks were constantly checking the monitoring instrument data, recording the wasteland development situation of polluted Area 19. Beside the sand table model, Camp Commander Xu Feng looked worried. What is going on with polluted Area 19? The development progress is actually twice as slow as Area 18. Dozens of scouts had been at it for almost a whole day, and the progress was less than 30%. The only thing he found comforting was Yi Zi. Compared to the others, he was ahead of the pack and had already reached the depths of the polluted area. At this moment, the clerk specifically responsible for Yi Zi exclaimed, "Camp Commander, come look." Xu Feng's expression tightened. Did something happen? Did Yi Zi run into elite demons? Give me his location, I'm heading over now. The clerk shook his head, but his face was filled with shock, as if the matter were even more bizarre than running into elite demons. Shufeng immediately walked over quickly. The clerk swallowed his saliva and said, "Look, the name tag shows Yeze, he's level 7. Shufeng was a bit speechless and lectured him irritably. "Don't be so jumpy, I thought it was something serious. So what if he's level 7? Level 7. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something, and his complexion changed drastically in an instant. Level 7. When he mentioned it last time, wasn't he only level 5? Shufeng pointed at the clerk, even wanting to question if the report was wrong. 2 hours and he leveled up twice? When he was leveling up for the college entrance exam, leveling up twice in one day would be considered very efficient. The clerk immediately repeated it, feeling aggrieved. It's absolutely correct, Yeze was level 4 when he came to the scout camp. After the first hour of development, he rose to level 5, and now, after another 2 hours, he has leveled up twice more. He is already level 7. Shufeng gasped, goodness gracious. If it weren't for the fact that these instruments had never been wrong, he would have suspected the data was faulty. 3 hours, 3 levels. This leveling efficiency, wait. Shufeng was startled again. Did he not run into elite? The clerk gave a bitter smile. At this efficiency, not only did he run into them, he probably killed more than one. Camp Commander Shufeng's expression froze. The clerk explained the reason. If he didn't kill elite demons, he would need to kill 58 ordinary demons in a row to level up twice. But with the stamina of a summoned beast, there's no way to grind that intensely. Plus, based on the demon density, I guess he has already killed more than 7 elite demons. Hearing such explosive news, the other clerks working nearby couldn't help but peek over. Shufeng didn't know what to say, and he sighed heavily. What level is he even to have such combat power? Where on earth did such a prodigy come from? Thinking of this, Shufeng immediately contacted the person responsible for temporary scout registration. Quick, check where he came from for me. Scout camp registration personnel. Yes, his status, and who approved him to get in, check everything clearly. Understood. Shufeng now strongly suspected that this was a genius disciple secretly cultivated by some big shot. And just at that moment, the office door was pushed open. An officer in his 50s walked in, full of aura and imposing. Shufeng was shocked. Regiment Commander, why are you here? The person before him was Chang Jungping, commander of the North Chasing Regiment of the East China Army. Although he wasn't in the same system as his scout camp, he was one of the top decision-makers in the East China Army. Shufeng immediately gave a military salute. Chang Jungping waved his hand repeatedly. Personal matter, personal matter. The two found a quiet place to sit down, and Chang Jungping continued. I have an old comrade who retired due to injury and never asked me for a favor, but today he suddenly asked me to look after a student, so I came over as quickly as I could. After hearing this, Shufeng naturally understood in the scout camp. Chang Jungping nodded. Helping look after juniors in the military was a common thing. It didn't violate discipline, but within regulations you couldn't help much, at most ensuring they stay alive. Chang Jungping meant exactly that. In the team developing the polluted area today, my old comrade said his student is only level 4, young, arrogant, likes to take shortcuts, and I'm afraid something might happen. Please ensure his safe return. Hearing this level, Shufeng's previously calm expression became excited. Level 4, could it be such a coincidence? He probed cautiously. May I ask the student's name is? His name is Yeze, a senior student in the ordinary class of the War Academy. After Chang Jungping finished, he added worriedly, he's not in trouble, is he? Shufeng's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. It really is him.
Seeing the abnormal look on Shufeng's face, Chang Jungping's expression changed drastically. Did something really go wrong? He had rushed over the moment he received the news from Uncle Yan. Could it be that he was still too late? For a moment, Shufeng didn't even know where to begin. He could only say, just come and see for yourself. With that, he led Chang Jungping back into the monitoring department. Passing by the identity registration staff, Shufeng spoke up. No need to investigate Yeze's background anymore, I've found it. Hearing this, Chang Jungping frowned deeply. Investigate his background? Isn't that the procedure they only follow to contact the families of soldiers killed in action? Could it be that he really... The imposing Chang Jungping suddenly let out a sigh of self-reproach. As he was thinking, Shufeng brought him to the monitoring device and had the clerk pull up Yeze's information. Yeze Summoner Level 7. Chang Jungping was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand at Shufeng and said, that's not him. The one I'm looking for is Level 4. Shufeng could perfectly understand his reaction. Leveling up 3 times in less than half a day? No one would believe that. He confirmed very seriously, Commander, it is him. 3 hours ago, he was Level 4, a senior student at the War Academy. Chang Jungping fell silent, staring in wordless shock for a long time. Solo clearing the contaminated land and gaining 3 levels in 3 hours? Does a genius like this even need my protection? That's not right, he's only level 4. How could he beat the demons in the contaminated land? Did he join a party? The clerk reported truthfully, most of the time he was solo clearing, only joining a party with someone else just now. Shifeng became excited. It's true, Commander, he's absolutely a genius among geniuses. Please tell me, who exactly is that comrade of yours who could train such a prodigy? Chang Jungping was a bit bewildered. His former comrade, Liu Boyan, had been teaching at a high school after retiring due to injury, and his position hadn't exactly been rising. How did he quietly cultivate such a god-tier student? Old Liu, this... Shufeng thought of something else and showed him the map sand table. Commander, look, Yeezy's solo scouting and exploration speed is far beyond everyone else's. He's already pushed deep into contaminated land number 19. He's a top-tier vanguard scout. As a commander of the East China Army, Chang Jungping naturally knew how terrifying this exploration speed was. If he were in the military, he'd be an effortless rookie champion. Chang Jungping's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands excitedly. I get it now. This isn't old Liu asking me to watch over a student. This is old Liu sending talent to my East China Army. Oh my! Chang Jungping paced back and forth in excitement. How did old Liu know our regiment was short on talent? It has to be old Liu. He really does have me in his heart. Sensing something was off, Shufeng whispered. Commander, this is a talent our scout battalion discovered. Chang Jungping instantly became serious. What are you talking about? Never mind which battalion or regiment, the most important thing is, the East China Army absolutely must not let this child go. Right, Shufeng fully supported him. But in his heart, Chang Jungping thought, good thing I came today. Otherwise, where would I snatch this talent from? I definitely owe old Liu a favor for this. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe, who had just leveled up, looked at his experience bar with joy. Level 7 and 80, 43. That batch of demons was not only enough for him to level up, but even provided a quarter extra experience. At the same time, the squirrel retrieved the dropped loot. There was actually a rare grade skill book, Steel Bones and Iron Will, Warrior Skill Book, usable at level 15. It provides a massive boost to defense. In theory, the panda could learn it after reaching level 15. But he was still a long way from that level. By the time he actually reached level 15, Yi Zhe was confident he wouldn't be short on rare grade skills. So he still fed the skill book to the panda. Although the skill book requires level 15 to be learned, it can still be consumed even before then. The panda opened his mouth wide, chewed and swallowed it in one go. Eat what you need. Consume Steel Bones and Iron Will gained. Constitution +4. Weapon damage taken reduced by 15%. Seeing that the panda seemed a bit unsatisfied, Yi Zhe gave him a few more stalks of bamboo. Then Yi Zhe began to roll for his level 7 trait. 2 or 3 seconds later, a glistening golden trait box appeared before him. And this time, the trait actually made Yi Zhe a bit worried. You have drawn the golden legendary trait, Void Creature. Void Creature lives in the endless void, possesses adaptability and uniqueness beyond all things, and can traverse through the void. Note, void creatures are unpredictable, and the effects bestowed upon different targets vary greatly. Void. Even in the most detailed textbooks, the description of the void is only a few short sentences. What is mentioned most often is, the endless void originates from outside the world and is just as mysterious and powerful as the eternal abyss. But humanity has never actually seen a real void life form. This made Yi Zhe hesitate for a moment, unsure of who to give the trait to. Coupled with that footnote about the uncertain results, it made him hesitate even more. The panda, his positioning is already very clear. Warrior, the primary melee force. The squirrel could be developed as an assassin or focus on support, reconnaissance, treasure hunting, etc. These 2 summoned beasts are already very good. There seems to be no need to gamble on an uncertainty. Then finally, Yi Zhe looked at his only remaining slot, Summoned Beast Space 3. I can contract 1 more Summoned Beast. Where should I go to find one? Yi Zhe pondered for a long time and finally locked onto one target, the Demon Suppression Army Treasury. For every 1,000 merit points, one can choose items from a higher level vault of the Demon Suppression Army. Since it's a military treasury, there must be plenty of good summoned beasts. If I save up enough merit points, maybe I can just pick a suitable 3rd summon directly. With that thought in mind, Yi Zhe temporarily put the Void Creature trait aside. He started thinking about ways to earn merit points, but the urgent priority is to finish clearing out this demon stronghold first. After considering it, Yi Zhe decided to head to the left courtyard first to help Ruan Xiaoyou take out the demons there. I can earn some more experience. In the other courtyard, Ruan Xiaoyou had already killed half of the demons. This speed was already very fast, but she still wanted to be faster. I wonder how Yi Zi is doing over there. I'd better hurry up to prevent any trouble if he can't hold his side. The biggest weakness of an assassin is having few area of effect skills. Faced with the encirclement of corpse demons and elite demons, she could only do her best to take them out one by one. Just then, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a squirrel. That shadow squirrel was twitching its nose rapidly next to her, seemingly sniffing for some scent. Ruan Xiaoyu, isn't that Yi Zi's summoned beast? Why is it here instead of going all out to kill monsters? Wait, Ruan Xiaoyu furrowed her brows. Could it be that Yi Zi can't hold on anymore and sent the squirrel here to ask for help? She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But contrary to her expectations again, the squirrel ignored her completely and ran straight into the depths of the temple. Ruan Xiaoyu Kime. She could never imagine that this shadow squirrel, which she considered Yi Zi's strongest summon, was just sent out by Yi Zi to hunt for treasure and nothing more. Just then, a stir came from outside the gate of the eastern courtyard. Ruan Xiaoyu repelled the demons before her, keeping a vigilant eye on the movement outside. Are other demons coming to surround us? But the next moment, the figure that entered through the courtyard gate made her gasp in surprise. Yi Zi? How did you get here? It's only been 2 minutes. Why isn't Yi Zi busy dealing with the demons on the right, and why is he here instead? Could it be that Yi Zi never went to defend the right side at all? That's impossible. She clearly heard the sounds of battle from the right side. Could it be? An incredible and bold guess flashed through Ruan Xiaoyou's mind. She leapt into the air as light as a feather and landed beside Yi Zi in 2 or 3 steps. Faced with her question, Yi Zi smiled and said, I finished them off, so I came over. Hearing her bold guess confirmed, Ruan Xiaoyou's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Finished them off? How is that possible? And the next moment, she saw the Kung Fu Panda beside Yi Zi. Judging solely by the aura of power it emitted, it was at least epic grade. Besides that epic grade squirrel, he actually had another epic grade summoned beast. Less than level 10 and he has 2 epic grade summoned beasts? Even with Ruan Xiaoyou's experience, this setup was one of the best among summoners. Is he really just a student from the regular class at the War Academy? Ruan Xiaoyou stared fixedly at Yi Zi like a little black cat that had discovered prey. But with more than 10 demons still facing them, Ruan Xiaoyou ultimately gave up the idea of digging deeper, much to Yi Zi's relief. After Yi Zi joined, the two of them quickly cleared the demons from the courtyard. Ruan Xiaoyou moved like a swallow, her strikes swift and ruthless. The panda's fighting style was fierce, specifically targeting the high-level elite demons. Originally, Ruan Xiaoyou could have finished off these demons on her own. It was just a matter of time. Now that Yi Zi had arrived, the demons found it even harder to resist. In less than a minute, all the demons in the area were slaughtered. Relying on its immense strength, the panda snatched the kills on 3 level 15 blood skeleton demons. 1125 experience. Yi Zi's level 7 experience bar shot up by nearly half. The two then proceeded to sweep the battlefield. Ruan Xiaoyou didn't want any of the loot, including 2 pieces of level 15 gear, a skill book, and some materials. Yi Zi didn't stand on ceremony. It was natural for a rich girl decked out in excellent grade gear to look down on these. He put everything into his backpack. However, they discovered that the missing supplies were not in either of the 2 courtyards. Ruan Xiaoyou looked toward the depths of the temple and said, "Let's continue." Just as Yi Zi was about to respond, an unexpected situation arose. My 2 squirrel shadow clones were killed? Although they were just shadow clones, their attributes were around 80, plus the shadow stealth ability. Whatever killed those clones couldn't be a mere elite demon. Seeing this, Ruan Xiaoyou cautioned. If even elite demons are just guarding the outer courtyards, the enemies inside are not to be underestimated. Let me scout the situation inside first. Yi Zi nodded in agreement. There are too many unknowns in the contaminated land. It never hurts to do some prior scouting. Ruan Xiaoyou pulled out a scout spirit and threw it deep into the temple. This was also a unique skill of the Dark Spirit Assassin, similar to a drone, which could display real-time reconnaissance footage on a personal interface. The scout spirit flew in from the courtyard, passed over a long flight of stairs, and arrived at the center of the temple. At first glance, they saw the missing supplies. The containers that originally held the supplies had been shattered, and countless materials and items were piled up like a small mountain. And the next moment, a massive figure of a black cavalryman came into view. Yi Zi frowned, a special elite. In the footage, the tall and burly black cavalryman was clad in tattered, decaying armor, wielding a long spear, his face hidden behind a helmet with only glowing crimson eyes visible. In particular, the behemoth the knight was riding was very strange, resembling a salamander and emitting a gray demonic aura. It looks like this is the boss of the stronghold. Yi Zi immediately activated reconnaissance. Cursed Knight, level 30. Type Special Elite. Attributes: Strength 280, Physique 260, Agility 180, Spirit 80. Trait: Curse Soul. Upon hitting an enemy, it randomly generates an undispellable curse. Skills: Dark Charge, Sweeping Strike, Spear Penetration. A level 30 Special Elite. Special Elites are a notch stronger than ordinary elite demons. They are Blue Star professionals who died in the contaminated land after being tainted by the Abyss. This abyssal contamination is like an acute disease. Transmission routes include biological parasitism, toxic corrosion, or accidentally opening some treasure tainted with demonic power. Once not treated in time, death is certain. Dying after being contaminated results in becoming a special demon. They lose their memories from when they were alive forever, wandering aimlessly in the contaminated land. It seems he was a knight professional from the East China region when he was alive. Ruan Xiaoyou guessed maybe he was the one escorting this batch of supplies. Escorting supplies for the East China region while alive, and even after death, having lost his sanity, he is still guarding them. If not for the abyssal contamination, he might have become a high-ranking knight. It's a pity he's already turned into a demon. Yi Zi pointed at his mount again. That's also a level 25 elite demon. Corrupted Behemoth, level 25. Type: Elite Demon. Attributes: Strength 180, Physique 150, Agility 200, Spirit 50. Skills: Tail Whip, Crushing Strike, Full Speed Charge. Even the mount is a level 25 elite demon. A knight plus a mount means their combined strength is more than just 1 plus 1. Just as the two were watching, the cursed knight discovered the scout spirit and thrust his spear forward. The reconnaissance feed cut out. Ruan Xiaoyou furrowed her brows and said to Yi Zi, "For a level 30 special elite like this, theoretically, one can call for backup using a distress talisman. A level 30 special elite, accounting for the doubled attributes from the mount, would mean instant death for the vast majority of scouts." And even Ruan Xiaoyou didn't feel she had much of a chance. The level gap is too wide. Not to mention that both the knight and the mount are comparable to bosses, plus the cursed knight's traits. One touch could cost you half your life. But if we use the distress talisman, we definitely won't get any of the rewards or military merit. Yi Zi's fighting spirit didn't wane, and golden light flashed in his pupils. "We can take him. I've already found his weakness." Huh? Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyou couldn't help but say in astonishment, "You only looked at him once, and you already found his weakness?"
You spotted the weakness at a single glance. You're like a human scanner. I doubt even the most professional scouts in history have that kind of ability. Yi Zi gave 2 dry coughs and replied with a straight face. "I'm a specialist from the investigation division. I just have a bit more experience." Though a bit doubtful, Ruan Xiaoyou accepted the explanation once she heard about the investigation division. She then asked curiously, "What are the cursed knight's weaknesses?" In that very moment, Yi Zi had already used his eye of insight to gather detailed information and analyze the weak points. Yi summarized briefly. The weakness lies in his mount. The corrupted behemoth was transformed from the knight's original mount, but after becoming a demonic beast, it lost its memories from when it was alive. In other words, the coordination between the mount and the knight is no longer as seamless as it was in life. Oh. Ruan Xiaoyou parted her rosy lips, looking adorable like a student listening intently to a teacher. Yi Zi placed his squirrel on top of his panda to demonstrate the cursed knight and the corrupted behemoth. Once the battle starts, you go left and I go right, and we'll attack the knight and the mount respectively. Once the knight is attacked by you, he will retaliate against you. And after the corrupted behemoth is hit by my attack, it will prioritize attacking me. This is an instinctive reaction of a demon that has lost its mind. As Yi Zi spoke, the squirrel and the panda used as his teaching aids separated, standing apart on the left and right. Ruan Xiaoyou understood his strategy, her beautiful eyes brightening. So it's like this. Once the knight and the mount are separated, their combat effectiveness will drop significantly. Yi Zi nodded. "Exactly. You handle the knight, I'll handle the behemoth, and we'll take them down one by one." "No problem." Ruan Xiaoyou replied readily, then looked at Yi Zi with suspicion. "Wait, can you handle a level 25 elite demon all by yourself?" Yi Zi smiled. "Don't worry about it." He had already checked the corrupted behemoth relied entirely on pure physical melee skills. Any physical melee skill is nothing to fear in front of a panda. With the strategy confirmed, Yi Zi and Ruan Xiaoyou both stepped onto the stairs, reaching the center of the temple. In the entire temple area, only the cursed knight and his mount were present. Even other demons dared not come close. At the very first encounter, they were both locked onto by the Cursed Knight's gaze. Anyone who approaches further will be killed. The Cursed Knight's voice was low but filled with firm resolve as he pointed his broken spear at them. Yi Zi sighed and said quickly, "I'll take the left, you take the right." Ruan Xiaoyou nodded, and they split to both sides, confronting the Cursed Knight just as they had planned. Those who approach, die. The Cursed Knight roared and charged directly at Ruan Xiaoyou, the stronger of the two. The corrupted beast charged rapidly, causing the ground around the temple to tremble, with floor tiles shattering and flying everywhere. Yi Zi shouted, "Do it. Focus your attack range, only hit the mount, don't hit the Cursed Knight." The panda received the command and unleashed its Twin Peaks ear-piercing strike. The key to this strategy was not to attack both the mount and the knight simultaneously, or they would definitely draw aggro from both. Once that happened, no matter what the teammate did, they wouldn't be able to pull the threat away. With a boom, the range of the move was tightened, hitting the corrupted behemoth's tail precisely. Sure enough, the corrupted behemoth roared and tried to turn its head. Meanwhile, Ruan Xiaoyou unleashed a triple flying dagger attack, hitting only the Cursed Knight without drawing any aggro from the beast. The Cursed Knight wanted to hunt down Ruan Xiaoyou. The knight and the beast had been resurrected as demons and had long since lost their consciousness, acting only on instinct. This difference of opinion immediately caused them to conflict. The Cursed Knight jumped off his mount in a rage to pursue Ruan Xiaoyou alone. The corrupted behemoth successfully turned around and began a violent charge toward Yi Zi. It actually worked. Ruan Xiaoyou looked delighted, proving that Yi Zi's plan was truly effective. Without his mount, the Cursed Knight was equivalent to nothing more than a basic lancer. With the opponent moving slowly, she could easily kite him or even solo him using her high agility as a dark spirit assassin. I just hope nothing goes wrong on Yi Zi's side. After all, he was facing a level 25 elite demon, yet he was only level 7. Given the strength and size of the corrupted behemoth, a single hit could easily cause him severe injury. However, the next moment, while kiting with fluid grace, Ruan Xiaoyou glanced toward Yi Zi and her pupils widened instantly. The corrupted behemoth was roaring as it charged toward the panda, its massive frame shaking the earth. It swung its claws with nearly maximum force, unleashing a shattering strike. But the panda didn't dodge or retreat. Its hands traced a circle, lifting an invisible internal Tai-Chi force, making the behemoth's claw feel like it had hit empty air, causing it to lose its balance instantly. Tai-Chi deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. Using the enemy's strength to strike back at them is a nightmare for any melee opponent. The panda spun quickly, borrowing the momentum for a counterattack. Its left palm struck the chest of the corrupted behemoth with lightning speed, combining its own fierce power with the force of the beast's shattering strike. It actually sent the corrupted behemoth flying, crashing to the ground, motionless. One-shotted. At that moment, Ruan Xiaoyou truly felt that she had underestimated Yi Zi. She had originally thought that being able to one-shot a level 15 elite demon was impressive enough. Facing a level 25 corrupted behemoth, he should have at least had to stall it slowly and fight a battle of attrition. Who would have thought he'd one-shot a level 25 as well? But Ruan Xiaoyou was after all a top 100 candidate from the previous national exams and a student of Huadong Martial University, so she had a lot of experience. She soon realized Yi Zi's method. That wasn't his own power, it was a special skill. Such skills usually couldn't be released continuously and could only be used as a last resort. But to be able to one-shot across so many levels, the quality of this skill, is it epic or legendary? Yi Zi is just a level 7 summoner. Where did he get so many high-quality skills? Ruan Xiaoyou came from a very wealthy family and was an only daughter, so she had never lacked money. Yet she only possessed a single skill of epic grade or higher. But looking at Yi Zi, she had already seen at least 3. Is this really a high school student from a regular class? Ruan Xiaoyou really wanted to peel off his layers and check his true strength. But the Cursed Knight was still alive, so she had to continue dealing with this special elite. On the other side, Yi Zi let out a long breath. Elite demon slain, corrupted experience gained, 625. When he saw that the corrupted behemoth used pure physical attacks, he had already anticipated this outcome. The only surprise was that the damage bonus was so high that it one-shotted the corrupted behemoth directly. The ground dropped a level 25 giant axe and a level 25 set of armor, both of rare grade. Can't wear them because they are too high level, but he could eat them. Before reaching level 25, you can't use the equipment stats, but eating them still adds to your own attributes. Yi Zi handed them to the panda, which began to display its iron-eating beast habits, chewing the iron like a snack with a crunchy sound. You are what you eat. 2 pieces of equipment added 8 strength, 8 physique, and 15 defense. It was equivalent to gaining the attributes of a piece of rare gear. Not bad at all. The knight's mount is dealt with, the threat isn't that high anymore. In the distance, Ruan Xiaoyou moved like a swallow, light as the wind, handling the cursed knight's attacks with ease, floating around as if she were dancing. However, the marks of attack on the cursed knight were increasing. The battle is as beautiful as a painting. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh. Watching a beauty fight monsters is quite a treat. Without the mount, the knight naturally couldn't pose a threat to Ruan Xiaoyou. About 5 minutes later, Ruan Xiao had secretly set up 10 black energy orbs. She moved nimbly away, then snapped her fingers. Boom! Explosive fire like pillars of lava shot into the sky, engulfing and burning the cursed knight, finishing him off completely. Rest in peace, the supplies you were escorting will return to Huadong. Yi Zhe muttered to himself upon seeing this scene. Ruan Xiaoyou waved at him. Come here, let's take this body back. Yi Zhe stepped forward and used one slot of his built-in backpack space to store the cursed knight's corpse. Ruan Xiaoyou reminded him, a special elite's corpse is worth at least 300 military merits. That much. Yi Zhe was shocked. But soon he realized. They were all former Huadong soldiers. Even in death, they deserved to return to their roots. Ruan Xiaoyou began to inspect the lost supplies and added to Yi Zhe. 300 military merits for the body, 500 for finding the supplies. It's all yours. Yi Zhe was astonished. Without your strategy, I would have had to use a distress signal. Ruan Xiaoyou didn't wait for him to speak and continued. Besides, I'm not short of those rewards from the Demon Suppression Army. I came here to complete an academy mission, to get these supplies back to Dongwu City. The rewards for completing the mission from the academy are much better than those from the Demon Suppression Army. Hearing that, Yi Zhe understood much more. No wonder she was here in the contaminated land despite her high stats. So these supplies were the main goal. That makes sense. It just felt like he was getting several hundred military merits for free, considering he definitely couldn't have beaten the cursed knight without Ruan Xiaoyou. Ruan Xiaoyou seemed to see right through him, laughing. If you feel bad about it, just call me Big Sister. Yi Zhe's mouth twitched. How could his dignity be sold for a few hundred military merit? Never mind, I'll just compensate her later. He decisively changed the subject. Cough. Most of these supplies are materials for dungeon research. Ruan Xiaoyou said with surprise. You know these? Superconducting crystals, illusion demon cores, stardust sand. Of course, Yi Zhe didn't know them. His eye of insight provided the information. These are useless in the hands of an individual, but in the hands of researchers, they are incredibly valuable. No wonder even Huadong Martial University issued a mission to recover them. After looking around, Yi Zhe's attention stopped on a fragment. Incubation chamber fragment, a container used to house a certain fierce beast, now shattered. Could it be that these supplies include more than just research materials? Seeing the fragment in Yi Zhe's hand, Ruan Xiaoyou frowned, her expression turning serious. It actually escaped. Yi Zhe asked curiously what was originally inside here. Ruan Xiaoyou, a beast with a very fierce nature which could also be contracted as a summoned beast. There are two ways to contract a summoned beast. First, using a skill book. Second, by signing a contract with a wild creature through one's own ability. There aren't many wild beasts capable of becoming summoned beasts, so Yi Zhe didn't expect to encounter one today. Ruan Xiaoyou then discouraged him, but because its nature was too fierce, no summoner in the entire Huadong region could contract it. So Qingfeng City caught it and wanted to send it to Huadong Martial University, hoping to dampen its fierce nature somewhat. I didn't expect it to end up here and even escape. No one in the entire Huadong region could contract it. Yi Zhe was surprised. He had never heard of a summoned beast that was so hard to contract. Then, conversely, a beast that Qingfeng City went to such great lengths to contract must be incredibly strong. It's just a pity that it already escaped. Just as Yi Zhe was thinking this, he suddenly sensed something, his expression changing as he looked in a certain direction. Wait, I don't think it has run away yet. Just a moment ago, a notification popped up in front of Yi Zhe. Your dispatched squirrel shadow clone has been killed. The last 2 squirrel shadow clones were killed again. That fierce beast is right here in our vicinity. The squirrel shadow clone you dispatched has been killed. The last 2 squirrel shadow clones have been killed as well. That fierce beast is right in their vicinity. Seeing this prompt made Yi Zhe realize in an instant. Those 2 squirrel clones from before were probably not killed by the cursed knight. Thinking about it now, there were definitely suspicious points. The cursed knight has a slow attack speed and specializes in charging. How could it have managed to kill squirrel clones capable of shadow cloak? And now, the fact that the last 2 clones were killed instantly leaves no room for doubt. The creature hunting nearby is a ferocious beast with extremely high damage and blinding speed. Yi Zhe and Ruan Xiaoyou snapped their gazes toward a certain spot. A figure about the height of a human emerged from the main entrance of the temple. Its head was triangular, with two massive compound eyes glowing with a sinister blood-red light. Its carapace shimmered with a dark luster, and the two pairs of wings on its back were as thin as cicada wings. Its two forelimbs were particularly striking, enormous, sharp as sickles, and gleaming with a cold light. The aura it radiated was violent and dangerous. Even though its level wasn't very high, the pressure it exerted felt even greater than the Cursed Knights. Yi Zhe asked, "Is this the ferocious beast that was being transported to Dongwu City?" For an excellent summon, you can judge its potential just by its aura. And the one in front of them was a natural-born hunter with high-potential summon energy. That's right, it's him, the Extreme Blade Mantis. Ruan Xiaoyou nodded in confirmation but sighed when she looked into its eyes. What a pity, he's been tainted by abyssal energy. He's a dead man walking. Tainted by abyssal energy? The cause of the Cursed Knight's death in its former life was also being tainted by abyssal energy. There hasn't been a single successful case of recovery on the entire Blue Star. Yi Zhe immediately activated Insightful Eye to check its information. Extreme Blade Mantis. Quality, excellent 4-star. Level, 12. Stats, Strength 150, Constitution 140, Agility 178, Spirit 7. Trait, Hunting. Upon killing an enemy, it absorbs their nutrients, permanently increasing the Extreme Blade Mantis's stats, intelligence, and damage multiplier. Talents, Compound Eye, Excellent, Stealth Raid, Rare. Skills, Gale/Level 6, Excellent, High-Speed Movement, Level 3, Rare. Potential assessment. Unique. Status, being tainted by the abyss. It really is tainted by the abyss, and it even developed a trait. Permanently gaining stats from killing enemies. This kind of trait is top tier even among demons, at least at the general or even monarch level. And now it has actually been mastered by a ferocious beast. No wonder it received a unique potential assessment. It's just a shame that once tainted by the abyss, it can live for at most another week. Yi Zhe couldn't help but sigh while Ruan Xiaoyou held her blade ready to finish the mantis off immediately. My mission, besides retrieving the supplies, is to bring this mantis back. But since he's been tainted, I must kill him on the spot and then take the corpse out of this tainted land. Yi Zhe understood what she meant. If the corpse were left in the tainted land, it would become like the Cursed Knight, a mindless demon. With this demon trait, it might even become a new demon general. A threat like that must be dealt with as soon as possible. Ruan Xiaoyou shook her head helplessly. Poor thing, it hadn't even been delivered to Dongwu City yet, and it's already tainted by abyssal power. It was just a casual remark. Yet unexpectedly, the tainted Extreme Blade Mantis began to speak in response. P-I-T-I-F-U-L. The mantis's voice was raspy like grinding metal, chilling to the bone. You're wrong. In this world, being weak is the only true pity. As soon as it finished speaking, a black shadow flashed by like a lightning bolt. The Extreme Blade Mantis and Ruan Xiaoyou engaged in a battle between a hunter and an assassin. It can actually talk. Yi Zhe realized belatedly it's the hunting trait. It has enhanced the mantis's intelligence as well, growing infinitely just by killing enemies. That potential is truly terrifying. However, on the battlefield at this moment, Yi Zhe had assumed that with Ruan Xiaoyou's stats and combat prowess, she could easily take down the Extreme Blade Mantis. To his surprise, they were fighting to a draw again and again. For one thing, Ruan Xiaoyou had just killed the Cursed Knight. Her stamina was mostly depleted and she had used up many of her skills. For another, the Extreme Blade Mantis's fighting style was completely suicidal. Its attacks were extremely fierce, and every strike was made with its full might, growing wilder and more ferocious with every second. Its combat talent is actually this high. Even Ruan Xiaoyou, known as a prodigy in East China, couldn't help but acknowledge it. No wonder Qingfeng City went through so much trouble to find a way to contract it. She tried to de-escalate, saying, "Extreme Blade Mantis, why don't you come back to Dongwu City with me? I can find someone to help you suppress the tainted energy in your body." The Extreme Blade Mantis shot back, "Suppress? Why would I want to suppress it? Otherwise you're going to die. Although it cannot be cured for now, suppressing the tainted energy can let you live for a while longer. Perhaps there will be a chance for a full cure later." Ruan Xiaoyou paused her attack voluntarily. It would be a pity to kill a summon of this caliber just like that. Upon hearing this, the Extreme Blade Mantis let out a raspy, booming laugh. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, perhaps knowing his end was near, he began to confide as if telling a story. On the Scarlet Plains, there are thousands of species. The mantis is the weakest, most bottom-tier existence in the food chain. My goodness, he even knows about the food chain? Even though the situation was serious, Yi Zhe couldn't help but make a snarky comment. Just how many enemies did he have to hunt to grow to this level of intelligence? The Extreme Blade Mantis's voice came again. Because of our weakness, the mantis tribe has no food, no nutrients. When the female mantis breeds, she needs to eat the male mantis to supplement her nutrition and ensure the health of the offspring. He spoke of his own race as if from the perspective of an outsider. So from the moment I was born, I understood that weakness is the original sin. Now that I possess the abyssal energy, I can feel freedom. I can feel strength. Even if I die tomorrow, I would have no regrets. As he uttered the final sentence, the mantis exploded with murderous intent again. But this time it wasn't Ruan Xiaoyou who stepped forward, but the Kung Fu Panda. Yi Zi stopped her, explaining, "You should recover your physical strength first. His style is reckless. Even if you win, there's no telling if you'll get hurt." Hearing this, Ruan Xiaoyou gave Yi Zi an odd look, then finally nodded and said okay as she began to recover her stamina. As for the panda, thanks to the battle legend buff, its stamina was still over 70% even now. The ferocious style of the mantis was perfectly countered by the soft overcoming hard style of the panda. However, Yi Zi had given prior instructions. Hold back, don't kill it. For a summon with such heaven-defying potential, no summoner would ever want to miss out on this. In terms of pure combat talent and potential, the Extreme Blade Mantis is definitely among the best in the East China region. This can be seen from the fact that almost every summoner in East China has tried to contract it. So Ye Zi was going to give it a try as well. He said to Ruan Xiaoyou, "Don't kill it yet, give me a chance, let me try to contract it." "Contract? Are you crazy?" Ruan Xiaoyou frowned. He's already tainted by the abyss and is sure to die. What's more, since the day he was captured, not a single summoner has succeeded in contracting him. The strong, the weak, the wealthy, they all fail. Yi Zi smiled nonchalantly. "Since so many have already tried, I might as well give it one more shot." Ruan Xiaoyou stared at Ye Zi, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. But seeing Yi Zi's dashing face, his bright star-like eyes full of confidence, she swallowed the rest of her word. Fine, it wouldn't be too late to kill it after Yi Zi failed the contract anyway. She watched the battlefield where the panda and the mantis were still brawling, though the latter was gradually losing ground. Ruan Xiaoyou pulled out her dagger, ready to act immediately once the contract failed, and Yi Zi's confidence wasn't without foundation. From the Extreme Blade Mantis's confession, it was clear what he needed: strength. The most common yet most difficult requirement to satisfy. It all depends on how deep a summon's craving for power is, and the Extreme Blade Mantis's persistence goes without saying. But Yi Zi had already thought of a way to break through.
On the battlefield, the Blade Mantis' compound eyes, tainted by the abyss, grew increasingly crimson as its battle intent surged. The aura of the abyss was relentlessly gnawing away at its life force. Abyssal corruption usually comes from being forcibly eroded by abyssal energy, slowly draining one's vitality and sanity until total death arrives. But the Blade Mantis felt no fear of death. It only wanted to dance wildly to its heart's content. The only regret was that this power would not last. Just then, a voice echoed across the battlefield. "Do you want to possess this power forever?" The Blade Mantis snapped its head up, finding Ye Zi looking at it with calm detachment. "I can give you a chance." The mantis scoffed disdainfully. "A mere human dares to speak such nonsense? I will never bow down to weak human summoners like you." Seeing such a heated reaction, Ye Zi was not surprised at all. He retorted, "But don't forget, you couldn't even beat my level 7 summoned beast. Where does your confidence that I am weak come from?" Hearing this, the Blade Mantis was furious. But the reality was plain to see. With its current strength, it was no match for the 6-star epic panda. Furthermore, the panda's Tai-Chi, which uses softness to overcome hardness, completely countered its attacks. The Blade Mantis fell into silence. Then Yi Zi's next words left both the mantis and Ruan Xiaoyou absolutely shocked. "I am giving you a chance. Sign a contract with me, and if you are ever dissatisfied with your strength, you can break the contract at any time." The Blade Mantis's compound eyes flickered with red light. Though it remained silent, waves were forming in its heart. Ruan Xiaoyou's expression changed, and she abruptly stopped Yi's "Are you crazy?" With conditions like those, it could betray you at any moment. Who makes a contract with a summon like that? Does he even know how to be a summoner? The reason Yi's dared to offer this was his confidence that the bonuses from the golden traits were far more addictive than the power of the abyss. Furthermore, once the contract succeeded and the trait was applied, its loyalty would soar, ensuring it would never have a change of heart. For Yi Zi, the difficulty still lay in tempting the mantis to sign the contract, and how to deal with the abyssal corruption. But after Ruan Xiaoyou mentioned that abyssal energy can be suppressed, he had a new idea. If it can be suppressed, couldn't it also be adapted to? If he let the Blade Mantis adapt to the corruption, wouldn't it be able to maintain the abyssal traits permanently? He looked at his only remaining trait, Void Being, lives in the endless void, possesses adaptability and uniqueness that transcends all things, and can traverse the void. He decided to gamble. If it didn't work out, there was nothing he could do. It just meant this summon wasn't meant for him. He could always save up military merits to exchange for other summon skill books later. With that thought, he first comforted Ruan Xiaoyou. I know you're anxious, but take it easy. Then he launched an all-out attack on the Blade Mantis. Sign with me, and the power boost I provide you will be no weaker than the power of the Abyss. Look, my level 7 Kung Fu Panda is the example. He pointed at the panda. The strength displayed by the level 7 panda was very convincing. Having experienced it firsthand, the Blade Mantis couldn't help but believe Yi Zhe. It was tempting. Yi Zhe continued, if your potential is strong enough, I will make you the strongest hunter. The Blade Mantis growled, of course I have the potential. Good. Yi Zhe and the Blade Mantis locked eyes, and the latter said hoarsely, but you have to at least resolve the abyssal corruption. I can try, but the success rate isn't high. Yi Zhe said honestly. This actually made the Blade Mantis trust him more. If Yi Zhe had promised a 100% cure, it would have been suspicious. After all, this was the corruption of the eternal abyss. Who could be that confident? Ruan Xiaoyou, however, was skeptical. Abyssal energy, which only global experts can briefly suppress, he claims he has a chance to resolve. Is he lying? But she didn't say it out loud, in case Yi Zhe really was bluffing. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe used his spiritual energy to reach into the summon dimension and forge a contract. Everything Yi Zhe had just said was written on it, witnessed by the transcendent powers of the Blue Star. 2 glowing white parchment scrolls appeared in front of Yi Zhe and the Blade Mantis. Yi Zhe quickly pressed his handprint onto it. After hesitating for over 10 seconds, the Blade Mantis touched the scroll with its sickle-like right limb. Ding! You have successfully contracted the excellent 4-star summon, Blade Mantis. The moment the contract took effect, the Blade Mantis was pulled into Yi Zhe's summon dimension. At the same time, because the Blade Mantis was such a high-quality summon, his spiritual energy was instantly drained by more than half. If I didn't have 128 points of spiritual energy, I really couldn't have contracted it. The higher the quality of the summon, the more stringent the requirements for the contract. Even when using skill books, high-tier summon skill books have spiritual energy requirements. Seeing the contract succeed, Ruan Xiaoyou gasped. It actually worked? A summon that almost no summoner in all of East China could contract was successfully claimed by Yi Zhe. But thinking about it carefully, what other summoner would dare to offer terms like, if you are not satisfied with your strength, the contract can be broken at any time? And how many summoners have the ability to make the Blade Mantis convinced? But at the thought of this, she realized the trouble was only just beginning. What are you going to do next? Never mind improving its strength, how are you going to resolve the abyssal corruption? Yi Zhe smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, I'll take it out of the tainted land. By then, even if it dies, it won't die in the tainted land, so we can consider the mission accomplished bloodlessly. Ruan Xiaoyou giggled. You are quite calculating. This way, the worst-case scenario was still successfully taking the Blade Mantis. And it was done without a scratch, preventing any desperate last-ditch counterattack from the opponent. Since that's the case, the mission is complete, and I should head back to Dongwu City. It was getting late, and she didn't intend to stay any longer. On the other hand, she had a lingering feeling maybe Yi Zhe really did have a trump card. Could he really solve abyssal corruption? Just the thought of it made her scalp tingle. If she witnessed such an ability, should she report it to the Research Institute or not? It might be better not to know. Let's just assume the Blade Mantis died. With that in mind, she simply walked away. Before leaving, she pinched Yi Zhe's cheek and said, if you apply to East China Martial Arts University later, remember to look for your big sister in Dongwu City. Yi Zhe's face darkened, and he silently thought while being pinched, I will consider it. Ruan Xiaoyou raised the corners of her mouth, gave a playful wink, and then turned into a beautiful black shadow drifting away. But Yi Zhe had no time to dwell on that. Right now, the Blade Mantis in the summon dimension was starting to become restless, because Yi Zhe was only a level 7 summoner. Its level 14 statuses had shrunk accordingly to level 7, and its attributes had dropped to an average of less than 100 points. Just after the contract, its strength had shrunken by nearly half, so naturally it was very restless. Don't worry, let's try it now. If it succeeds, your future prospects will be far beyond this measly level 7, Yi Zhe said, applying the Void Being trait to the Mantis. Would the adaptability of a Void Being actually be useful against the Eternal Abyss's corruption? Yi Zhe wasn't sure either. But if he didn't try now, he might never encounter such a good opportunity again. In the summoned dimension, a purple phantom light suddenly erupted, enveloping the blade mantis like a giant purple egg, trait void being successfully bestowed. Ding! Due to the special nature of this target, this evolution will take some time. I didn't expect it to take time for a skill trait to evolve. Usually it evolves instantly. This shows that the reaction between this trait and the mantis is definitely not ordinary. Perhaps it is currently digesting the power of the abyss. With that thought in mind, Yeezy simply decided to wait right here. If he went back and any strange phenomena occurred once the evolution was complete, he wouldn't know how to explain it. After all, this is no ordinary power. The endless void and the eternal abyss are planes that humanity currently cannot understand, and they are both extremely powerful and terrifying. If it were discovered that Yi Zhe was actually attempting to fuse the former with the latter, the Chinese academic world would surely be shaken to its core. It would inevitably lead to endless trouble. Yi Zhe sat back against the temple entrance and used his mental power to look into his summoner's space. The stronger the mental power, the larger the space, and the more effective its support. Currently, Yi Zhe's summoner space was only equivalent to a small 100 square meter campsite. The dark purple giant egg enveloping the blade mantis was rising and falling as if it were breathing. A full 2 or 3 hours passed. Under Yi's expectant gaze, a crack appeared in the giant egg. Did it succeed? Can it really adapt to the corruption of the abyss? If not, it means this blade mantis is doomed, beyond saving. The cracks in the dark purple giant egg grew wider, and a figure stepped out from within. The mantis's original green-gray body had changed into a deep dark purple and black. Its wings looked as if they were made of black hole energy, with purple energy fluctuations flowing along the edges. Its compound eyes were red like meteors, and its arm blades were like dark crystals reflecting a nebula, symbols of destruction and ruin. The mantis's aura was no longer fierce or frantic. Instead, its killing intent was restrained, carrying an unspeakable sense of mystery and terror amidst the calm. At the same time, 2 notifications popped up. Evolution complete. This is the first time humanity has witnessed and tamed a void creature. You have obtained the special title, Void Initiator. Summoned Beast, Blade Mantis Excellent 4-star, evolved into Void Hunter, Gold Legendary. Yeezy couldn't help but beam with joy. It evolved successfully, and it's a Gold Legendary. He hurriedly checked the Mantis's attribute panel, wanting to confirm if the Abyss trait was still there. Void Hunter Red-Eyed Mantis. Quality, Gold Legendary. Level 7. Attributes: Strength 165, Agility 173, Spirit Unfer. Trait Hunter. After killing a powerful enemy, it can evolve any part of the Void Mantis's body and gain corresponding extra attribute bonuses. Talents: Void Shift, Legendary, Compound Eye, Excellent. Skills: Void Slash level 6 Legendary, Void Stab level 4 Legendary. Status: Excited. The corruption of the Abyss has actually been adapted to, and the original trait has even been enhanced. And were it not for the panda gaining a large amount of attributes by eating anything and everything, the mantis's attributes this time would have almost surpassed the pandas. I didn't expect my first gold legendary to arrive just like that. Across the whole of China, fewer than 10 people possess a gold legendary summoned beast. The few who do are veteran high-level summoners who have accumulated experience over many years. Theoretically, a gold legendary summon's capabilities and growth values correspond to a tier 5 professional. In other words, it is only reasonable for a level 50 summoner to contract a legendary summon. But who would have thought that Yi Zhe is only level 7, possessing 2 epics and 1 legendary summon? No one would dare to believe it if he told them. Moreover, the mantis's abilities are far stronger than the legendary ones Yi Zhe saw in the guide. Its talents and abilities are practically unbeatable. The Void Shift skill is the strongest displacement, offense and defense, and ethereal type skill he has ever seen. Void Shift. Shift freely between the void and the current plane, allowing for rapid location changes. It can leave a projection in the current plane and shift into the void to become intangible. No cooldown. It only consumes a small amount of mental power. If Yi Zhe weren't worried about dying from shifting into the void, he would have wanted to copy this skill himself. It is way too broken. Aside from Void Shift, the other skills are purely for high burst damage. The only non-legendary skill, Compound Eye, also has an irreplaceable role. Compound Eye, composed of thousands of small eyes providing a 360-degree field of view. It is unaffected by dark environments and can precisely track high-speed or hidden targets. The configuration of the mantis's skills makes it a killing machine. It is even an existence that can constantly evolve. Looking at its hunter panel, arm blades, shell, compound eyes, and wings, there are 4 parts that can evolve. I just wonder what the effects will be after evolving them. Seeing the Void Mantis constantly experiencing its new power, Yize couldn't help but tease it. How about it? Are you satisfied with your own strength? The Void Mantis looked extremely excited. I love this power so much, Master. Its current level 7 attributes are even higher than they were at level 14 before. This is the advantage of a high-quality summoned beast. Yize's lips curled up, another gold-tier henchman. At the same time, a wave of power fed back into Yize's body. Ding! Your contracted summoned beast has gained a massive improvement and will feed back a portion of its attributes to you. Your attributes have increased. Strength plus 20, physique plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 20. Because he raised the Mantis to a gold legendary, this attribute feedback was much larger. With his attributes soaring, Yize couldn't help but start thinking. Originally, his goal for the college entrance exam was to rank in the top 50. This was actually an ambitious goal because the higher the rank, the more you have to compete with students from key classes and children of wealthy families. These people are not only talented and high level, but they also lack neither equipment nor skills. They even have professionals planning their equipment, skill combos, and career advancement, so the competitive pressure is immense. But now, he suddenly felt, with the standard of my summons, it shouldn't be too much to aim for the top scholar position in the exam, right? But before the exam in 8 days, I still need to level up. At the very least, I will be more confident after my first advancement and reaching level 12 or higher. There are even rumors that because the threat of the abyss is becoming increasingly severe, the professional college entrance exam is undergoing a major reform this year. I wonder how it will change. It was getting late, so Yize decided to go and complete his military mission and leave the contaminated zone first. There is another super large group dungeon opportunity tomorrow, with the whole grade participating, sponsored by the state and free to enter. Another good opportunity to level up. Retracing his steps from the contaminated zone, Yize was just about to enter the scout camp reward point to submit his mission, when he saw the scout camp commander and an officer with a higher rank looking out from the entrance of the contaminated zone. Upon spotting Yize, they both looked excited. It seemed they had been waiting for Yize for quite a while.
Are you here for me? Seeing the expressions on the two men before him, Ye suddenly felt like a lamb walking into a den of wolves. But after all, this was the Demon Suppression Army camp, so there shouldn't be any real danger. As Yize walked over, he saw Scout Battalion Commander Shu Feng and another officer coming to meet him with wide, beaming smiles. Hello, Student Yize, I am Battalion Commander Shu Feng. The Scout Battalion Commander stepped forward to shake Yize's hand. This is the Regiment Commander of the Huang Army's Zubei Regiment, Chang Zhengping, Commander Chang. Regiment Commander. Yize was momentarily stunned. A regiment commander is a heavyweight leader in a military region. Why would they come looking for me? Chang Zhengping wore a kind smile. My nephew Yize, don't worry. I am an old comrade in arms of your teacher Lu Boyan, and he asked me to look out for you. Chang Zhengping's original plan was not to mention this to Yize if he didn't need help. But now, with a recruit-worthy genius standing right here, any opportunity to build rapport and get closer must be seized. Shu Feng, standing to the side, felt truly regretful. He only hated that he didn't know Yize's teacher personally. I see, thank you very much, Commander Chang. Upon hearing this, Yize immediately understood the reason, thinking to himself that his teacher was still worried about him. Unexpectedly, Regiment Commander Chang Zhengping looked at him with eyes full of admiration and said, "Heroes emerge from the youth. We are the ones who should thank you." Thank me? Battalion Commander Shu Feng seized the opportunity to speak up. You alone increased the land reclamation speed of Pollution Zone 19 by several times over. Yize didn't yet realize that every elite demon he killed meant much less threat for the other scout squad. This had significantly accelerated the reclamation speed, just like the squad of Hu Shan and Lin Feifei that he had saved. If they didn't encounter elites, their progress wasn't slow, but encountering one could lead to severe injuries or even total annihilation. Because of this, the military's reclamation mission could be completed smoothly. And what made Shu Feng and Chang Zhengping even more excited was, Yize is only level 7 and his combat power is already so outrageous. Just imagine how terrifying he will be once he becomes a high-level ranker. No one wanted to let a talent like this slip through their fingers. Shu Feng took the initiative to lead Yize back into the camp. Come, Student Yize, let me settle your military merit for the reclamation of the pollution zone first. Yize nodded. Although he didn't need to save up merit to exchange for summoned beasts at the moment, one can never have too much military merit. Once he reached level 10 and the first rank, he would gain another summoned beast slot, and he might need to make exchanges again by then. Yi was escorted back into the scout camp. A battalion commander and a regiment commander flanked him, laughing and surrounding him. The prestige was off the charts. Nearby, a temporary scout couldn't help but say indignantly, "Damn, who is that guy? Why does he get to skip the queue for military merit settlement? And why is the battalion commander personally escorting him?" The person speaking was standing in one of two long queues. After a day of reclamation missions, all temporary scouts had to calculate their merit at the two settlement points set up in front of the camp, so queuing was natural when it was crowded. Unless one was like Ruan Xiaoyou, who didn't want military merit at all and could just leave after finishing the reclamation. But since 1 point of merit could be exchanged for at least 5,000 yuan, no one was willing to give it up. A temporary scout with the archer class nearby said with a sour tone, "Probably just some illegitimate son or rich kid of a big shot." A disdainful voice cut in, "He has probably killed more elite demons than you have killed common ones." The person speaking was the long-legged beauty from the Hunters Guild, Lin Feifei, standing up for Yi Zhe. She had witnessed Yi Zhe's strength firsthand, so she was not surprised at all by his special treatment. If you could insta-kill an elite demon, you wouldn't need to queue here either. The two who were rebuked didn't believe it at all. Insta-kill an elite demon? Just him, a level 7 summoner? Keep dreaming. Just then Lin Feifei's squad leader Hu Shan spoke up. "It is true. The blood skeleton demon that got taken out in one hit was right in front of me, killed by a single punch from his summon." That scene had left a deep impression on Hu Shan. Hu Shan's words shocked everyone nearby, and they began whispering among themselves. This was because Hu Shan of the Hunters Guild had a solid reputation among civilian professionals as an upright man whose word could be trusted. Combined with the exceptionally special treatment Yi Zhe was receiving, in no time the news spread like wildfire that a powerhouse had emerged in contaminated Zone 19. The two people who had been annoyed with Yi Zhe earlier suddenly fell silent. If he's a powerhouse capable of smashing an elite demon with one punch, smashing their heads in probably wouldn't take much effort either. Inside the scout camp, Yi Zhe was being led by Xu Feng and Chang Zhengping to a massive screen console, where he placed his identification badge. A unique trajectory map was generated, showing him cutting through the zone as if he had completely carved through Pollution Zone 19. It was almost as if it were highlighting Yi Zhe's historical combat record. A clerk nearby watched and calculated. "Your individual reclamation progress accounts for about 30% of Pollution Zone 19, resulting in 900 military merit points." Xu Feng added from the side, "Do you have any objections?" Yi Zhe shook his head. This result was about what he had judged, and 900 points was quite generous. Chang Zhengping on his left looked on with even more admiration. "Ha ha ha, if old Lu knew your results, he would probably be scared to death." He finished, then smiled broadly. "Nephew Yi Zhe, are you interested in the Zubei regiment?" "Ahem, Commander, the military merit settlement hasn't finished yet." Xu Feng hurriedly interrupted Chang Zhengping. At the same time his brain was racing. How could he poach a genius for his scout battalion in front of a regiment commander? The scout battalion was quite unique within the Demon Suppression Army. It had an independent establishment, enjoyed regiment-level benefits, and was not under the jurisdiction of any regiment commander. But it was still a battalion, and he lacked confidence when competing for talent against a regiment commander. The clerk nearby asked cautiously, "Student Yi Zhe, you've killed elite demons, right?" Evidence of elite demon kills was also part of the merit settlement. Yi Zhe nodded and took out the 9 bloodbone demon corpses he had stored in his space. Although they had expected it, the quantity still startled everyone. To kill 9 elite demons in succession at level 7, what combat power? Brother Yi Zhe, are you interested in the scout battalion? Stunned once more by Yi Zhe's combat power, Xu Feng finally couldn't help but ask. Ahem, the merit settlement, Chang Zhengping immediately reminded him. Xu Feng waved his hand. "Don't worry, just let the clerks handle that." But before he finished speaking, Yi spoke again. "I have even stronger elite corpses, but they don't seem to fit here." Hearing this, Xu Feng and Chang Zhengping froze instantly. "You have more?" A moment later they arrived at a wide-open space outside the camp. Even with his rich experience in reclamation, Xu Feng couldn't help but feel that things had exceeded his expectations. Yi Zhe completely emptied his storage. The corpse of the cursed knight, the corrupt behemoth's corpse over 7 meters tall, and that batch of lost supplies. For a moment, the surroundings seemed to go completely silent. Yi Zhe added, "I didn't kill the level 30 cursed knight, only the corrupt behemoth was killed by me." Hearing that the level 30 cursed knight wasn't killed by Yi, the two men actually felt a bit relieved. Xu Feng was roaring internally. "If a level 30 special elite was killed by you at level 7, then I should just give this battalion commander position to you." But even the corrupt behemoth that was killed left the two officers looking at each other in shock. after a series of verifications. Xu Feng left silently, seemingly to ask for instructions on something. A group of clerks worked together to record everything, finally converting it into Yi Zi's military merit. 2,150 points. This was the result after counting the bounty missions and the special elite corpses, extremely generous. If converted into cash, it was worth over 10 million. Yi Zi watched the clerk enter the military merit into his file and felt exceptionally pleased. With 2,000 merit points, if he didn't exchange them for cash, he could use them to redeem items from the second floor of the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. He had inquired that the quality of items on the second floor ranged from rare 5-star to excellent 5-star. But Yi Zi decided not to exchange them yet, saving them for when he reached the first rank to choose his fourth summoned beast. Meanwhile, Xu Feng returned, followed by 2 deputy battalion commanders, one of whom was holding a red square box. Xu Feng said seriously, "Yi Zi, on behalf of the Demon Suppression Army's Scout Battalion, I present you with the Bronze Meritorious Medal for your contributions in fighting against the Abyss and the demons." Yi Zi really hadn't expected this. Was he actually qualified to be decorated? The Meritorious Medal was a special award given by the military to those who made outstanding contributions in the fight against the Abyss and demons. The honor and level of impact were immense, comparable to a third-class military merit in his previous life. Chang Zhengping patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be surprised. Your contribution to this reclamation is indeed outstanding enough. This corrupt behemoth was the mount of the level 30 special elite. Without you killing it, we probably wouldn't have been able to take down the cursed knight." This statement proved they had also investigated Ruan Xiaoyou's strength and background. At the same time, they had gained a better understanding of the killing of special elites. The deputy battalion commander beside Xu Feng opened the red square box, revealing a bronze medal. "Bronze medal, Battlefield Pioneer." Xu Feng chuckled. "Accept it, it's well-deserved. Once a level 30 special elite is dead, many fewer people will die during the reclamation of Pollution Zone 19. Yi Zi's original reclamation achievements were already good enough, coupled with the kill of the corrupt behemoth and the assistance in killing a special elite, as well as his level of only 7 and his status as a high school student. Xu Feng had directly applied for the bronze medal for him. Don't mind the simple presentation of the medal, we are on the front lines and everything is kept brief." Xu Feng brought out a piece of paper. "Of course, if you want to hear the commendation speech, I have another 800 words I could read." "No, please don't read it." Yi Zi hurriedly stopped him. In his previous life, the thing he hated most was long, meaningless speeches by leaders. He unceremoniously took the medal. The medal was very beautiful, gleaming with a bronze luster with patterns circling it and small text engraved with Yi Zi's name and the date of the award. This wasn't just for memorial purposes. It carried actual privileges in many places and even offered military subsidized discounts on purchases. Yi Zi had seen it before in textbooks. There were 6 types of meritorious medals: bronze, silver, gold, star, meteor, moon eclipse, and sundawn, each crafted from 6 special materials. Furthermore, they also provided certain anti-reconnaissance and anti-surveillance effects. He never expected to actually hold something from his textbooks in his own hands. Seeing Ye Zi receive the medal, Xu Feng sighed inwardly. He felt that his scout battalion wouldn't be able to keep Ye Zi. Chang Zhengping glanced at the time and said, "Nephew, you're participating in the super-large group dungeon in Qingfeng City tomorrow, right? I'm heading that way, let me take you back." Xu Feng gave him a scornful look and couldn't be bothered to call him out. "Your Zubei regiment is to the south, and the War Academy is to the north. What kind of on the way is that?" The sky had indeed turned dark. Because of waiting for the mantis to evolve, and the time spent settling the military merit, quite a while had passed. Even Yi Zi's physique felt a bit exhausted, so catching a ride was convenient. Linyuan City War Academy Investigation Department. "Teacher Liu, I order you to bring Ye Zi back immediately, no matter what method you use. Students close to the college entrance exam should honestly stay in school." Who gave him the guts to leave the city? Vice Dean Zhou Wei sat opposite Liu Boyan and spoke without any courtesy. Liu Boyan frowned but still replied, "I've already asked someone to look after him. He should be back before long." Vice Dean Zhou Wei snorted. He had originally intended to contact Yi Zi today, hoping he would mention him to the media, but who would have thought Yi Zi wouldn't even pay him any mind? It made him, the Vice Dean, lose all face. He warned Liu Boyan immediately. "Approaching the college entrance exam and leaving the city without my permission. This is a disciplinary violation. If he isn't back by 12 o'clock today, I will consider canceling his participation in the team dungeon." Liu Boyan had initially just remained silent, but hearing about canceling the dungeon opportunity, he was suddenly enraged. "Vice Dean Zhou, have you lost your mind? a genius student who achieved the first completion of a hell difficulty dungeon in all of East China, and you dare to cancel his dungeon opportunity. I need to correct you, Teacher Lu. Vice Dean Zhou Wei smiled disdainfully. It is a common class genius student. He emphasized the words common class specifically, and the implication was clear. Have there been few geniuses from the common classes in the past? But talent or luck will always run out one day. As professional ranks rise, they will find it increasingly difficult and powerless, eventually fading into the crowd, Yi Zi included. He emphasized the name Yi Zi, clearly particularly unhappy with him. Lu Boyan stood up and glared at him. The aura of a retired veteran caused the vice dean to involuntarily step back twice. If you say that, then the common classes shouldn't look for their own paths. Are they supposed to wait for you to make arrangements for them? Even if they don't have money to enter dungeons at the academy, are they just supposed to rot here? Listening to Lu Boyan's interrogation, Vice Dean Zhou Wei said blandly, I am the head teacher of the key classes. I have no say over the common, but leaving the city is a violation of school discipline. Do as you see fit. Having said that, he turned and prepared to leave, regardless of Lu Boyan's expression. However, just then, a teacher came running in from outside in a hurry. Teacher Lu, the vice dean is here too. Regiment Commander Chang from the Huadong Demon Suppression Army has arrived. He says your student Teacher Lu Feng has been awarded a medal. Upon hearing this, both Lu Boyan and Zhou Wei were stunned. A student being awarded a medal? The two terms are easy enough to understand separately, but put together, how could it be anything but unbelievable? Zhou Wei spoke up hurriedly. Say that again. The teacher who relayed the message said timidly, Commander Chang says that Teacher Lu's student has been awarded the bronze medal. He also said we should put it on the front page of the campus news. Who is that student? Zhou Wei asked urgently. Deep down, he already had an inkling, but he refused to admit it. The teacher replied, it's Yi Zi. It was as if an explosion went off. Vice Principal Zhou Wei's brain completely shut down. Just then, the burly Chang Zhengping strode in looking radiant as he said, Old Lu, you've really introduced me to a talent this time. Behind Chang Zhengping, Yi Zi followed, yawning. Lu Boyan looked at his old comrade in arms with an exaggerated and baffled expression. What's going on? What medal? I only asked you to look after Yi Zi, who told you to give him a medal. Could this get any more absurd? Seeing Lu Boyan's expression, Chang Zhengping burst into laughter, as if he had been looking forward to this shock all along. He waved at Yi Zi and said, ha ha ha, come here, show your teacher. Yi Zi took the bronze medal from his pocket and placed it in front of Lu Boyan. Seeing this, Vice Principal Zhou Wei lunged forward, staring intently at the medal as well. Bronze medal, awarded by the Scout Battalion. Awarded to Yi Zi for his outstanding contribution to the reclamation of contaminated Zone 19. Lu Boyan held the medal, reading the inscription, his heart shifting from confusion to uncontrollable excitement. It really is a bronze medal awarded by the Demon Suppression Army. In all of Linyuan City, with its hundreds of thousands of people, fewer than 20 possess a bronze medal, and most of them are veterans of the Demon Suppression Army. Now, a high school student has actually been awarded a bronze medal. Chang Zhengping patted Lu Boyan's shoulder and said, Old Lu, don't get too excited, you have one too. Lu Boyan calmed himself down and shook his head slightly. He was awarded his own bronze medal just before he retired. Compared to Yi Zi's, who got it as a junior in high school, the significance is completely different. Even if Yi Zi's college entrance exam scores were average, this medal alone would qualify him for the treatment of a top 100 ranker. At least he has a safety net now. Lu Boyan let out a long sigh, preparing to say something, but he noticed Yi Zi sitting on the stool, drowsy and paying absolutely no attention to the medal. This kid. On the other hand, Vice Principal Zhou Wei was now so shocked he had turned pale as a sheet. He had just been planning to cancel Yi Zi's opportunity to enter the team dungeon, to cancel the due benefits of a student who has contributed to fighting the abyss and holds a bronze medal. How is that any different from bulldozing the home of a military family? But after just a moment, Zhou Wei broke into a broad smile, praising. I knew it. A student capable of clearing a hell difficulty dungeon is destined for greatness. You all know I'm the biggest supporter of students heading into contaminated zones for combat training. Lu Boyan let out a cold snort. Seeing this, Chang Zhengping frowned and asked, Who are you? Zhou Wei's smile instantly froze. Lu Boyan said bluntly, Vice Principal Zhou, you'd better get back to managing your elite classes. Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, Zhou Wei felt incredibly awkward and had no choice but to slink away. Afterward, Lu Boyan put the bronze medal back into Yi Zi's pocket and called out to him immediately. Wake up for now, you can sleep on the high-speed train. Yi Zi wasn't actually asleep, just closing his eyes to rest. He looked puzzled at the mention. High-speed train? Do I really need to take a train just to go home? Lu Boyan said helplessly, to Qingfeng City. You haven't forgotten about the super-large team dungeon, have you? Isn't that tomorrow? Yi Zhe was startled. It's already almost dawn and we're in Linyuan City. It's a 5-hour train ride. My goodness. Because he had never been to other cities, Yi Zhe had almost forgotten. Linyuan City is the most remote city in the East China region. As a result, when students from Linyuan City go to other cities for assessments or dungeons, they almost always have to catch the train at dawn. Chang Zhengping said nonchalantly, "It's fine. If he wants to sleep, let young nephew Yi get more rest. I'll personally drive him there myself." Young nephew? Lu Boyan gave him a suspicious look. But he agreed, that could work. Yi waved his hand immediately. No need, I'd rather just go with everyone else. On the way over, every third sentence Commander Chang spoke was about how great the East China Army and the North Pursuit Regiment were. He felt like he had developed an immunity to it. He couldn't even imagine enduring another ride with Commander Chang. Yi asked casually, "Teacher, aren't you going to Qingfeng City?" Lu Boyan sighed deeply and pointed to a desk full of documents. Something strange appeared in contaminated Zone 17, and the section chief took his team for a field survey, so all their work has fallen to me now. You're basically a corporate slave for the investigative department. Yi joked before hurrying off towards the Linyuan City high-speed railway station. Ye's body turned into a mass of shadows, weaving through Linyuan City. To save time, he had copied the squirrel's shadow cloak skill. The feeling of shadow travel was a bit like swimming, or perhaps drifting through the air, yet no one seemed to notice. To think, I'm actually heading to the hometown of the Mantis. Although his memories of this hometown probably aren't very pleasant, Qingfeng City is the city where the Extreme Blade Mantis was captured. It is also home to the only level 10 super-large team dungeon in the East China region. The bloody plains where the Extreme Blade Mantis was born are located just over 100 miles outside of Qingfeng City. However, with the Mantis currently in a state of void-shrouded existence, it clearly has no feelings left for this hometown. The train station, here we are. In this world, thanks to technological professions like mechanics, transportation is quite advanced. But advanced transport requires significant energy and comes with high costs. The high-speed rail, on the other hand, is economical. Plus, the academy charters 2 trains for the students, so they don't have to pay a cent. Stepping onto the platform, one could see all the regular class students from the War Academy. As for the elite classes, they naturally had their own unique way of traveling, and they don't even run dungeons with the regular students. As he entered the carriage, someone let out an exclamation. My God, Yi Zhe. It really is him. I haven't seen him all day. I thought something had happened to him. I thought Zhao Xuan had lost money and hired someone to get back at him. Having the record of the first Hell difficulty dungeon clear, Yi Zhe was something of a legend in the eyes of the other students. But after a cooling off period of a whole day, everyone was clearly much more rational. If it were yesterday, there would likely have been no shortage of people rushing up for autographs. Yi scanned the area. Most students were around level 3, and level 4 was already considered quite exceptional for a regular class. His gaze eventually settled on a level 24 female student. Xia Qing, 22 years old, an intern teacher for the 3rd regular class and one of the instructors leading this trip. Compared to the high school girls in the carriage, her fully developed figure was particularly graceful, with a gentle temperament, dressed in a light green summer dress. Yi Zhe walked over. Xia Qing saw him too and waved a greeting. Teacher Xia, where should I sit? Somewhere quiet would be best. As he said this, Yi Zhe gave an innocent, harmless smile. Xia Qing paused, looked around for a moment, then took in Yi Zhe's clean, handsome features and couldn't help but say, "Then, you can sit here with me." This high-speed train was divided into multiple compartments, each seating 4 to 6 people, allowing groups to reserve spots. Yi Zhe didn't have any close friends to group with and just wanted to rest the whole way, so the place least likely to be disturbed had to be where the teacher was sitting. Yi Zhe was satisfied. Thank you, Teacher Xia. Seeing Yi Zhe enter Xia Qing's compartment, many of the male students began to feel envy and jealousy. Xia Qing was a college student nearing graduation, a delicate and lovely beauty with a soft voice and pretty face. She was highly popular among the hearts of the awakening high school boys. Seeing that the place everyone yearned for but couldn't reach was now occupied by Yi Zhe, they couldn't help but feel heartbroken. In a nearby compartment, 2 boys and 2 girls were talking, the topic still being Yi Zhe. Don't you guys think if Yi Zhe could solo a Hell difficulty dungeon yesterday, he must be insanely strong by now? Forget it. He didn't even enter a dungeon today, he probably just gave up. The speaker was a thin boy wearing assassin leather armor level 4. Evidently, he'd spent the whole day grinding dungeons and was quite confident. A priest girl sitting opposite him disagreed, saying, Yi Zhe cleared the Hell difficulty. I don't think there's anyone in all of the East China high schools stronger than him. Who says someone's way stronger than him? The level 4 thin boy immediately retorted. I heard from my uncle that someone showed up at the scout battalion today who is the real deal. Right in contaminated zone 19, he was even able to instantly kill a level 15 demon elite.
One-shot a level 15 demon elite? Upon hearing this, the other three in the compartment were instantly shocked. To them, demons felt worlds away, and a demon elite was nothing short of a terrifying legend. But inside the compartment, a girl who was a priest by profession named Lin Kei spoke up with displeasure. Lucci, I was talking about high school students. How could a high schooler possibly one-shot a level 15 demon elite? That must be an elite soldier from the demon suppression army. Hearing this, the boy called Lu Chi, a level 4 assassin, replied with complete confidence, I am talking about high school students. My uncle joined the expedition into the polluted lands today, and he said that Big Shot is only level 7, about the same age as us. But his summoned beast can kill a blood skeleton demon with a single punch. My uncle and the others all call him the newbie king of the scout battalion. Lu Chi rambled on, his tone growing increasingly excited. Sitting next to Lin Kei, a slightly plump girl couldn't help but ask, which one is stronger, a blood skeleton demon or a boss in hell difficulty? Needless to say, Lu Chi immediately cut in, demons are way more powerful than magic beasts. Lin Kei pouted but didn't argue, that was indeed a widely accepted fact. See, I told you this newbie king Big Shot is way stronger than Yi Zhe. As he spoke, Lu Chi unconsciously wore a look of faint pride, as if he himself were that Big Shot. Ever since he saw Ye Zhe enter Xia Qing's compartment, he had become even more eager to surpass him. From now on, I am going to take that Big Shot as my role model. Lin Kei hit back unceremoniously, you? Besides, Yi Zhe was able to clear a hell difficulty dungeon yesterday. Who knows how strong he's become today? Maybe Yi Zhe could kill a blood skeleton demon right now too. He probably isn't far off from that newbie king. Lu Chi waved his hand. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hearing the argument, several students from the neighboring compartment leaned over as well. They began sharing their own inside information. Yi Zhe, he's nowhere near the scout battalion's newbie king. I heard that newbie king has already been decorated to receive a medal while still in his senior year. A bespectacled boy in the next compartment lowered his voice mysteriously as he said that. But the stir it caused was even greater. Some of the students in the two compartments who were out of the loop gasped, decorated? Really? My sister is a clerk at the scout battalion and she saw it with her own eyes. The bespectacled boy confirmed he got a bronze medal in his senior year, personally awarded by the battalion commander. They say the newbie king is already capable of killing level 25 demon elites. If it weren't for him, there would have been many more casualties during the exploration of polluted land number 19. Upon hearing the detailed explanation, the students couldn't help but marvel, and several girls even showed looks of adoration. Even Lin Kei felt that Yi Zhe's light had been significantly eclipsed. Lu Chi looked completely satisfied, as if to say, see, Yi Zhe is far from being a real Big Shot. The newbie king is the idol I, Lu Chi, am striving to follow. The noise from the two compartments grew louder and louder. It even reached Xia Qing's compartment. She sat up helplessly and closed the doors and windows of her compartment, the frosted glass screen providing much better soundproofing. I just want to keep Yi Zhe from being affected by what others are saying, Xia Qing thought. There were only her and Yi Zhe in the compartment. But as soon as Yi Zhe came in, he leaned against the seat and covered his face with his baseball cap, remaining extremely quiet. Xia Qing's bright, almond-shaped eyes couldn't help but study him a bit more. Yi Zhe's emotions are so stable. He isn't even the slightest bit angry that his classmates are comparing him to someone else. This alone made him much calmer than many students she had seen before. In this environment, Yi Zhe didn't have the habit of sleeping deeply, so he naturally heard the commotion outside. But his mood was somewhat complicated for a moment. Comparing me to myself, he didn't know what to say. It felt like they were trying to put him down, yet they were seemingly praising him at the same time. He simply continued to close his eyes and rest, recovering his physical and mental strength. Spending an entire day in the polluted lands had been quite draining. Just then, the compartment door was suddenly knocked open. Knock, knock. Xia Qing stood up. Outside the door were a man and a woman in guard uniforms, both Tier 3 professionals. Hello, Teacher Xia Qing. I am Qin Chung, captain of the Qingfeng City Guard. I am Zhou Huahua, the deputy captain, I suppose. The professions and ranks of the two in front of her caught Xia Qing off guard, a level 30 gunner and a level 30 spirit mentalist. Every year during the group dungeons, Qingfeng City would send people to escort the students. But a situation like this, where even level 30 professionals were sent over, had never happened before. Perhaps noticing Xia Qing's surprise, Captain Qin Chung explained, "The beasts in the blood plains have been a bit restless this year, and there have been frequent attacks on humans and urban facilities. But don't worry, our Qingfeng City has already sent people to clear them out. We will be escorting you all today to ensure that no accidents occur." Hearing the explanation, Xia Qing immediately felt much more relieved. She wasn't a combat-oriented profession to begin with, so having two Tier 3 professionals took a lot of the pressure off her journey. "Then I'll leave it to you two," Xia Qing said gladly. Seeing that there were 2 seats left in the compartment, Qin Chung simply brought Zhou Huahua along, ready to sit down. Noticing Yi Zhe resting against the seat, he asked curiously, "And who is this?" But he hadn't finished his sentence. The previously lively and spirited Zhou Huahua suddenly shuddered, her expression turning ghastly as she tightly grabbed onto Qin Chung. Her profession was a spirit mentalist, capable of sensing others on a mental level. But just as she subconsciously sensed Yi Zhe, it was as if her entire being had been pulled into an endless void. Darkness, desolation, and fear enveloped her, like a small boat drifting into the vast deep sea. Until a pair of scarlet compound eyes appeared in the void, staring right at her. In a single breath, her mind instantly crumbled. "Danger!" Qin Chung frowned, but didn't notice a thing. "What?" Zhou Huahua looked at the calm surroundings, then back at Yi Zhe, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully and looked harmless. She couldn't help but fall into confusion. Years later, when Zhou Huahua recalled this memory, she would realize, in the entire history of humanity, aside from Yi Zhe, she was the first person to sense the existence of a void creature. And she had discovered a valuable lesson: do not easily spy on a void creature. It would have epoch-making significance in the future. Unfortunately, she knew nothing of this at the moment. Seeing Qin Chung even draw his long spear, Xia Qing turned pale with fright and hurriedly explained, "This is Yi Zhe, a student from our academy. He is not a bad guy." Qin Chung also felt a bit helpless. He put away his weapon and looked at Zhou Huahua, saying, "They are just high school students. What kind of danger could they be in?" Zhou Huahua seriously suspected that something was wrong with her spiritual sense, because that feeling had only appeared for an instant. She decided not to dwell on it any longer and took a seat with Qin Chung. At this moment, the high-speed train was already heading toward Qingfeng City. For most of the students, this was their first time leaving Linyuan City, and they were in high spirits. Some were gathered together playing games, while others were leaning against the windows looking at the scenery. As the teacher in charge, Xia Qing looked at the terrains outside and could not help but feel worried. "We are almost in the wasteland area. Will we encounter wild beasts?" As someone with a non-combat profession, Xia Qing didn't have much experience leaving the city, so she naturally felt anxious. The guard captain Qin Chung laughed and said, "Don't worry. After all, we are riding a high-speed train. Most wild beasts are very afraid of this kind of transportation and will never come near us. Our guard team is just taking precautions. Under normal circumstances, nothing will go wrong." Before he could finish his sentence, the group was instantly thrown forward as the sound of a collision intertwined with the screeching of emergency brakes. Screech! Fortunately, the train's speed wasn't as fast as in his past life, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. What happened? Countless students struggled to sit up, some even suffering minor injuries, and confused, noisy chaos ensued. Yi Zhe's rare rest was interrupted, and golden arcs of light danced within his pupils. Suddenly, a cry of shock came from the front. "My God, what a huge bull! An armored rhinoceros. Giant pythons. Is this a dungeon?" Several students looked at the scene outside, their voices and legs both trembling. Hearing this, Qin Chung and Zhou Huahua immediately looked outside, their expressions changing drastically. Dozens of wild beasts, of various types mixed with a few magical beasts, and there were even some at level 30. Yes, most wild beasts are afraid of high-speed trains. But any wild beast that isn't afraid of a high-speed train is definitely no simple matter. What exactly is going on? Why would so many different species of beasts launch an attack at the same time? Wild beasts in the wasteland almost never follow the commands of other species, let alone working together between wild beasts and magical beasts. A situation like today's is something that could have its own page in a textbook. Qin Chung suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Why did the train stop? Keep moving!" At this moment, a red alarm flashed on the train's ceiling. Encountered stone-armored beasts ahead, unable to continue. Encountered stone-armored beasts ahead. Zhou Huahua frowned, realizing the severity of the problem. "They are even blocking our path. If the high-speed train collided with a stone-armored beast while the beast would die, the entire train would also be derailed." Qin Chung made a prompt decision. "All guards, get off the train with me. All students, stay where you are. Hurry and contact the nearby city defense or the demon suppression army. The last sentence was directed at Xia Qing. Immediately, Qin Cheng, Zhou Huahua, and over a dozen Tier 2 guards disembarked. Xia Qing, who had encountered a small beast tide during her first internship, looked flustered and hurriedly grabbed her phone. Yi Zi activated his eyes of insight to look out the window. In the dim moonlight, an army seemingly composed of wild beasts was charging forward. Flame giant lizards, armored rhinos, gale wolves, earth-splitting boar kings, magical pythons, most of them were beasts above level 15. These days, even the beasts aren't staying calm, Yi Zi muttered to himself, watching as the Qingfeng City guards were already engaged in battle with the beasts. The guard team was an independent armed force for each city, possessing considerable strength. Under the leadership of 2 Tier 3 captains, they had already blocked the first wave of the beast tide. Yi Zi, just stay here and don't move. I'm going to stabilize the other students. Yi Zi heard Xia Qing's voice. Although Xia Qing wasn't a combat professional and lacked battlefield experience, she was a teacher, even if she was still an intern. In a situation like this, she had to stand up and keep those panicked students from doing anything foolish. In fact, a group of hot-headed male students had just been planning to form a team to fight the beasts, including Lu Qi. But after seeing the tank-like armored rhinos, they turned pale and didn't dare to step out of the carriage door. The gap in strength was too vast. This wasn't a dungeon. If you went out and got hit, you would really die. Hearing Xia Qing's words, Yi Zi shook his head. Xia Qing panicked immediately, her brow tightly furrowed. Yi Zi, at a time like this, don't be willful, okay? Her tone hardened as she attempted to use her authority as a teacher to intimidate Yi Zi. Unfortunately, she was the quiet, gentle type of beauty, and her soft voice held no deterrent power even when she tried to sound tough. Teacher Xiao, listen to me first. Yi Zi smiled sincerely and pointed out the window. If you don't let me out, people are going to start dying out there. Several students kept looking outside, their faces bloodless. The second wave of the beast tide had arrived, consisting of 6 level 25 elite beasts and 2 magical beasts of the same level. Qin Cheng was fighting with his spear alone, blood energy surging, fighting 4 at once. But he was still being flanked by other beasts breaking through the rear line. Yi Zi followed Xia Qing to the corridor of the carriage. Xia Qing didn't know why she trusted Yi Zi. Perhaps she was a little scared herself, and having been moved by his composure and confidence, she wanted to keep him close for courage. Seeing their teacher, the students in the carriage settled down slightly. But the beasts outside were anything but calm. A sound of shattering echoed from outside. The beasts had broken through the defensive line set up by the psychics. Inside the summoned beast space, the crimson-eyed mantis was already restless. But Yi Zi dared not let the mantis out on its own. He was a little afraid that if the mantis went out, it might just slaughter the guard team as well. Given the mantis's current bloodlust, it would be a trivial matter for it to do so without supervision. As Yi Zi was about to step out the carriage door, he found the psychic Go Hua guarding it. Get back, quickly, Zhou Huahua shouted in panic. Yi Zi discovered that 2 level 25 elite stone-armored beasts were rushing straight at them. At Zhou Huahua's level, she would certainly have no trouble dodging the attack, but behind her was a carriage full of high school students. And now there was also Yi Zi. Yi Zi! Xia Qing cried out in alarm, a flicker of arcane light flashing in her eyes. A deep blue arcane shield was cast over Yi. This was the only defensive skill of her profession, the scholar, and one of only 2 combat skills she possessed. It was all she could do. In the next moment, a black and white figure appeared. A breeze-like surge of energy swept past, charging headlong toward the 2 incoming stone-armored beasts. Tai-Chi, catch the sparrow's tail. Boom! The 2 stone-armored beasts were embedded into the ground with a single blow, instantly killed. Killed stone-armored beast gained 225 EXP. Killed stone-armored beast gained 225 EXP. Level 7, 3080 40 100.
Yi Zi couldn't help but sigh. What a familiar scene. When he was level 1, it was the panda using bird's tail grasp to deal with the stone-armored beast. When he was level 7, it was still the panda using bird's tail grasp against the stone-armored beast. When will the panda finally get more skills? Yi Zi grumbled to himself, but he didn't notice that everyone inside and outside the carriage was now looking at him like he was some kind of monster. The students from the war college were stunned, muttering to themselves, "Who is the owner of this insanely powerful iron-eating beast? Let me guess." No need to guess. Out of all of us here, Yi Zi is the only summoner. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes began to tremble. She was looking at Yi Zi as if he were a god. Yi Zi, you? Is this really the senior student from the class next door? Are you kidding me? Even many college graduates she had seen didn't have the strength to instantly kill 2 level 25 elite stone-armored beasts. How could such a person have been sleeping so peacefully right next to her just a moment ago? On the other side, the priest student Lin Kei had eyes shining with a hint of admiration. She showed off to Lu Qi and the others nearby. Look, I told you Yi Zi was definitely even more powerful. Zhou Huahua was bewildered. Yi Zi said earnestly, can I join the battlefield now? Although the beasts and monsters here don't give as much experience as the demons, they are still enough for me to level up. Who could refuse the chance to gain an extra level before a massive group dungeon? But unexpectedly, Zhou Huahua refused directly. You are only a high school senior. It's not your turn to risk your life on the battlefield. Besides, you are very strong now, and you'll surely be even stronger in the future. You should stay alive. There's no need to take such risks here. Although Zhou Huahua and the others were just the escort team, their mission was to protect the students. Yi Zi sighed helplessly. He really wanted to say, I don't really have to risk my life for this level of threat. But Zhou Huahua added, since you have some skill, just try your best to protect yourself. In her words, although Zhou Huahua acknowledged Yi Zi's strength, she still felt he wasn't enough to turn the tide of the battle. No point in arguing. Yi Zi had realized this, so he rummaged through his backpack, only to find an investigation department ID card. Oh, it's in my pocket. He stopped Zhou Huahua and flashed a bronze medal in his hand. At this moment, Zhou Huahua's expression was beyond shock. This included Xia Qing, Lin Kei, and the other students in the carriage, with Lu Qi and his group looking the most dumbfounded. Yi Zi pinned the medal to his chest and said, I don't need to explain, do I? Where is a bronze medal awarded by the military most privileged? In the military and on the battlefield, of course. It represents the military's recognition of one's ability and strength. On the battlefield, it can substitute for a rank and even grant temporary command authority. Of course, the authority of a bronze rank isn't huge, but for this escort team it was more than enough. In the midst of her shock, Huahua immediately gave a standard military salute. Understood. This bronze medal proved that Yi Zi was an equal-ranking soldier in the demon-suppressing army capable of combat on the battlefield. In terms of title, it was even half a rank higher than the people on the escort team. Yi Zi smiled and returned the salute. You hold the line here. I'm going to take care of the beast tide. With that, he walked straight out of the carriage and joined the battlefield. At that moment, the entire carriage fell into silence. Dozens of students looked at each other, their faces almost entirely blank. Xia Qing, Lin Ke, and especially Lu Qi and his group were in a state of utter shock. A bronze medal. That legendary high school student rumored to have been decorated by the military, that new king of the scout battalion with miraculous battle records turned out to be Ye Zi. Xia Qing was completely stunned, unable to describe her feelings. First day clearance of a hell difficulty dungeon after changing classes, and decorated by the military on the second day. Is this really the achievement of a student in a normal class? Lin Ke, Lu Qi, and others felt their scalps tingling. They were just comparing Yi Zi to themselves. Is this something a human can do? After a moment of silence, Lu Qi burst out with excitement. That is so incredibly badass. You guys know Yi Zi has always been my idol. After rushing into the battlefield, 4 elite monsters immediately charged at Yi Zi. It seemed they were targeting him specifically. But there was no need to hesitate. Yi Zi sent the panda, who killed them in a flash. Tai-Chi Cloud Hands Punch. With an attack power that far exceeded its rank, the 4 elite monsters around him were blown to pieces instantly. I need to help Qin Cheng get out of the encirclement first. With that thought, Yi Zi sent the Shadow Squirrel to assist and rescued the trapped gunfighter, Qin Cheng. Is that you? Qin Cheng recognized Yi Zi through his cloak. He was the student from the compartment earlier. But seeing the bronze medal on his chest, he suddenly felt like he didn't know the person in front of him at all. Are you really a high school student? Before Yi Zi could answer, 2 massive and powerful auras surged into the battlefield. They were 2 level 30 elite beast kings. Compared to the previous ones, the pressure they exerted was far greater. Qin Cheng frowned. Damn, why is this endless? Even as the escort team leader from Qingfeng City, he felt it was becoming tricky. If this continued, there was no doubt it would evolve into a full-blown, large-scale beast tide. But Yi Zi's eyes gleamed, and what he said made Qin Cheng very excited. Don't worry, I've found the source of the problem. Through his eye of insight, he could clearly see that every beast and monster rushing over had a special status effect. Driven, a method to forcibly control beasts. The mastermind behind the scenes was using this ability to hide in the shadows and trap them all. Qin Cheng asked impatiently, what should we do? He didn't trust the high schooler Yi Zi, but he did trust that bronze medal. Yi Zi didn't stand on ceremony and immediately arranged, you go back to defend against the beast kings, I can handle the rest on my own. Qin Cheng was stunned, then said awkwardly, I can't defend against 2 beast kings alone. He could deal with 2 Beast Kings, but protecting the train at the same time was difficult. Yi understood naturally, I'll have the panda stay with you. Then what about you? Qin Chung didn't understand. What will you use without your summoned beast? In his eyes, that panda in the white Taoist robe was absolutely the strongest summoned beast. You're going to deal with the source of the beast tide without your strongest summon. Yi smiled calmly. Don't worry. For now, the strongest one hasn't even had the chance to step out yet. Hearing this, Qin Chung stopped talking and immediately went back to defend against the level 30 Beast Kings. And Yi finally summoned his third beast, the Void Hunter. Mantis, find the leader of the beast tide. As he spoke, the crimson-eyed mantis appeared out of thin air right beside Yi as if manifesting from nothing. Its scarlet compound eyes scanned the battlefield rapidly, as if it had been waiting for a long time. As a top-tier hunter combined with the mantis's unique compound eyes, its judgment of prey was exceptionally precise. A moment later, those bloodthirsty eyes locked onto a figure in the dim forest in the distance. Night Shadow Jackal LV30. Type, rare level monster. Found you. At the train carriage. Before the 2 level 30 Beast Kings could break through the defense line, Qin Chung and the panda each engaged one, successfully holding them off. Seeing this, Zhou Huahua was not relieved, but instead looked shocked. Captain Qin, why are you back alone? Qin Chung felt helpless. As their captain, he couldn't even get a shred of concern from his team members at this moment. However, he understood what Zhou Huahua meant and explained Yi's plan to her. Unexpectedly, the usually Jia Qing grew anxious. Captain Qin, Yi is still a student after all. How can you let him face the Beast Tide leader alone? Exactly, Captain Qin. Zhou Huahua's expression was grim, especially since Yi even left his summoned beast behind to guard the line. A summoner without teammates by their side will definitely be at a disadvantage. Qin Chung knocked back the level 30 Beast King in front of him, suddenly finding it hard to defend himself. He actually had the same thought just now. That was why, before returning to the defense line, he had decisively turned back to assist Yi, thinking that at least the 2 of them could look out for each other. But as he turned around, he felt a terrifying aura beside Yi, ferocious, unruly, and violent. It was like a beast that had been lurking for a long time, now searching for its prey. At that moment, he could feel Yi's hidden trump card was far more terrifying than anything they had ever witnessed. He wanted to tell Zhou Huahua, your intuition is actually quite accurate. The danger you sensed before probably wasn't an illusion. And what's more, it's not certain if Yi will be at a disadvantage, but the leader of the beast tide is likely the one about to suffer a huge loss. A jackal, a rare intelligent beast. After spotting the figure in the distance, Yi instantly recalled the corresponding information. Jackals are similar to wolves, but with mediocre stats in all areas except for high intelligence and spirit, and they are quite rare. And the rare quality nightshade jackal is among the top 5 rarest species in the wilderness near East China. Yi subconsciously activated his Eye of Insight. Nightshade jackal, level 30, type rare 4-star magical beast. Stats: Strength 140, Constitution 140, Agility 160, Spirit 270. Skills: Shadow Raid, Night Invisibility, Poison Rending Claws, Soul Assault. He had only just begun reading the information provided by the Eye of Insight when he saw the jet-black nightshade jackal in his field of vision turn around, preparing to slip away, trying to run. Such keen spiritual perception. Yi was not panicked at all, even offering a word of praise. The stronger the spiritual power, the sharper the perception and warning of danger. Clearly, this nightshade jackal had vaguely sensed the incoming danger and was attempting to abandon the herd to escape. But prey targeted by the Void Hunter cannot escape. Stop it. With Yi's command, the red-eyed mantis vanished from its spot in an instant. In the forest nearly a kilometer away, the sleek black-purple nightshade jackal was fleeing for its life. But the next moment, it slammed on its brakes. In front of it, a monster-like mantis had emerged as if stepping out of a spatial rift. An invisible pressure enveloped the nightshade jackal. Its deep purple orb-like eyes contracted sharply, while its protruding claws and jaw set into a defensive warning posture. This appearance, it looks a bit like a blue poison beast. Yi arrived at the same time with the squirrel perched on his shoulder ready for action. Hemmed in from front and back, the nightshade jackal let out a strange cry. A moment later, 2 night wolves charged in from the sides. Night wolf, level 30. Type, elite level beast. This nightshade jackal actually knows how to arrange bodyguards for itself. Yi was surprised, but a glimmer of suspicion surfaced in his mind. With the spiritual power of a single nightshade jackal, how could it possibly command so many level 30 beasts? Even with the nightshade jackal being of slightly higher quality, it didn't seem reasonable. Just then, the nightshade jackal actually spoke up. Human, if you leave now, we shall remain in peace. Its voice was obscure and deep. It seemed that with two helpers, being 3 against 2, it felt it had gained some advantage and found the confidence to speak. Yi Zi laughed. He had been worried his opponent was too weak to test the true strength of his Void Hunter. He looked at the Nightshade Jackal and said teasingly, "Come on, let me see what other surprises you have for me." Anger surfaced in the Nightshade Jackal's eyes. As an intelligent being, it had taken the initiative to seek peace, only to be met with such contempt and provocation. Then die. Night wolves grow extra strong under the shroud of night, with their speed and lethality doubled. 2 level 30 night wolves in this night state would almost certainly leave a regular tier 3 professional heavily injured if they were to swarm them. But at this moment, the 2 wolves chose the mantis as their target. As the 2 night wolves swung their sharp claws just about to pounce, the mantis's body instantly turned illusory. It was as if it existed in another dimension, leaving behind only a projection here. Void shift. Just as the attack was about to connect, the mantis shifted its body into the void plane, evading the opponent's strike. What an overpowered skill. Even Yi Zi couldn't help but complain. It's just a shame that humans can't necessarily survive in the void, otherwise I'd want to copy it and try it out. The 2 night wolves' claws swiped at empty air, their bodies propelled forward by inertia before they could even react. The mantis's body reappeared right where it was. Slash. Its 2 scythe-like arm blades swept through the air, leaving a blood-red line. The 2 night wolves, one left and one right, were instantly cut in half. Night wolves aren't earthworms. Once cut in half, the top and bottom parts of their bodies quickly lost all life. Killed night wolf, plus 270. Killed night wolf, plus 270. The Nightshade Jackal's confidence vanished instantly, replaced by a look of terror. In its eyes, the Void Mantis had effortlessly and unscathedly insta-killed 2 level 30 night wolves in just a single breath. The bizarre nature of its methods was something it never could have anticipated. Even the jackal knew nothing about void creatures. I need to think of a way. With a shift of its gaze, the Nightshade Jackal prepared to lunge at Yi Zi almost instantly. Can't run, can't win. It seemed like capturing the summoner was its only chance at survival. But Yi Zi wasn't panicked at all. In front of him, there was the permanent spirit shield from his spirit cloak. Shield value, summoner's spirit plus total constitution of all summoned beasts, 1000%. Currently, with 3 summoned beasts, the shield value reached a staggering 5,320 points. The Nightshade Jackal could attack it all day and wouldn't even dent it. But unfortunately, the Nightshade Jackal didn't even get the chance to trigger the shield. The moment it lunged at Yi Zi, the mantis swung its right arm blade void/activated. In that instant, space itself seemed to tear apart. A purple void crack slashed through the air. Wherever the crack passed, space distorted, emitting a low, buzzing hum. If the panda with its Tai Chi skills was invincible in close combat, then the mantis, possessing void power, was the ultimate assassin and hunter. With a soft thud, the 2 halves of the Nightshade Jackal's corpse fell to the ground. Killed rare magical beast, Nightshade plus 50. Ding, you have leveled up to level 8. Talent, you have received 1 roll for an infinite gold tier trait. Hunter, the red-eyed mantis, has killed a formidable foe and may undergo 1 evolution for a body part.
Series of notifications chimed, but Yi Zi didn't check them for the moment, focusing his gaze instead on a specific part of the Night Stalker Jackal's corpse. He had discovered an unexpected issue. Soul Control Mark, belonging to the Demon General Soul Eater Fiend, used to remotely manipulate a target's action. A soul control mark from a demon, hidden beneath the fur on the jackal's neck, completely invisible to the naked eye. So it was the demons acting up. While astonished, Yi Zi instructed the mantis, check if there are any other enemies nearby. The mantis's compound eyes flashed red and it confirmed none left, master. With that, it stood obediently by Yi Zi's side, waiting for its evolution. Yi Zi nodded. No wonder one Night Stalker Jackal could control so many level 30 beasts. The real manipulator was someone else. Even the Night Stalker Jackal was just being controlled, used by this Demon General level entity as a smokescreen. Recalling what the guard captain Qin Chung said earlier, the unrest in the Qingfeng City wilderness likely had something to do with the demons. If it were anyone else, they would have likely mistaken the jackal for the mastermind. Little did they know, there was an even greater culprit behind the scenes. Even the demons are playing schemes now? All demons have always been kept contained within the abyss by the Demon Suppression Army as much as possible. They probably want to use conspiracies and tricks to break through the human defense lines. However, thinking about this is of little use right now. Improving my strength is the top priority. Otherwise, by the time I actually face a demon general, it will be too late to realize the threat. Yi Zi first collected the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the Night Stalker Jackal, the Night Stalker Dagger and the Night Stalker Armor. Both were level 30 4-star rare gear. I don't need them. I'll feed them to the panda later. Then he looked at the mantis's evolution panel. Hunter can evolve the following body parts: arm blades, exoskeleton, compound-eyes, wing. According to the talent description, evolving each part grants a corresponding stat boost. However, the specific effects of the improvements are not visible yet. Might as well just pick one at random. Yi Zhe considered the mantis's preference. Where do you want to evolve first? Hearing this, the mantis excitedly raised its two arm blades high, its meaning self-evident. As a hunter, it cares most about the body parts representing offense. Yi Zhe nodded. All right, let's evolve the arm blades. With a thought, a burst of purple light flashed. The crimson-eyed mantis's arm blades were enveloped, and in an instant, they radiated an even more exotic glow. Looking at them, the blades had grown slightly longer, and the dark crystal energy fluctuation on the surface was even more powerful. Ding, evolution successful. Current level, arm blades +1. Arm blades +20, damage coefficient +20%, critical rate +20, armor penetration +20%, skill void/level +1. Yi Zhe was pleasantly surprised. The boost is actually this massive. The boost from one evolution is actually greater than an equivalent rare-grade weapon. After evolving the arm blades, the mantis's strength reached 195, surpassing the panda by 4 points. Furthermore, the legendary skill Void/leveled up from 6 to 7. The skill damage increased from the original strength times 1200% to 1400%. The overall improvement is quite significant, and this is just at level 1 evolution. If I enter a super large raid, there will surely be plenty of strong enemies. Think how satisfying it will be to evolve then. Yi Zhe looked forward to the Qingfeng City raid even more now. Beside him, the mantis looked at its newly evolved arm blades with great satisfaction. But suddenly it sensed something and vanished into the void in a flash. Just as Yi Zhe was about to extract a trait, he heard someone approaching from behind. Are the beast-tide leaders all dead? The voice was somewhat gruff and familiar. Yi Zhe turned around to see a burly man about 1.90 meters tall with dark brown curly hair wearing a casual short-sleeved shirt. He was stunned, Mayor Wan. Hey, Kid Yi Zhe! The person was none other than Wan Feipeng, mayor of Linyuan City and a Tier 6 hunter. With his strength, handling a beast-tide of this level was truly like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Just felt bored, so I decided to come take a look after seeing the attack report, Wan Feipeng said casually while walking over to Yi Zhe. Yi Zhe believed him because Wan Feipeng became mayor primarily due to his overwhelming strength, leaving daily tasks to his assistants. Yi Zhe told him about the situation with the beast-tide leader. Wan Feipeng glanced at the jackal's corpse nonchalantly and scoffed. I thought it was something serious. It's just a sentient magical beast. Must have had a death wish to attack a train. Attacks by sentient magical beasts were common in the wilderness, so Wan Feipeng didn't take it to heart at all. No, Mayor. Seeing this, Yi Zhe pointed directly to the hidden soul control mark. It was being manipulated by a demon. Though he didn't know what kind of conspiracy the demon general soul eater fiend was up to. But there was no need to worry, just report it. Rather than keeping a secret to himself, it was better to hand it over to the big shots capable of dealing with it and let them have the headache. Playing cat and mouse with demons, Yi Zhe couldn't be bothered. He would spend all his time leveling up and getting stronger. Once his strength was sufficient, he'd just crush them. Who cares about their schemes? Seeing the issue Yi Zhe pointed out, Wan Feipeng immediately turned serious. A demon general's mark? Can't these damn demons just stay in the abyss where they belong? Discovering it was the work of a demon general. Even Wan Feipeng had to take it seriously. If handled poorly, a demon general could even wipe out a medium or small-sized human city. Wait. While pondering, Wan Feipeng suddenly realized something and stared intently at Yi Zhe. These level 30 Night Stalker jackals and wolves, were they all killed by you alone? And you were the one to find this mark? Knowing he couldn't hide his strength, Yi Zhe nodded and admitted it. As for how he found the mark, he shamelessly attributed it to his mentor, Lu Boyan, from the investigation department. Well, that seemed reasonable enough. Unexpectedly, Wan Feipeng's eyes gleamed as if he'd found a treasure. Damn it, my Linyuan City finally produced a true genius. He once again used his familiar rough-and-tumble approach, throwing an arm around Yi Zhe's shoulder. At this moment, even the matter of the demon general seemed less important. Not even tier 1 yet, but soloing 3 level 30 magical beasts, and they were all elite rank or higher. Isn't this better than the geniuses in the prosperous central China regions? Brother, you absolutely must promise me one thing. Wan Feipeng was overjoyed, but then hesitated. No, still not quite enough yet. He looked at the corpses on the ground, baring his teeth in a rebellious grin. Brother Yi Zhe, I'm going to authorize military merits for your contribution today. If you can get even stronger after the raid, I'll take you somewhere really good then. Yi Zhe Kime. A good place? Looking at Wan Feipeng's rough, warlord-like expression. If not for knowing the guy's true strength and status, Yi Zhe would have definitely thought Wan Feipeng was taking him to a foot massage parlor. However, Wan Feipeng didn't say much more. After dropping that line, he hoisted the Night Jackal's corpse onto his shoulder and walked off. The speed of a Tier 6 hunter was simply several times faster than a high-speed train. Clearly, the appearance of a general-rank demon had forced him to take the situation seriously. Yi Zhe felt helpless. You still want me to be stronger? Yet, the strength he had displayed here didn't even amount to half of his full combat power. In fact, even Wan Feipeng hadn't considered such a terrifying possibility. A level 7 summoner taking down a level 30 rare magical beast without using even half their combat potential, who would believe that? Yi Zhe shook his head and returned to where the train was located. The supporting city defense troops had already arrived and the beast tide was completely over. Clusters of beast carcasses lay by the high-speed train, a total mess, with the smell of blood permeating the air. Qin Cheng and Zhou Huahua, who were waiting outside the train, looked stunned when they saw Yi Zhe, the beast tide leader. You killed it? Yi Zhe nodded calmly. City Lord Wan Feipeng took the carcass away. It's all handled. He unpinned his bronze badge, retracted the panda he had left out into his summoning space, and returned to the carriage, leaving Qin Cheng and Zhou Huahua behind, staring at each other in speechless silence. Single-handedly slaying the beast tide leader, are high school students this terrifying nowadays? As he returned to the carriage this time, all the students on the train focused their gazes on Yi Zhe. The entire cabin went deathly silent. It was as if Yi Zhe were no longer their classmate, but some kind of legendary divine being. Watching Yi Zhe walk back to his compartment, the crowd of students erupted in exclamations. He soloed the beast tide leader. My God, is he even human? Should I ask for an autograph now? I feel like I might not be able to get one later. Listening to the chatter behind him, Yi Zhe returned to his compartment. He saw Sha Qing in her light green dress, busy reporting the ambush to the academy. Seeing Yi Zhe return, she actually felt a bit nervous. She wasn't quite sure how to treat him anymore. At the very least, she couldn't look at Yi Zhe as an ordinary student anymore. But Yi Zhe just smiled calmly. Teacher Xia, I'm going to get some rest. Call me if you need anything. With that, he actually leaned back in his chair just like before and closed his eyes to rest as if nothing had happened. Xia Qing leaned in, studying Yi Zhe with a complex expression. It was her first time leading a team as an intern, and they were struck by a beast horde. Recalling the scene earlier still left her feeling shaken. How could Yi Zhe be so calm that he could just fall asleep? Actually, this was a misunderstanding. Yi Zhe was busy focusing his mind to draw a new tag. After reaching level 8, he still had one tag draw left. Fortunately, the process of drawing tags was completely invisible to others, so he decided to just do it right there in the compartment. You have drawn a Golden Legend grade tag, Ancestral Bloodline Reversion. Ancestral Bloodline Reversion awakens bloodline power, returning to the glory and heritage of the ancient era. Note, must be used on a target with a bloodline. Seeing this tag, Yi Zhe nearly lost his composure in his mental trance. Awakening ancient bloodline power. He immediately thought of the legends back on Earth. Qi Yu and his mount, the iron-eating beast. To be chosen as a mount by Qi Yu himself, that must be the peak power of an iron-eating beast. Besides, among his summoned beasts, the panda was the only one with a real bloodline. There was no doubt about who would receive it. Yi Zhe looked toward the panda's summoning space. It was a self-contained world of natural scenery, where the panda was currently munching on half a bamboo stalk. Apply the tag to the panda. Ancestral Bloodline Reversion tag applied successfully. Summoned Beast, Kung Fu Panda Epic 6 stars evolved into 9 Li Battle Beast Golden Legend 1 star. With a flash of golden light, the panda's body grew much taller. Its black and white fur now looked as hard as armor, and its claws were much sharper, but other than that, it didn't change much. His second Golden Legend summoned Beast, and it had 1 more star than the Mantis, so Yi Zhe checked the stats expectantly. 9 Li Battle Beast Kung Fu Panda. Quality, Golden Legend 1 star. Level 8. Stats, Strength 251, Constitution 206, Agility 225, Spirit 189. Talents, 9 Li Bloodline Legend, Tai-Chi Internal Power Legend, Battle Hardened Legend, Legendary Reputation Legend. Skills, 9 Li Sharpness Level 8 Legend, Ancient Phantom Level 8 Legend, Tai-Chi Fist Level 10 Legend, 4 ounces, Deflect 1,000 pounds Level 10 Legend. Equipment, Crimson Spirit Bracers Rare. Aside from strength, other stats increased by 45 points, but strength alone had surged by 60 points. Looking at the stat panel, it felt genuinely frightening. In addition, it gained 2 new combat-oriented skills. 9 Li Sharpness. The 9 Li Battle Beast's attacks deal additional metallic piercing damage, ignoring defense and becoming unstoppable. Ancient Phantom condenses spirit and internal energy, manifesting a phantom of an ancient ancestor, combining offense and defense to significantly increase damage and defense. A pure damage skill. If the previous panda was about defeating strength with gentleness, then now it was a perfect harmony of hardness and softness. Especially Ancient Phantom, which provided all-around defense and increased its reach, drastically boosting its combat power. Before, when facing a tide of dozens of beasts, including 2 level 30 Beast Kings, the panda would have seemed a bit overwhelmed. But now, with Ancient Phantom activated, the panda could solo that kind of beast tide all by itself. With such a massive upgrade, Yi Ze felt much more confident facing either the Hidden Demon General or ultra-large-scale raids. While he was busy drawing the tag, the high-speed train had long since continued on its way. Regardless, the large-scale raid couldn't be delayed. Yi Ze opened his eyes and realized Qin Cheng and Zhou Huahua were gone. Only he and Xia Qing remained in the compartment. She was typing away on her keyboard, looking conflicted while writing something. Yi Ze took a peek. The title was Internship Tenure Application Xia Qing 4th Revision. Xia Qing bit her lower lip and typed experienced an ambush while leading a team and maintained student order under the personal achievements section. She added a few dozen more words in detail. A familiar feeling welled up, Yi Ze said with deep empathy. That's exactly what I do when I need to reach the word count for an essay. The sudden comment took her by surprise. Xia Qing's fair face flushed beet red, and she hurriedly covered the laptop screen with her hands, embarrassed and angry. Why are you peeking? What a student and teacher share. How can that be called peeking? Yi Ze put on a harmless smile. I wanted to learn from you. You don't need to. Xia Qing sighed helplessly. What teaching achievements could an intern like me possibly have? Of course I have to write as much as I can, otherwise I won't be able to get a permanent position for 2 or 3 years. There was one more thing she didn't say, but Yi Ze understood. To achieve teaching results, the accomplishments of one's students occupy a huge proportion. Otherwise, the vice principal wouldn't have been so eager to become Yi Ze's nominal mentor. And in her ordinary class 3, the chances of getting any achievements were extremely slim unless some miracle happened. There was really little she could do on her own. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think. If she had just one student with half of Yi Ze's ability, she wouldn't be having such a headache about getting her tenure. Not long after, the high-speed train began to decelerate slowly. A robotic voice without much emotion sounded. Qingfeng City, we have arrived.
So this is Qingfeng City? It feels pretty much the same as Linyuan City. Yi Ze had just stepped off the train and was feeling good. The two cities did have one thing in common. They were both scarred by war. Linyuan City was near the Abyss border, and Qingfeng City was near the blood-colored plains. Neither could be considered safe. The students from the War Academy got off the train and boarded a shuttle bus that took them to the super-large team dungeon. Just then, a hovercar nearby drew gasps of amazement from the crowd. The car was entirely silver with a streamlined design and full of high-tech features. It was clearly a creation of a high-level mechanic. What kind of car is that? It looks so cool. That's a vehicle from Dongwu City First High. 8 of the top 10 in last year's East China College entrance exam came from that school. I heard they're fully geared up this time to break the record for this dungeon. Yi Ze had learned a thing or two about them. A hovercar like that consumes 80 to 120 crystals every 100 kilometers. A toy for the rich. Amidst the crowd's exclamation, the hovercar marked with Dongwu First High's emblem took off like a flash and quickly disappeared from their sight. An hour later, a vast plaza appeared before them, with a black carved stone gate over 10 meters tall standing in the center. This was the entrance to the team dungeon. This was a level 10 super large team dungeon. It was said to have been created from a world fragment shattered by the abyss, but no one knew the specific details. At the plaza entrance, an inspection point was registering everyone. Not far away, Yi Ze saw the honors class students, who seemed to have finished the dungeon already since they arrived early. And to his surprise, Vice Dean Zhou Wei was actually berating several students. One girl from the honors class had even been scolded to tears. That's rare. Zhou Wei actually dares to criticize people from the honors class? Yi Ze rubbed his chin, watching the spectacle, and Xia Qing did the same. It looks like their dungeon results weren't ideal. She lowered her voice so only Yi Ze could hear, acting exactly like two bystanders out for a show. As expected, everyone loves a bit of drama. A moment later, a level 4 assassin student named Lu Qi approached with a look as if he were waiting to be rewarded for his information. Brother Z, I found out the scoop. Ever since learning that Yi Ze was the rookie king, Lu Qi had changed his attitude completely, making no secret of his admiration. It turns out Zhao Xuan learned 3 excellent grade summoning skills and got too confident, so he decided to challenge the hard-level dungeon on a whim. The result was a total team wipe. But the Vice Dean doesn't dare yell at Zhao Xuan, so he's scolding the others for not stopping him. Hearing this, Yi Zhe couldn't help but laugh. Xia Qing, standing by, whispered, "Dungeon failure will seriously impact the Vice Dean's performance assessment. No wonder he's so angry." Yi Zhe said in surprise, "Is there such good news?" Performance assessment is one of the evaluation standards for all academic positions. If the results are poor, the Vice Dean could very well be replaced. At that moment, the honors class students were preparing to leave with dark faces. Especially Zhao Xuan and Zhou Wei, one with a face black as charcoal and the other bright red. It was truly hilarious. Passing by Yi's, Zhao Xuan glared at him coldly, but given his coal-black face, Yi's couldn't help but chuckle. "Puh, what are you laughing at?" Zhao Xuan demanded, his face still dark. Yi Zhe replied, "Nothing. I've had professional training, I generally don't laugh." Seemingly sensing the mockery in Yi Zhe's tone, Zhao Xuan scoffed disdainfully. "Laughing? Let's see if you can still laugh once you realize your teammates are nothing but a bunch of losers." Once he said this, none of the other honors students dared to argue back. They had always been the golden children of the War Academy, yet after a hard-level dungeon, they had become the dead weight Zhao Xuan described. This showed just how terrifying the dungeon's difficulty was. Following that, even the regular class students watching the show couldn't laugh anymore. Because wasn't Zhao Xuan essentially insulting them too? If even the honors students were dead weight in the dungeon, what would happen to them in the regular classes? Yi Zhe, however, didn't care at all and replied mockingly, "You're not good enough yourself, so you blame others. You chose the high difficulty, but didn't have the strength to carry your team to victory, and now you're blaming them?" Hearing this, many honors students looked excited. They were on the verge of applauding Yi Zhe. They only wanted to try the high difficulty, but Zhao Xuan was the one who insisted on challenging the hard level, and now he was lashing out after failing. If it weren't for the fact that their strength and background were inferior to Zhao Xuan's, they would have snapped back long ago. Zhao Xuan flew into a rage. "What do you know about team dungeons? What good is one person being strong? The dungeon is designed for a 100-person team difficulty." Seeing that Yi Zhe just smiled and didn't reply, Zhao Xuan's anger flared even more. "Fine, you do it if you're so good. I'm not leaving today. I'm going to watch you get wiped. If you've got guts, don't pick the normal difficulty." Dungeon difficulties are the same as rookie dungeons, divided into normal, high, hard, nightmare, calamity, and hell. Even with the honors class led by Zhao Xuan, they could at most handle the high difficulty dungeon. According to Xia Qing's plan, the only chance for their regular class was to clear the normal difficulty. Therefore, she couldn't help but tug on Yi Zhe's sleeve, signaling him not to be impulsive. Just then, the registration was finished. It was the regular class's turn to enter the team dungeon. Standing before the black stone gate in the center of the plaza, Xia Qing meticulously explained all the strategies and precautions one more time. But Yi Zhe had already looked into all of this. At the same time, he curiously activated his Eye of Insight on the dungeon entrance. Dungeon entrance, the Fallen Dragon Valley. Background. Under the conquest of the Abyss, even the storm dragons that retreated into the valley could not escape death. Difficulty and clearance methods. Bonus rewards. Break the clearance record for normal difficulty or higher, rewards based on personal performance. Earn MVP in the dungeon, rewarded with an MVP dungeon chest. There are actually 2 extra chances to earn rewards. Yi Zhe was quite intrigued. After Xia Qing finished her instructions, she specifically came over to Yi Zhe and said separately, "Yi Zhe, you must stay steady." Yi Zhe replied cheerfully, "Don't worry, Teacher Xia, I am very steady." Xia Qing nodded in satisfaction and watched them enter the dungeon. Yi Zhe naturally became the team leader. Please select the difficulty level your team wishes to challenge. Yi Zhe, Hell. Outside the dungeon, the moment the Hell difficulty was selected, the dungeon entrance turned blood red. Xia Qing felt like her vision went black. A blood red dungeon entrance? Did he actually choose Hell difficulty? Did Yi Zhe make a mistake? Having spent 4 years in university, Xia Qing naturally knew that a party dungeon's difficulty was nearly dozens of times higher than a beginner dungeon. Especially at Hell difficulty, no team had managed to clear it yet. Besides, the group Yi Zhe went in with isn't some top-tier team. It's just a regular class from a high school. Beside her, 2 other instructors leading groups from the War Academy were also shocked. In particular, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, an elderly man with gray hair and deep wrinkles, took off his reading glasses with trembling hands and said in disbelief, "Why would something like this happen right before I retire?" The emotions of the crowd were not shared by all. Seeing this, Zhao Xuan first froze, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha. I think you should call for the transport back to the academy now, Teacher Xiao. If they last 10 minutes, it'll be a miracle for Yize. At this moment, a man with the title of Party Dungeon Administrator approached them. Who opened the hell difficulty? Dongwu City No. 1 High School? Weren't they booked for calamity difficulty? There was a monitoring office next to the dungeon. The administrator went in to confirm, and the result left him speechless. Linyuan City War Academy, a regular class? Even Dongwu No. 1 High doesn't dare to open hell difficulty, and they want to. For an unknown team to choose hell difficulty, the gap in capability is unfathomable. Moreover, opening a hell difficulty party dungeon consumes a massive amount of crystals. Since this was a free session sponsored by the military, this expense would naturally fall on them. What a waste of crystals. Inside the dungeon, with a flash of white light, the scene changed instantly. And in the ears of Yize and the others, an introduction played. In this world, humanity and the Storm Dragon clan lived in peace. But later, the abyss arrived. Humanity fought to the death but could not overcome the demons, and at the brink of extinction, they sought an alliance with the Storm Dragon clan. However, the Storm Dragons did not want to oppose the demons, believing that a small concession would naturally bring peace to their clan. For 2 years, humanity received no aid and was wiped out by the demon. Now that humanity is gone, can the Storm Dragon survive for long? The iron hooves of the abyss will not spare an inch of land in the entire universe. Ding! You have entered the Hell Difficulty Party Dungeon. The Fallen Dragon Valley. Hell Difficulty Clear Condition. Repel the Demon Army. Note: all Storm Dragons live in the Dragon Valley. If you succeed in persuading them, they can serve as allies. Countdown until the demons arrive at Dragon Valley. 9 hours and 59 minutes. This was the background of the party dungeon. As for where the original story took place, it was currently impossible to know. While Yize pondered, the other students exploded. 3 regular classes, nearly 100 students, were in no mood for a story, and many were on the verge of a breakdown. Seriously, man, we're on hell difficulty? Did you pick the wrong one, Brother Yi? I'd probably die in 2 seconds on this difficulty. Goodbye, Mom. I'm going to feed the enemies tonight. The gloomy, blood-red sky of the hell difficulty alone seemed to make it hard for everyone to breathe. While everyone was busy whispering, the assassin Lu Qi stood up and shouted angrily, "Quiet down. Brother Z must have his reasons for doing this." Nearby, the priest girl Lin K, who was on the train earlier, also spoke up. "Have you all forgotten the hell dungeon Yize cleared first? What's wrong with taking another first clear for a party dungeon?" After the Beast Tide attack, many classmates had developed strong trust in Yize. For a moment, quite a few people stepped up to defend Yize and maintain order. Lu Qi leaned over and tentatively asked, "Brother Z, you have a plan, right?" The eyes of the crowd naturally focused on him. Yize thought for a moment and nodded. Lu Qi's expression instantly became spirited, as expected of Brother Z. Even for hell difficulty, he has a plan. At this point, even if Yize told him to go die, he wouldn't even flinch. The priest girl Lin K also leaned in, looking excited. "Brother Yi, what should we do first? The demons arrive in over 9 hours. Should we start by thinking about how to persuade the Storm Dragons?" "I've read the strategy. There are 3 branches of Storm Dragons, and they say the leaders are easier to talk to." Yize shook his head, cutting her off. He said calmly, "My plan isn't that complicated. Within 9 hours, kill every single Storm Dragon. Then kill all the demons and it'll be over." Lin Ke and Lu Qi. All the students. "You call that a plan?" Lin Ke suppressed her complex emotions and stepped up to persuade him. "Brother Yi, even if we are going to deal with the demons, there's no need to deal with the Storm Dragons too. When the world is at stake, why keep a race that refuses to fight or stand with humanity?" Yize answered without hesitation. "If we don't kill them, we'll just have to worry about these stupid dragons stabbing us in the back." Although this answer got the students' blood pumping, the reality was right in front of them. Lu Qi had to hesitate and say, "Brother Ze, if we attack the Storm Dragons, we won't even scratch them even if we die 100 times. On hell difficulty, it would be a miracle if they could even deal a point of damage." Yize said calmly, "I chose the difficulty, so you don't need to lift a finger." Of course, without fighting, they wouldn't get a shred of experience. If that was the case, it would mean all the experience from the party dungeon would go to Yize alone. This was why Yize took it upon himself to handle the monster. But everyone was still incredibly excited. Because if they could really leech off the experience of a hell difficulty clear, it would be much higher than struggling through a normal difficulty. "Then Brother Z, what should we do?" "Yeah, Brother Z, it's a party dungeon. At least let us make some contribution." Listening to the excited requests of Lu Qi and the others, Yize remained silent for a moment. A party dungeon requires at least 80 people to open, and that was already their contribution. He thought to himself. Without saying more, he led the people out. "Follow me." Hearing this, the group formed several orderly rows and followed closely behind. Yi Zi arrived at the front of Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley was more like a clan settlement for the storm dragons, similar to humans, with guards stationed at the entrance. Seeing Yi Zi and the others, 2 dragon men over 2 meters tall blocked their way, speaking in cold tones. Humans, stay back. We storm dragons will not help you. At the same time, the dragon men's attribute panels became visible to everyone. Storm Dragon Guard, Lev 10. Type Superior Elite Monster. Attributes: Strength 130, Constitution 130, Agility 100, Spirit 80. Skills: Lightning Breath, Thunder Strike. Right off the bat, they were superior elite monsters. Lu Qi, Lin Ke and the others turned pale. Is this the strength of a hell difficulty party dungeon? Even Lu Qi, the highest level student here, had stats less than a quarter of the opponents. If they were hit by a single skill, a whole group of them would likely be dead. Then Yi Zi suddenly sighed with some emotion. It's been a long time since I faced such low-level opponents. He did not say this quietly, and the Storm Dragon guards opposite heard him clearly and were instantly enraged. What do you, Mei? Before they could finish, a dark purple void slash instantly tore through the necks of both dragon men. 2 dragon heads thudded to the ground. Seeing this, the pupils of the students trembled in shock. Watching their experience bars jump up by 2 small segments, Yi Zi continued forward without pausing. Dragon Valley, if you are too afraid to face the demons, then I will make sure you never have to see them again.
My God! Lu Qi and Lin Ke exchanged glances, both seeing absolute shock in each other's eyes. Is Yi Zi really from the same high school as us? They didn't even see how Yi Zi's summoned beast had moved. At this moment, Yi Zi had taken up position at the entrance of Dragon Valley. He said to the crowd, "Whoever has a luring skill or item, draw all the surrounding storm dragons here." His tactics were simple and old school: gather them up and wipe them out. The terrain of Dragon Valley is complex with many mountain passages. Finding them one by one is too troublesome. Hearing this, the 90-plus students behind him hesitated for only a second before taking action. After seeing Yi Zi's strength, there's no damn reason to hesitate. Hunters, hawks, archers, homing arrows, mages, elemental spirits, and more, a variety of skills were used to lure the monsters. With so many people, efficiency naturally increased. In just a few moments, the sound of battle roars erupted across Dragon Valley. Over 20 storm dragons charged in aggressively. This is the main defense force at the front line of Dragon Valley. These alone would be enough to stump 99% of exploration team. Human, how dare you kill the citizens of the storm dragon race? So much talk. Hearing the roar, Yi Zi curled his lip. Panda, kill them all, leave none alive. Although these Dragon Guard soldiers had terrifying combat power for ordinary high school students. To the current Julie battle beast, this group of storm dragons were complete weaklings. The Kung Fu Panda let out a roar and crashed into the dragon herd like a falling meteorite, unstoppable. With fists and palms infused with the sharpness of Julie, he launched a fierce assault. Storm Dragon Guard killed 2 count, experience gained 580. Obtained materials: Storm Dragon Bone 2 count, equipment Dragon Scale Armor. Although the 2 level 10 Dragon Guards only gave 580 experience points. It's good that there are plenty of monsters here to let Yi Zi level up nicely. However, the Dragon Guards weren't just sitting ducks. Seeing the panda charge, over 20 Dragon Guards surrounded him completely, leaving no escape. Lu Qi gritted his teeth on the sidelines. My God, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. The other students were the same. The dungeon guides they'd seen usually involved careful pulling, fighting them one by one. A playstyle like Yi Zi's is just completely insane. But the next moment, they witnessed another world-shattering scene. They saw Yi Zi calmly say, "Use the ancient phantasm. Better to use it early to get it on cooldown." Following that, spirit and inner energy condensed on the surface of the panda's body. Just as the surrounding dragon guards were about to pounce, a giant iron-eating beast phantom clad in bronze armor and nearly 10 meters tall materialized over the panda, looking fierce and terrifying. The mere shockwave of its manifestation sent countless storm dragon guards flying. One could feel the immense power from the phantom. This was a true weapon of war. Yi Zi couldn't help but quip, "If Chiyu rode this back in the day, I'd actually understand it." With the ancient phantasm active, the panda looked at the 2-meter-tall dragon guards as if they were just little chicks. The panda channeled the power of the phantom, swinging a paw that sent gravel flying 6 or 7 meters across the ground. With one swipe, 4 Storm Dragon Guards who couldn't escape were killed instantly. Storm Dragon Guard killed, 4 count, experience gained 1120. Level 8, 2400, 5th, 700. The experience bar was already nearly half full. And this was just the beginning. The panda in the ancient phantasm state was like a god of war. At this moment, the storm dragons, who had originally surrounded the panda, were now terrified. How are we supposed to fight this? The panda swept through the center, while the mantis handled pickoffs on the perimeter. A few storm dragons trying to flee the battlefield, waiting for the panda's phantom to expire, were instantly cut down by the mantis. The entire Dragon Valley front line looked like a slaughterhouse. By comparison, the mantis, who is the assassin, was actually killing slower. Because Void Slash's cooldown isn't very short, and Void Shift requires a small amount of mental energy, which needs to be saved for later battles. Whereas for the panda, a single swipe is equivalent to an area of effect skill, which is terrifying. The duration of the Ancient Phantasm is about 5 minutes. In less than 2 minutes of fighting, the overwhelming offensive wiped out all 20-plus Storm Dragon guards. In just over 10 minutes inside the dungeon, Yi Zhe had earned over 5,000 experience points, a glow signifying a level up shown on his body. Ding! Your level has increased to level 9. Talent unlocked. You have obtained 1 infinite gold trait draw, nearly level 10 already. At level 10, one qualifies to promote to Tier 1, granting more summon slots and even exclusive summoner skills. At the same time, the growth stats of both the summoner and the summoned beasts will increase. Yi Zhe was confident that reaching level 10 in this group dungeon would be no problem. Lu Qi kept leading the group to pull monsters. Hearing Yi Zhe's order, Lu Qi replied excitedly, "You got it!" The other students, having witnessed Yi Zhe's power, felt their confidence and admiration grow exponentially. And Yi Zhe immediately began drawing a trait. In the space unseen by anyone, a sea of gold traits swirled. You have drawn the gold legendary trait, Reaper. Reaper. When killing with a single strike, all skill cooldowns and mental energy costs are refunded. Upon seeing this skill, Yi Zhe didn't hesitate to grant it to the mantis. It's perfect. Void Slash is instant, extremely high damage, and impossible to guard against. Its only drawback is the cooldown. Now, with the Reaper trait, it's practically invincible. Void Shift plus Void Slash, Void Shift plus Void Slash. This combo is like a perpetual motion machine. There's no need to worry about mental energy consumption anymore. As long as the mantis's damage is high enough, everything else is no problem. Reaper trait bestowed successfully. Summoned Beast, Void Hunter, Gold Legendary promoted to Gold Legendary Star. Once reaching legendary quality, the difficulty of star promotion is twice that of epic quality. However, the effects were remarkably significant. The level 9 mantis's strength rose to 225. That's equivalent to a level 25 combat type professional. The only regret is not having encountered a strong enemy yet to evolve the mantis's body. Meanwhile, Yi Zhe sorted through the loot: 2 pieces of excellent quality, 4 pieces of rare. He fed the 3 mage equipment pieces he couldn't use to the panda. Eat what you need. Use Storm Robe, obtain Mental plus 10, Lightning Elemental Control plus 20%. Eat what you need. The Storm Dragon clan is a lightning attribute species, so most of the dropped gear boosts lightning elemental control. After the panda finished its meal, its lightning control shot up to 51%. That's equivalent to being immune to half of all lightning elemental damage. If it keeps eating like this, I'm curious if the final Storm Dragon boss will even be able to hurt the panda. This effect left Yi Zhe quite expectant. At that moment, Lu Qi suddenly shouted, "Z, looks like a mini-boss has appeared." A mini-boss? There are 3 branches in the Storm Dragon Valley, which theoretically means 2 mini-bosses and 1 final boss. But bosses usually guard their territories. Seeing one charge straight at us like this is truly rare. I'm afraid it's because Yi Zhe has killed too many of them. At the valley entrance, the widest path leads directly to the thunderous forest. Looking far ahead, it's a mountain gorge filled with thunderclouds, but right now, a deafening dragon roar echoes through it. 12 dragon-like figures come flying out. Leading them is a massive monster at least 10 meters tall. Its scales are as silvery white as lightning, its wings are covered in thunder pattern markings, and its eyes glow with a cold blue light. Yi Zhe activates his Eye of Insight. Storm Dragon Commander, Thunder Wings. Level 20. Type Superior Elite Commander. Attributes: Strength 200, Constitution 200, Agility 180, Spirit 220. Skills: Thunder Dragon Breath, Heaven's Judgment Strike, Thunder Wing Flash. An Elite Commander is a monster rank found only in high difficulty raids. In other difficulties, it could even serve as a final boss. All 3 skills are large-scale AoE damage. For an average raiding party, this would be a disaster. You guys step back. Yi Zhe says the last part to the other students, and they are sensible enough to let Lu Qi lead them to retreat over 100 meters away. Everyone understands. Even the shockwave of a single skill could be fatal. An average high-difficulty raid party requires at least 80 level 7 or 8 professionals with high-quality gear and skills. They also need to be organized into professional groups with orderly commands, otherwise it's impossible to clear high-difficulty content. As for Yi, he simply takes a few steps back with his panda. He's leaving this boss entirely for the mantis to solo. Seeing Yi's retreat, the commander Thunderwings thinks he's afraid and becomes even more arrogant. Despicable human. You've killed so many of my storm dragon kin, and now you want to run? But as soon as the words fall, a ripple in space occurs, and the crimson-eyed mantis appears out of thin air right before it. Thunderwings is startled, even it has never seen such an elusive teleportation-like ability. But the next moment, the shock on its face is replaced by agony. The crimson-eyed mantis, radiating a bloodthirsty aura, suddenly raises its scythe arm, carving out a dark purple void rift like a spatial slash. A void slash severing one of Thunderwing's wings in a single blow. Ah! It was way too fast. Even with its high spiritual perception and agility, it couldn't react to that strike. Accompanied by a shriek, Thunderwings loses its balance and plummets miserably from the sky. Watching from 100 meters away, Lu Qi and the other students feel their scalps go numb seeing the damage of that single strike. A mini-boss that would at least deal heavy damage to any other raiding party was critically injured in one hit, yet this strike accomplished even more than that. If it had slashed at the head, it wouldn't have killed it instantly, but the damage would have been greater. But the mantis intentionally aimed for the wing to also wipe out the dragon guards behind it. Reaper effect triggered. Void slash refreshed. As a storm dragon commander, Thunderwings naturally has other smaller dragons of the Thunder branch under its command. There are over a dozen minor guards beside the boss. When other raid teams fight it, these guards add immense pressure. But against the Void Mantis, these dragon guards seem to have become Thunderwings' death warrants. Right now, 5 dragon guards block the Mantis, while the other 5 go to protect Thunderwings. The Void Mantis emits a cruel, low chuckle that sounds like grinding metal. Facing the charge of the 5 dragon guards, the Mantis swings its scythe arm, releasing a Void Slash. The 5 guards are bisected on the spot. Defeated 5 Storm Dragon 100. Level 93773. Even more terrifyingly, refreshed. Another dark purple void rift slashes across the right side of the fallen Thunderwings. As the right side of its body is severely wounded, the 2 dragon guards trying to protect it are also slashed to death. Defeated 2 storm dragon guards, plus 560. Void slash, refreshed. If Thunderwings had known about this ability, it would never bring guards along in its next life. If not for the guards, it might have been able to trade a few blows with the Mantis. But at this moment, lying on the ground, heavily injured and miserable, it roars, "How can a skill with such high damage be used repeatedly?" Thunderwings' 3 skills don't deal nearly as much damage, and their cooldowns are much longer. Seeing this scene, the students can't help but ask from the depths of their souls, who is the real boss here? As one of the 3 bosses of Storm Dragon Valley, Thunderwings is almost completely unable to fight back. And even more terrifying, Yi's summoned beast seems to be putting in 0 effort. While everyone is shocked, someone suddenly exclaims, "My God, another one is coming!" In the mountain gorge, a stocky figure charges at the Mantis from behind, causing the very ground to tremble. It's an earth dragon, its earth yellow skin surrounded by electric arcs like thunder armor. Despite its short stature, it moves incredibly fast. However, the Mantis's compound eyes provide 360-degree vision with no blind spots. Even as the earth dragon attacks from behind, it hits nothing but air in the moment of impact. Void shift. Yeezy sees the newcomer's info. Storm Dragon Commander, Thunder Surge Sub-Dragon. Level 20. Type Superior Elite Commander. Attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 200, Agility 240, Spirit 130. Skills: Thunder Surge Armor, Lightning Flash Raid, Shockwave. Another Elite Commander. The difference is that Thunderwings is a dragon, while this Thunder Surge Sub-Dragon is an Earth Dragon, and its skills are all strength-based. Very rarely, 2 mini-bosses are joining forces to fight. In raids, mini-bosses of this caliber are usually faced by dozens of professionals working together. And now, 2 bosses have teamed up just to fight one person, or rather, just to fight one summoned beast. For a moment, the students 100 meters away feel their entire worldview has been shattered. But Yize is not surprised, because Thunderwing's previous shriek contained a distress signal, and that is exactly what Yize wanted to see. Ancient Phantom's cooldown has just finished as well. With the 50% cooldown reduction from Battlefield Legend, the panda's skills recover very quickly. The Thunder Surge Sub-Dragon lets out a fierce roar, launching its second attack. Compared to the Storm Dragon, the Thunder Surge Sub-Dragon is only 3 or 4 meters tall, relatively small. Yet for the panda, the aura brought by the Earth Dragon's physique is much stronger, but this advantage lasts for less than a second. Ancient Phantom, the 10-meter-tall giant ancient iron eater, reappears. Facing the Thunder Surge Subdragon's lunge, the panda slams its palm down like the sky crashing down upon it. A terrifying shockwave erupts in all directions. A palm imbued with immense power actually smashes the Thunder Surge Subdragon directly into the ground. Seeing this, the one with the most complicated feelings isn't anyone else but Thunderwings. The tiny glimmer of hope that just sprouted was extinguished by that single palm strike from the panda. And now, sensing the Void Mantis's gaze shift back over, Thunderwings' dragon pupils constrict. It's over.
The moment he was targeted by the mantis, he was already on the verge of death and stood no chance of holding out any longer. Instantly, Thunderwing exhausted every last bit of his strength. Deep blue electrical sparks flickered all over his body, and countless streaks of intense thunderous energy blasted indiscriminately in all directions. Heavenly Punishment Lightning, his most powerful attack skill, completely engulfed the mantis. However, the mantis didn't even move, it just watched him, letting out a chilling low laugh. Those bolts of destructive lightning simply passed through the mantis's body, leaving it without a single scratch. Within the forbidden zone of rolling thunder and divine punishment, the mantis just stood there quietly. In that moment, Thunderwing completely broke down. Even the demons had never made him feel such terrifying pressure. With that thought, Thunderwing hurriedly pleaded toward Yi Zi's direction. "Human, don't kill me. I am willing to help you fight against the demons." Hearing this, the most astonished ones were Lin Kei and the other students who had studied the strategy guide. Persuading the Storm Dragon race to fight against demons was virtually impossible. One could tell just by the fact that even when the original human race of this world was completely wiped out, they had never succeeded in persuading them. But now, it is clear that strength is the best form of diplomacy. If Yi Zi nodded, they would at least gain an elite commander-level combatant right now. But Yi Zi just clicked his tongue twice and shook his head, saying, "If you die right now, that would be the greatest help to me." The moment those words fell, the mantis raised its arm blade. A dark purple void fissure sliced straight from the dragon's head to its tail, killing it dead on the spot. Killed Elite Commander. Pupplex 6C100. Level 95860. Predator Crimson-Eyed Mantis has slain a powerful enemy. It may undergo one body evolution. 1600 experience points. It truly deserves to be a mini-boss of a hell-tier dungeon. This brings Yi Zi close to his first-class advancement. Only 1440 experience points short if he kills another mini-boss. Yi Zi cast his gaze toward the panda. But just then, with a loud thud, an earth dragon wreathed in lightning broke through the ground. However, the Thunderburst Subdragon didn't choose to fight. It turned tail and fled immediately. Are you kidding? The Storm Dragon race never takes losing fights. They thought he and Thunderwing were just going to bully some weaklings. But who knew the two monsters coming after them were more terrifying than the last? There is no point in fighting this. The Thunderburst Subdragon used his skill, Lightning Flash Thrust, to activate his maximum speed to get out of there. But Yi Zi didn't care at all. He knew the map. The Storm Dragon Valley is divided into 4 locations from near to far: Dragon Valley Frontier, Thunder Forest, Storm Canyon, and Peak of the Storm. The final boss is at the Peak of the Storm. Since the Thunderburst Sub-Dragon had killed his way from the Storm Canyon to the Dragon Valley Frontier, it wouldn't be easy to turn back to call for reinforcements. That path was long enough for the mantis to kill him 10 times over. Kill him, and I should be able to evolve twice in a row. At Yi Zi's command, the mantis vanished from where it stood. Since killing the elite commander Thunderwing granted an evolution count, the Thunderburst Subdragon surely should too. At this moment, the Thunderburst Subdragon scrambled back into the canyon for his life, not daring to stop for a second. After being struck by the panda, he was already severely wounded. He was no match for the panda one-on-one, let alone after his teammate had already died. If he could just make it back to the Dragon King, there would be a chance for a comeback. That was his final thought. The space above the Thunderburst Subdragon suddenly warped, and a void fissure slashed down, tearing through the earth. It also tore the Thunderburst Subdragon's head and body apart. Severely injured, he couldn't survive a single void slash. Killed Elite Commander Thunderburst Subdragon EXP 100. Predator Crimson-Eyed Mantis has slain powerful enemies in succession. 2 evolution counts have been accumulated. Ding, you have leveled up to level 10. Talent, you have gained 1 infinite gold attribute draw chance. Several more notifications popped up in front of Zi. But Yi Zi was more concerned about his class advancement. The gap between a Tier 0 and Tier 1 class holder is still quite significant. At this point, one could see an advancement button had appeared in the class section of the personal panel. You have reached level 10. Please select the difficulty for your Tier 1 class quest. 1 normal advancement reward growth of 4 dimensions plus 2. 2 advanced advancement reward growth of 4 dimensions plus 3. 3 perfect advancement reward summon space skill chest rare to epic quality x1 growth of 4 dimensions plus 4. 4 supreme advancement reward summon space exclusive skill chest epic quality or higher x1 growth of 4 dimensions plus 5. Note, the quest difficulty is selected, it cannot be changed. Seeing the rewards for the class advancement, Yi was pleasantly surprised. Summon space and exclusive skill chests. Needless to say, summon space determines the number of summons a summoner can contract, directly increasing the summoner's potential. Moreover, the only way to increase the number of summon slots is through class advancement and extremely rare items. An item that increases summon slots can sell for at least 20 million, even more expensive than a summoner class card. And the exclusive skill chest can randomly grant summoner exclusive skill books, equally precious and tremendously beneficial to a summoner's overall strength, with a wide variety of types. For example, telepatism, fusion, etc. For top-tier summoners, these can play a massive role in battle. Although these rewards were tempting, Yi fell into deep thought upon seeing the quest interface. Simply because the types of advancement quests for the summoner class were all subjects covered in the elite classes. Once the difficulty is selected, the tasks are random, and he really couldn't imagine what kind of task he would encounter. However, with his strength, there wasn't much need to overthink it. Max out the difficulty. If he can't pass with his current strength, then how outrageous must this supreme advancement be? Besides, even if he fails the task, he can continue to level up, just forever remaining at tier 0. With that thought, Yi chose directly. Supreme Advancement Difficulty. Ding, you have selected Tier 1 Class Advancement Difficulty, Supreme. Successfully randomized to Supreme Advancement Quest. Attacking Summoner. Seeing this name, Yi was full of question marks, but he still clicked on the task details to read it carefully. Attacking Summoner. Quest content. Within any single day, defeat 1 Tier 1 or higher rare class holder of each of the 5 types. Warrior, Assassin, Mage, Archer, and Swordsman. Who says summoners are cowardly? I will take the initiative. Defeat 5 Tier 1 or higher rare class holders in one day. This quest, it truly lives up to the supreme difficulty. Not only do I have to defeat 5 Tier 1s while at Tier 0, I also have to face rare classes. Rare class holders usually come from decent backgrounds and their class abilities are far from weak. Like Ruan Xiaoyou's Dark Spirit Assassin, that's a rare class of the assassin type. To take on 5 such rare class holders in a single day. And the most critical thing is, where am I supposed to find 5 rare class holders? Yi was left confused. But luckily, the advancement quest doesn't need to be completed immediately. It can be finished on any given day. Yi remained silent for a moment and decided to figure it out after clearing the dungeon. For now, let's finish the dungeon quickly. Yi stopped wasting time and pulled the attributes first. You have drawn a legendary golden trait, Lucky Star. Lucky Star greatly boosts the luck of nearby teammates, increases the chance of obtaining high-quality items during treasure hunts, and provides double rewards when opening treasure chests. Huh? Seeing the last half line of text, Yi instantly became excited. Double rewards for opening treasure chests. It means opening a treasure chest twice. This is a bit insane, isn't it? You have to realize, some treasure chests can be opened only a handful of times in a lifetime. For example, the MVP chest from this group dungeon and the exclusive skill chest. At the same tier, others can only have 1 exclusive skill, but he can have 2. Thinking of this, Yi couldn't help but hold his breath. He finally decided to grant the trait to the squirrel, because this is a passive aura effect. And the squirrel has always stayed by his side, which can boost his luck and grant the double opening effect. On the other hand, when the squirrel sends out shadow clones to hunt for treasure, it also benefits from the treasure finding boost. Lucky Star trait granted successfully. Summoned Beast. Shadow Treasure Sniffing Rat Orange Epic Star promoted to Orange Epic Double Star. The squirrel has a gentle personality and loves treasure hunting, so he simply changed its role to support. Following this trend, who knows, maybe in the future the squirrel will become a mascot of wealth or a god of fortune. Yi couldn't help but imagine. Sitting on his shoulder, the squirrel wagged its tail, and a faint golden hue emerged within the patterns of its fur. It's perfect. Send the shadow clones to scour all the treasures nearby. At Yi's command, the squirrel happily released dozens of shadow clones, which swarmed out in a flurry. Scouring for treasure was naturally for the panda to eat. The Storm Dragon Valley happens to be rich in lightning attribute items, and if the "you are what you eat" effect holds true, he could top it off to 100% lightning elemental mastery. Dealing with the final boss then will be absolutely amazing. Just as he was thinking, Lu Qi cautiously brought people over and probed. Brother Z, should we continue using skills to lure the monsters? Having witnessed Yi Zi's strength, they felt more and more that their biggest role really was just to open the dungeon. But the more they felt that way, the more they wanted to do their best. Yi Zi nodded and said, "Sure, let's continue." With that, he opened the Mantis Predator panel and began the evolution. Arm blades +1, compound eyes, shell, wings. Only the arm blades have been evolved once. Should I try the evolution effects of the other three, or continue evolving the arm blade? Yi Zi fell into deep thought. The arm blades provide an extra level to the Void/skill, which is undoubtedly the strongest offensive ability. As for the evolution effects of the other parts, they remain unknown. At this moment, the Void Mantis flashed over and raised its claws, hinting crazily. Yi Zi chuckled. "Don't worry, even if you didn't ask, I was going to evolve the arm blade. The bonus attributes of the arm blades are more geared towards burst damage. Besides, I at least need to max out Void/ first, using both evolution chances at once. Ding, evolution successful, current level, arm blades +3. Arm blades +3, strength +60, damage coefficient +60%, critical strike rate +60%, armor penetration +60%, skill Void/level +3. The Mantis's strength skyrocketed to 275. The skill level of Void/ increased from level 7 to level 9. The skill damage coefficient changed from 1400% to 1800%. Now, even if the Thunderwing were to be revived with full health, the Mantis could easily kill it with one skill. Now, the Elite Commander probably doesn't count as a strong enemy anymore, only the final boss can claim that title, the final boss of Stormdragon Valley, the Stormdragon King. Ever since experiencing the Red Demon Lion from the Novice Hell Dungeon, Yi Zi couldn't underestimate any final boss at all. It might just be in a completely different league compared to the previous monsters. With the dungeon clear not far off, Yi Zi wanted to be fully prepared. Panda, start eating. Yi Zi sorted through his backpack. The number of equipment pieces he had just dropped was significant. 3 excellent pieces, 10 rare pieces. The other benefit of carrying freeloaders in a group dungeon besides experience is that Yi Zi gets all the equipment. So he simply fed them all to the panda. Panda, see. Looking at the 13 pieces of equipment he pulled out, Yi Zi mused. Actually, you only need to take 1 bite of each. After the panda takes a bite of the equipment, it becomes completely scrapped, and the attributes are added to itself. But the panda didn't do that. It seems that after its iron-eating beast bloodline advanced to the Jiuli bloodline, its teeth had apparently improved as well. An excellent grade thunder armor was chewed down like candy in just 2 bites. You are what you eat. Consumed thunder armor gained. Constitution +10, lightning elemental mastery +10%. You are what you eat. Consumed hurricane crossbow gained. Agility +10, lightning elemental mastery +7%. You are what you eat. The only problem was that there wasn't enough equipment to eat. For the same type of item, the more you eat, the fewer attributes you gain. After a massive boost in attributes, lightning elemental mastery reached 84%. This means lightning elemental damage is reduced by 84%. But it didn't end there. After waiting a while, the squirrel shadow clones finally returned. Perhaps the lucky star trait worked, as they found a rare excellent grade spirit herb in the thunder forest. Rolling thunder grass. This was a clump of grass glowing with lightning, which would hurt anyone who touched it. To bring it back, the squirrel poked the grass with a red demon blade like a skewer to avoid getting electrocuted. Good job, Yi Zi ruffled the squirrel's tail. The panda just grabbed the rolling thundergrass with its bare hands. The surging lightning hit the panda like a massage, causing no pain at all. It ate 3 clumps of rolling thundergrass in a row. The panda's body was immediately covered in flashes of purple lightning. Lightning elemental mastery 106%. Over 100% lightning elemental mastery. If the panda were a lightning mage, its damage would be absolutely terrifying. Now lightning attribute damage won't even scratch it. Yi Zi couldn't help but smile. He was suddenly looking forward to the Stormdragon King's mood.
Yi Zi trekked through the Thunder Forest and the Storm Canyon. Following the canyon to its highest peak, he found dark clouds looming overhead and lightning constantly striking down. A massive dragon, dozens of meters long, stood at the summit of Stormdragon Valley, looming like a moving mountain. Human? Ha, you actually haven't gone extinct yet? A deep, resonant voice rang out, sounding like the rumble of thunder. Hearing the Stormdragon King's tone, Yi Zi frowned. It seemed the dragon wasn't just refusing to help humanity against the demons, it was doing so on purpose. But then, he smiled. Whether or not humanity goes extinct is one thing, but you definitely aren't surviving today. Because at that moment, he had already used Eye of Insight to see the creature's information. Storm Dragon King. Level 30. Type Epic Storm Dragon Boss. Stats: Strength 300, Constitution 300, Agility 300, Spirit 400. Skills: Heavenly Lightning Descent, Storm Domain, Thunderous Rage, Thunderstorm Dragon Breath. A level 30 epic boss. Out of all the opponents Yi Zi had faced, this one could easily be ranked as the strongest. With these levels, stats, and skills, any other pioneering team would surely perish no matter how many they sent. There was clearly a reason why no one had ever cleared this dungeon. However, just as Yi Zi had guessed, this Storm Dragon King only used Thunder Tribute attack skills. At that moment, the Storm Dragon King still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Its massive multi-meter frame flew above the dragon's nest, its wings spanning nearly 100 meters as it let out a heaven-shaking roar. I think you've forgotten how humanity begged me to join forces with them? Yi Zi didn't know where this dungeon world originally came from. He also didn't know the state of humanity in this world. But just by hearing the dragon's arrogant tone, it was clear that its condescension toward humans was a long-standing habit. Yi Zi said coldly, "I only hope you won't be begging me later." The Storm Dragon King grew furious, let out a roar, and surged with lightning. Panda also moved, neither dodging nor weaving, charging toward the dragon like a cannonball. The previously terrifyingly powerful lightning, accompanied by rolls of thunder, crashed into Panda. An attack that should have at least torn flesh from bone. Now it felt as if it were simply giving Panda's fur a spa treatment, not a single scratch. The Storm Dragon King felt a hint of confusion, but didn't take it to heart. It hadn't used its full strength earlier. It was just a casual strike, so it wasn't strange for the opponent to block it with an ability. The Storm Dragon King unleashed its mana, its eyes glowing like two burning cores of lightning, drawing forth an endless surge of electricity from the sky. Little tricks are useless in the face of true power. Heavenly Lightning Descent. Following the dragon's roar, lightning 10 times more powerful than before rained down like 1,000 piercing arrows, striking wildly at Panda. Yet at this moment, Panda pulled a cocky stunt and flipped the dragon off. Boom! After the thousands of lightning bolts struck, a shockwave stirred up gravel, and as the smoke cleared, Panda's middle finger was still held straight up. Still not a single scratch. The Storm Dragon King's pupils suddenly constricted, as if its entire worldview had been shattered. Impossible. Even if it had to tank that heavenly lightning descent itself, there's no way it could come out unscathed. How could a human-summoned beast have this kind of strength? It probably wouldn't ever understand. Panda achieved this level mainly thanks to the other dragons in Storm Dragon Valley. Without them providing massive amounts of Thunder Attribute equipment, reaching 100% Lightning Elemental Mastery would have been infinitely harder. One could even say, the Storm Dragon King had been royally screwed by its own kin. At this point, facing the shocked dragon, Panda landed a 9-Li-Edge palm strike, shattering a large patch of dragon scales. The Dragon King's stats were still high. Fortunately, Yi Zi had previously copied Legendary Prestige, and with the double aura bonus, he had a huge advantage in melee combat. Seeing that several skills had dealt no damage, the Dragon King changed its strategy. It switched to pure physical force. But, against Panda in a contest of strength, let's just say it was asking to die. The Storm Dragon King slammed a claw down, and unsurprisingly, Panda surged with Tai-Chi internal energy, deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. Seizing the Dragon Claw, a powerful counterattack made the dragon scream as its right arm was snapped. Although the dragon had high stats, Panda had enough attack bonuses for the strike to be devastating. Following the tradition of striking while the iron is hot, Yi Zi ordered the Mantis to use Void Slash to cut off its left arm and half a wing. Mantis at this moment, 60% damage coefficient bonus, 60% defense ignore, plus critical hits. Although Void Slash went on cooldown, it had left the dragon severely wounded and crippled. Error! In almost an instant, both dragon claws were broken and the wings damaged. The scales of victory tipped immediately. The Storm Dragon King let out a painful roar. Is it like this? Its confidence in head-to-head combat had mostly vanished. Yet it was still unwilling to give up, ignoring the attacks from Panda and the Mantis, desperately trying to run or crawl back into its nest. Not fighting back at all, just wanting to go back to the nest? Yi Zi didn't even need to know what was in the nest. He directly ordered Panda. Activate Ancient Shadow. Stop him. Don't let him go back. Are you kidding? It had already reached a life-or-death struggle. Whatever the dragon wanted to do, Yi Zi wouldn't let it happen. Even if the Storm Dragon King just wanted to go to the nest to use the restroom, he couldn't. Seeing Panda transform into a 10-meter-tall giant iron-eating beast to block its path, Storm Dragon King roared hoarsely, "No!" Yi Zi opened his eye of insight, curious to see what was inside the nest, He didn't know until he looked, and once he did, he discovered the Storm Dragon's clan's biggest secret: Abyssal Blood Pool. Effect: restores injuries, refines demonic blood, long-term use grants a small amount of abyssal power. Created by Abyssal General, Blood Sea Fiend. No wonder the Storm Dragon clan refused to join forces with humans. You've basically just surrendered, haven't you? Yeezy couldn't help but sigh. The function of this thing was simple. It was a proactive prayer for the arrival of abyssal power. It was equivalent to actively seeking the abyss to turn traitor. Unlike those special elites like the cursed knights of the polluted lands who were passively contaminated by abyssal power, this was the first time Yi Zhe had ever seen one that surrendered voluntarily. Little human, what do you know? Who knew? The Storm Dragon King roared and then continued in a tone of almost pure fear. The power of the abyss is invincible. The march of the abyss cannot be stopped. Listening to that creepy final tone, Yi Zhe was unbothered and said, "Whether it can be defeated or not, at least let me try it out first. As for you, trash dragon, stop wasting oxygen." Saying that, Panda, channeling the ancient shadow, stepped down and brought the dragon to the brink of death. "No," the Storm Dragon King struggled, saying, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Abyssal Blood Pool will sense my death. The Abyssal General will immediately send troops to wipe you out. You will certainly die." "Oh, send troops immediately?" Yi Zhe felt excited. He thought he'd have to wait a long time for the demon army after clearing the Dragon Valley. He didn't expect to trigger an early attack. Yi Zhe nodded and said, "Now you have to die for sure." The Storm Dragon King was stunned. Panda heard this and was about to stomp down, but Yi Zhe stopped it immediately. The Storm Dragon King thought it had a glimmer of hope for survival. Little did it know, Yi Zhe just swapped in the mantis, handing the kill to it. Blade light flashed, and a wave of EXP entered Yi Zhe's account, making him thrilled. Killed Storm Dragon Valley final boss. Storm Dragon King obtained EXP 9,000. Ding! Your level has increased to level 11. Since you have not yet completed your advancement quest, you cannot gain additional growth stats. Hunter Scarlet-Eyed Mantis has killed a formidable enemy, allowing for one body part evolution. Talent: you have gained one infinite gold tier entry draw. A boss, 9,000 experience points. Yi Zhe couldn't hide his excitement, even suspecting he had seen it wrong. But thinking about it, a level 20 elite commander already gives 1,600 experience. It's no surprise that a level 30 epic boss gives several times that amount. Besides, this counts as one of the final bosses of a hell difficulty dungeon. If it were any other team, they would need over 80 high-level professionals with excellent gear and skills to siege it, regardless of the cost. And the experience gained would have to be split evenly among the whole team. Other students would be green with envy seeing someone like Yi Zhe solo a hell difficulty boss and take all the experience for himself. But just then, a blood-red notification panel popped up. You have slain the demon's inside agent, enraging the demon general, the Blood Sea Fiend. You are now being hunted. Clear condition change. Survive for 3 hours. A demon general's hunt. Unlike demon soldiers or demon lieutenants, the strength of demon generals varies greatly. As the textbooks say, there are gaps even among generals. Though he didn't know the strength of this Blood Sea Fiend, Yi Zhe wasn't going to waste a second and immediately prepared to increase his combat power. A demon general is at least as strong as the Storm Dragon King. Dealing with it will probably require some luck. Yi Zhe first used the evolution count for his mantis, which once again evolved its arm blades. It has now reached arm blade plus 4. Void Slash increased from level 9 to level 10, with its damage coefficient skyrocketing to 2,000%. Then Yi's immediately picked up the squirrel. He took a deep breath of that Lucky Star's luck aura. Time to draw the 11th trait. If he could pull a powerful combat type trait, the fight against the demon general might go more smoothly. With that thought, Yi Zhe held the squirrel tight and reached into the sea of traits to draw. You have drawn a gold tier legendary trait, Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts. Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts. Ancient martial cultivation brought to perfection, catching a glimpse of the threshold beyond the mortal realm. Ancient martial arts, much like Tai Chi Mastery, is a form of martial skill, just more broad. Yi Zhe had often heard legends of ancient martial arts, saying that some families still hold the heritage of ancient martial professionals. Not bad at all. Even though it's similar to Tai Chi Mastery, at least it's a combat-type trait. No sooner had Yi Zhe spoken than another notification popped up. Synthesizable traits detected. Traits can actually be synthesized? Yi Zhe was shocked. He checked his talent and found it really did have a note about synthesizing traits. But since the Blue Star hadn't seen anything beyond legendary tier until now, Yi Zhe hadn't paid much attention to it. It seems he was about to be the first to encounter something beyond legendary. Yi Zi looked excitedly at the targets for synthesis. Tai-Chi Master plus Battlefield Legend plus Extraordinary Ancient Martial Arts synthesizable. 3 in 1, and all three are combat traits. Yi Zi hesitated for half a second. Once synthesized, these three traits would disappear. Would the result be stronger or weaker? But with an opportunity like this, how would he know without trying? Decisively, he said synthesize. The three gold traits intertwined and bloomed on the panda, eventually erupting with an exceptionally powerful aura. Synthesized gold legendary superior trait, Martial Saint. Martial Saint, the pinnacle of martial arts, speed and power reaching their zenith, combat techniques reaching a divine level, the absolute master of the battlefield. Martial Saint. Just seeing the name of this trait made Yi Zi feel like it definitely wasn't a loss. At the same time, because all three traits were bestowed upon the panda's aura surged after the synthesis. Summon. Ninely War Beast, Gold Legendary 1-star, evolves to Ninely Martial Saint, Gold Legendary 4-star. After the evolution, the panda seemed slightly leaner. Its muscles, bones, and fur were constantly surging with an inner martial energy. Even with the difficulty of star upgrades past Legendary, it still went up by a full 3 stars. Its stats skyrocketed. Strength, 285 to Physique, 256. Agility, 60 to 340. Spirit, 239 to 299. Skill, 9 Li Edge to Martial Saint to Legendary Superior. Skill, Battle Hardened to Martial Ultimate Intent Legendary Superior. Obtain skill Martial Saint Domain. For a level 11 panda, these stats, it's terrifying to even think about. Though Yi Zi didn't fully understand the Legendary Superior skills, he could see the effects had improved significantly. Especially the Martial Saint aura, which could be condensed outside the body, serving both offense and defense. Martial Ultimate Intent significantly boosts martial arts damage, providing extreme combat power. On top of that, the newly added Martial Saint Domain was even more terrifying. Martial Saint Domain. Once activated, the Martial Saint suppresses all enemies with an aura, reducing their 4-dimensional stats by 50% of the Martial Saint's own stats. How terrifying is that? With the panda's current 365 strength, it could directly reduce an enemy's strength by 82.5. With physique reduced, a tank becomes paper. Agility and spirit, the same applies. In a battle within the domain, the Martial Saint is the absolute master. Seeing the panda's massive improvement, Yi Zi felt refreshed and shouted, "Yes!" And in passing, he gave the squirrel a huge squeeze. It really is a lucky star. At this moment, only half a minute had passed since the bounty was placed. In the dragon nest, the blood pool of the abyss poured out fresh blood, gradually coalescing into the shape of a demon. Blood Sea Fiend, level 35. Type, Demon General. Stats, Strength 430, Physique 400, Agility 460, Spirit 430. Trait, Boundless Blood Sea, can freely control blood for offensive, defensive, or enchanted skills. Skills. Glancing over the information, Yi Zi had only one thing on his mind. Still hunting me? Activate the domain and finish him off. The Blood Sea Fiend was still coalescing its form, only half of its body manifested. Yi Zi wouldn't wait a second longer. A whistling sound tore through the air, and the panda arrived in an instant. A Tai Chi formation pattern lit up beneath the panda and the Blood Sea Fiend, expanding and interweaving. Martial Saint Domain. In an instant, an invisible force gathered like an army surrounding its foe, swallowing the opponent like a quagmire. The domain took effect, and the Blood Sea Fiend's stats dropped sharply, its physique falling directly to 242. Within a second, the panda threw a punch, and the mantis swung its blade. Martial Saint Aura Void Slash. Under the domain and 2 high-speed strikes, the Blood Sea Fiend was shattered and blasted away in less than half a second. As a terrifying general-tier demon, it had only just shown its face and was instantly killed. You have slain the demon general, the Blood Sea Fiend. The quest survived for 3 hours is automatically completed. Congratulations on being the first to clear a Hell difficulty team dungeon. You will be ranked first on the Huaxia Team Dungeon Clearance Board. Congratulations on clearing Fallen Dragon Valley. Reward received. Experience plus 5,000. Congratulations on obtaining MVP Valuable Player. Reward received. Team Dungeon MVP Treasure Chest. Generating your first clear rewards based on personal performance.
Outside the dungeon, Xiaoqing waited all alone, her brows furrowed in worry. It's been over an hour. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? In a team dungeon, if anyone dies, they are immediately teleported out. For any raiding party, suffering casualties in a team dungeon is a common occurrence. But now, a regular class has been in a Hell difficulty dungeon for over an hour. How is it possible that there are no casualties at all? That is strange. As she spoke, a group of several dozen people emerged from the dungeon entrance. Finally, they're out. Xia Qing patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Failure didn't matter as long as there were no accidents. However, she noticed that this team's gear was far too elite, and their average level was remarkably high. Wait, that's the team from East Wu No. 1 High School. East Wu No. 1 is recognized as the strongest high school in East China, here specifically to break the dungeon record. As the team walked out, over a dozen teachers and even various department officials stepped forward to congratulate them, making quite a grand display. The leading official wore gold-rimmed glasses and a sharp suit, carrying an air of refined villainy. Seeing him, Xia Qing's eyes widened and she exclaimed in surprise, "Wu Ming, the head of East China, is actually here?" The head of East China, Wu Ming, stood at the very front of all the officials. He smiled lightly and applauded the East Wu team. "Well done. It seems your team's new dungeon record will remain the best in East China for a long time." Hearing this, Xia Qing and the other onlookers couldn't help but look at the dungeon leaderboard. Super large team dungeon clearance ranking. 1. East Wu City No. 1 High School calamity difficulty cleared, 2 hours 7 minutes. MVP by way 24% damage dealt. 2. Qingfeng City Blood Crimson Academy calamity difficulty cleared. Time 3 hours 20 minutes. They finished over an hour faster than second place. How could anyone ever beat that? I heard Bai Wei is a rare magic warrior class. No wonder he dealt a quarter of the total damage by himself. If I were at East Wu No. 1, how could I possibly fail even a hard difficulty dungeon? The last speaker was Zhao Xuan, who felt even more disdain for his own elite class team after seeing East Wu No. 1. Upon hearing the praise from East China's top official, Wu Ming, the captain of East Wu No. 1, a determined youth named Bai Wei clad in magical combat robes, replied with a serious expression, "Thank you for your praise, sir. Next time, we might just challenge the hell difficulty." "That's the spirit," Wu Ming said with a smile. "Don't embarrass me at the National Special Training Camp the day after tomorrow. The training camp format has been overhauled and the rewards are the highest in history. If you can place well, it will benefit you immensely." Hearing this, Bai Wei took it seriously and whispered, "Don't worry, teacher. I've already been studying our opponents for the training camp." Few people knew that Bai Wei, the captain of East Wu No. 1, was a student personally mentored by Wu Ming. With his talent and background, his future was limitless. Good. Wu Ming was quite satisfied with his student's strength and attitude. But at the same time, he suddenly noticed that the dungeon entrance was still glowing a deep crimson. So he asked those behind him, which other team is still challenging a high difficulty dungeon? "It's a regular class from the War Academy. They chose hell difficulty. They must have clicked the wrong setting," the dungeon administrator explained. "The War Academy? Oh, is that the academy under Wan Feipeng?" Thinking of Wan Feipeng, Wu Ming suddenly laughed. "Have the high school students, under our Hunt King's management, already given up on themselves? Going into hell difficulty?" As he spoke, he suddenly noticed the dungeon leaderboard flicker. Immediately after, East Wu No. 1, who had just claimed the top spot, was instantly replaced. The breath of everyone present seemed to hitch. Super large team dungeon clearance ranking. 1. War Academy, hell difficulty cleared. MVP Yi 100% damage dealt. 2. East Wu City No. 1 High School calamity difficulty cleared. Not to mention the difficulty of the clearance, but the speed itself. The 100% damage contribution alone made almost everyone present rub their eyes in disbelief. They looked at it again. My God, 100% damage? Is this some kind of display error? Where is the dungeon administrator? Fix this immediately. The official is right here. Do you want to lose your job? Whoever shouted that made the Qingfeng City dungeon administrator break into a cold sweat. Even he instinctively felt that it must be a display error, or some sort of bug. With the head of East China present and his job on the line, the administrator immediately checked it 2 or 3 times in detail. The result, "Sir, the dungeon logs, there is no error." He said those words while trembling. Silence fell over the crowd once more. Clearing hell difficulty with 100% damage contribution? Can someone tell me what this even means? A novice under level 10, solo clearing a super large hell difficulty dungeon. Is that like a 3-year-old catching a South China tiger shark with one hand? I disagree. I think a grade schooler suplexing a giant mammoth is more realistic. By the way, what kind of place is this War Academy? If the regular class students are this fierce, how terrifying must the elite class be? As someone mentioned that, Zhao Xuan's face flushed red, then went pale. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. He was absolutely livid. However, it wasn't just him. Countless people were feeling a complexity beyond words. This included the students and teachers of East Wu No. 1, especially their captain, Bai Wei, who was staring fixedly at the name at the top of the leaderboard, Yi Zhe. Only Wu Ming, beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, had eyes that flashed with something other than complete surprise. He remembered that one of the few times Wan Feiping had boasted to him, it was about this very student Ye Zhe. In the distance, Xiaoqing was stunned, her mouth hanging open, unable to believe what she was seeing. She was completely bewildered. Earlier, when she heard Wu Ming say his students had given up, she had felt terrible. She knew Ye Zhe was very strong. If they had been playing high or even hard difficulty, she would have had absolute faith in Ye Zhe. But they chose hell. For a moment, she felt a strange mix of laughter and tears. She knew Ye Zhe was talented and hadn't given up, but this was just too terrifying. She wouldn't have dared to dream that her student could achieve results like this. Just then, Wu Ming in his suit and glasses walked over and said with a warm smile, "You're the teacher in charge of the War Academy team, right? Would you mind telling me a bit about this student Ye Zhe?" To be approached so warmly by the head of the East China Theater made everyone around them envious. Others realized that Wu Ming was clearly trying to recruit him. Several other officials also closed in. Shiqing, who had been all alone, suddenly found herself the center of attention, leaving her flustered. Suddenly, a burly, swift figure charged up to Wu Ming. "Dog Wu, trying to learn about someone? Do you need me to help you introduce them?" The Qingfeng city guards had just tensed up, but upon seeing who it was, they immediately returned to their posts. They didn't need to interfere, and they couldn't even if they wanted to. Wu Ming smiled. "Well, if it isn't our Hunt King." The two of them stood locked in an intense standoff. The 6th-rank Hunt King Wan Feiping against the 5th-rank Wu Ming. This left everyone around them stunned, as it was a rare sight indeed. This situation, one of China's top 10 King-level 6th-rank combatants and one of the 5 regional heads in the nation, actually competing to snatch a student. In that moment, everyone, including the students of East Wu No. 1 like Bai Wei, couldn't help but envy Ye Zhe. Inside the dungeon, however, Ye Zhe was completely unaware of the chaos outside. Even though the dungeon was finished, there was no forced exit. He was busy collecting his reward. The MVP chest he had been looking forward to, along with a robe dropped by the Storm Dragon King. The only problem was that the Blood Sea Fiend, despite being killed, yielded no rewards at all. This made Ye Zhe suspect that the designers of this dungeon never even considered the possibility that the Blood Sea Fiend could be killed. However, it wasn't a complete waste. The abyssal blood pool in the dragon's nest had transformed into a special item after the fiend's death. Abyssal Wonder Blood Pool. Effect possesses a faint ability to communicate with the abyss. Long-term use can summon the descent of abyssal power. Hiss. This? Ye Zhe had no doubt that if he brought this thing out, it would definitely be dangerous. The mere fact that the Blood Sea Fiend originally manifested from this pool showed that it was trouble. And besides, abyssal power is incredibly treacherous. Should he even take it? Looking at the abyss blood pool before him, Ye Zhe still decided to take it, and he had already thought of a way to maximize its utility. Eat first, then take it. First of all, this thing definitely cannot stay in his hands. After all, since it has the ability to communicate with the abyss, conversely, the abyss might be able to influence this object in return. If it gets corrupted at that point, the loss would far outweigh any gain. It is best to hand it over and trade it for the items he actually needs. As for the candidate to turn it in, Ye Zhe had already decided. It's Wan Feiping, strong, bold, and tough enough to survive anything. He's simply the perfect person to entrust this to. Besides, Wan Feiping isn't stupid. He'll definitely send it straight to the research institute. Who knows, he might even get a chance to exchange it for something in the Linyuan City treasury. Ye Zhe was still quite interested in a few unknown items in that treasury. But before handing it over, he had to let the panda take a bite first. With the effect of "you are what you eat," Ye Zhe was very curious. What would happen if he ate an item containing abyssal energy? Once the abyss blood pool turned into an item, it looked just like a small pool of water. Ye Zhe called the panda over, and it took a bite right at the edge of the blood pool, leaving a jagged gap. "You are what you eat." Consumed the abyss blood pool, not fully digested. Obtained agility +20, physique +20. Note the abyssal energy cannot be digested for the time being. Can't digest it. Ye Zhe pondered for a moment, realizing that the power of the abyssal energy was truly unique. Even void creatures only adapt to it. Fully digesting and absorbing it is probably beyond what a trait of this level can do. But even without full digestion, it still provided 40 stat points. If "you are what you eat" could be synthesized. In the future, being able to freely consume abyssal power, that would be true invincibility. Just then, the panda's round face suddenly scrunched up, and it clutched its belly tightly, a feeling of having eaten something wrong washing over it. It bolted toward a hidden spot and had a sudden explosive case of diarrhea. The undigested remains were expelled by the panda in a different form. Ye Zhe was speechless, with black lines appearing on his forehead. He then checked the Abyss Blood Pool item. It was only slightly damaged and could still be traded for military merit or rewards. Storing the blood pool away, Yi Zhe began to review his loot. First was a battle robe shrouded in purple light, dropped by the Storm Dragon King. Since the raid dungeon was level 10, all the gear dropped was level 10 as well. But seeing these stats, Yeezy's eyes lit up. Storm Battle Robe, level 10. Quality, epic 5-star. Stats, defense plus 100, physique plus 40, agility plus 30. Special effect. Upon entering combat, damage coefficient and movement speed are increased by 50%. This bonus is affected by lightning elemental attributes. As expected of gear dropped by the Storm Dragon King, the quality and stats are top tier. Just the 50% bonus to damage and speed makes it a masterpiece among epic gear. You couldn't buy it for even tens of millions. And the most critical point, the bonus is affected by lightning elemental attributes. With the panda's incredibly high lightning elemental attribute paired with this storm battle robe, what kind of concept is that? The panda's current lightning elemental mastery is 106%. Seeing the panda return looking completely drained, Yi Zhe immediately put the robe on it to test the effect. The panda's physique rose to 356 and its agility reached 380. That's already the level of a level 30 professional. And the Storm Battle Robe's bonus now skyrocketed to 103%. It meant that the moment it entered combat, the panda's damage and speed would instantly double. Simply terrifying. Next, Yi Zhe took out the MVP chest and opened it. You have opened the Raid Dungeon MVP chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 crystals, 1 storm core. Congratulations on obtaining skill book, Heavenly Lightning Descent Epic, 1,000 crystals. That's over 10 million right there. It was the first time Yi Zhe realized that the Hell difficulty MVP chest was this generous, 10 times the crystal reward of a novice dungeon. The Storm Core is also an epic grade material that can enchant gear with the lightning attribute. It's equally valuable. And the final skill book, the Storm Dragon King's ultimate skill. If he sold it, it would go for at least 10 million, or he could keep it. As it happens, Yi Zhe was just looking for a mage type for his next summon. All in all, just this single MVP chest was worth 30 million. If he sold it all, Yi Zhe estimated his wealth would put him in the top 1% of all of China. But it wasn't over yet. At that moment, another notification sounded. Lucky Star Trade activated. You will receive a second chest reward. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 crystals, 1 storm core. Congratulations on obtaining gear, Storm Walker. Lucky Star means 2 sets of chest rewards, double the joy. It's a shame Lucky Star's unique halo, otherwise if Yi Zhe could replicate it again, it would be even more terrifying. This time, besides another 1,000 crystals and a storm core, he got a second piece of gear shoot. Storm Walker. Level 10. Quality, epic 5-star. Stats, speed plus 60% plus 80, agility plus 50. Special effect, for every enemy killed, increase your own agility and damage coefficient by 5%, lasting 20 minutes, no upper limit. Although the stats are strong, judging by the special effect, it might not fetch an incredibly high price. After all, to fully utilize these shoes, one would need to secure multiple kills within a 20-minute window. For an average professional, achieving multiple kills is extremely difficult. However, Yi Zhe's eyes lit up. This effect is just way too perfect for the Mantis. With the combination of Void Shuttle, Void Slash, and Reaper, multi-kills and kill streaks are a breeze. If he kills 20 enemies in a short period, it's equivalent to doubling his damage and agility. If he stacks streaks of 100 or 1,000, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this the Mantis's exclusive gear. He decisively equipped the Stormwalker to the Mantis, boosting the strength of both his main combat summons significantly. Looking at the 2,000 crystals in his inventory, Yi Zhe was in an excellent mood. He prepared to go out and sell them right away, swapping them for usable gear or materials for the panda to eat, and just then, the personal rewards which were still processing, the Hell difficulty first clear rewards, finally popped up. Fallen Dragon Valley Personal Performance Report. Raid damage contribution 100%, damage taken 100%, participation rate 100%, clear time 1 hour 37 minutes. Your personal rating is SS. You have received an exclusive reward, 1 Space Stone 1 Summoning Skill Book, Epic 6-star, a Space Stone. Seeing this, Yi Zhe was overjoyed and incredibly excited. As mentioned before, items that can open up additional summoning slots are extremely rare and worth a fortune. And the Space Stone is exactly that treasure one that grants a summoner an extra summoning slot. This single item is worth even more than an entire MVP chest. Yi Zhe rubbed his hands excitedly. Could it be that my 4th summon is finally on its way?
Space Stone, used to gain an additional summon slot exclusive to summoners. Upon receiving the reward, Yi Zhe didn't hesitate and used it immediately. Space Stone used successfully. Your current summon slots 3, 4. Sure enough, an extra empty summon slot had appeared. Then, Yeezy turned his attention to the other reward. It was none other than an epic 6-star summon skill book. As expected of a group dungeon's personal exclusive reward, it's a complete all-in-one package with both the slot and the summon creature fully arranged. However, had it not been for Yeezy's SSS tier personal rating, such high-level rewards wouldn't have been possible. Looking across all group dungeon MVPs, Yeezy's rewards were truly in a league of their own. Even as Yee saw the skill book, he felt that the value of the rewards was still rising. Summon skill book, Three-Tailed Demon Fox. My magic-type summon has arrived. Foxes are already considered upper mid-tier among magic-type summons. And this three-tailed demon fox is recorded in biology textbooks. Their talent skill, Three Tails, allows them to store 3 charges of a skill. In battle, you can unleash the same skill 3 times in a row. It's the perfect unit for firepower suppression on the battlefield. This single talent skill alone makes the three-tailed demon fox a top-tier magic summon. It's said that beyond the three-tailed ones, there exist 6-tailed and 9-tailed forms, but no one has ever seen them. With a summon like this, Yeezy naturally learned it immediately. Ding, you have obtained a summon, Three-Tailed Demon Fox. Current summon slots, 4, 4. In the previously empty summon slot, a small fox with flawless snow-white fur appeared. She was tiny, only about 50 centimeters long excluding the tails, but her posture was elegant, and her fox-like eyes were deep, cunning, and filled with a vivid, agile beauty. Master. The little fox's voice was sweet, clear, and ethereal, ringing out like silver bells. Hiss, Yeezy gasped. It seems I can't fully blame King Zhou for everything. He had to speak up for King Zhou now. However, what stood on par with the little fox's beauty were her stats and skills. Three-tailed demon fox, quality, epic 6-star. Level, 11, same as the summon. Stats, strength 80, constitution 120, agility 140, spirit 240, talents. Three-tail, fox spirit heart, epic. Skills, fox fire LDL 5, epic. Spirit stat specialization, a whopping 240 points. Summons that specialize in a specific attribute are often much stronger than those with all-around development, especially magic types. Yeezy taught the little fox the Thunder Descent skill, giving himself another powerful output move. By now, his summon team had started to take shape. 1 warrior, 1 assassin, 1 mage, and 1 support. Of course, compared to top-tier summoners, Yeezy's team composition was still far from complete. But after all, he hadn't broken through to Tier 1 yet, and his summon slots were limited. Once I'm out, I'll need to think about my advancement quest. Defeating 5 Tier 1 users with rare occupations consecutively. Advancing to Tier 1 would grant 2 more summon slots and an exclusive summoner skill. Otherwise, even my own growth stats and those of my summons will be significantly hindered. Outside the dungeon, Wan Feipeng and Wu Ming were still in a standoff, drawing a huge crowd of onlookers. Old dog Wu Dongwu City has produced so many talents, yet you still come here to poach mine? Wan Feipeng snorted, but Wu Ming just smiled faintly in response. Who would ever say no to more talent? Besides, can you even nurture talent? You'd manage to kill a goldfish. Wan Feipeng, you're full of crap. At this moment, someone nearby whispered in confusion. Is there any need for them to compete? Don't we all belong to the East China region? That's a superficial view. There's no need to fight over resources within East China or even the country. But look at Abyss Exploration and the struggle for world dungeons. Every one of those needs the strong. If we don't explore the Abyss or fight for world dungeons, where would we get the resources and materials? Without resources, late-stage occupations can't advance. But speaking of which, this is the first time I've ever seen City Lord Wan the Hunt King trying to poach someone. Yeah, first time he's ever taken an interest in a newcomer. Oh my god, the War Academy group is out! Someone shouted, and everyone turned to look at the dungeon entrance. Several dozen students with average gear and levels emerged, all beaming with joy. Especially Lu Qi, after clearing his EXP surged to level 7, leaping into the upper mid-tier. If Yeezy were here, he'd be ready to call him father on the spot. My god, with their gear and levels, they could clear it? They were only level 6 or 7 after clearing, the whole team averaged level 3 or 4 before. Don't forget, these dozens of people didn't do anything. There was a super big shot who soloed it. God, if only Yeezy were in our academy. If he could carry me, I'd introduce my sister to him in a heartbeat. You're thinking too small. Someone who can carry a group dungeon could swap girlfriends every day at the academy. Your perspective is too narrow, I'll bet it's 2 a day. As the group chattered on, Zhao Xuan in the back couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. His eyes were red as he stared at the name on the leaderboard. He'd been like that for a long time. How is this possible? Yi Zhe is just a pauper and here I am, a summoner from a proper, wealthy family. How can the gap be this big? There were many others at Dongwu No. 1 High School who felt the same. But just then, when Yi Zhe stepped out of the dungeon, the crowd was shocked once again. Reporters and guild members who had heard the news immediately swarmed him, especially Wu Ming and Wan Feipeng, who both stepped to the very front. On the side, the magic warrior Bai Wei gripped his magic sword, staring at the center of attention Yi Zhe with soaring battle intent. Single person soloing hell difficulty? Is it really possible to have such strength, or did he use some unknown trick? At this moment, Yi Zhe looked at the crowd and felt immense pressure. I can't take this. If it comes to it, I'll just use shadow stealth to escape. Look at these hundreds of people surrounding me. If I don't leave now, I'll be stuck here all day. But then Wu Ming walked over, reached out, and said with a smile, "Hello, student Yi Zhe. I'm Wu Ming, the lead official for the East China region. Are you interested in transferring to a different academy? I guarantee that the resources you receive will..." Before he could finish, Wan Feipeng suddenly extended a massive palm. He covered Wu Ming's face, leaving his bespectacled features in a mess. Equally messed up were the reporters and cameramen, the latter of whom silently shifted their lens over at Wan Feipeng grinned at Yi Zhe with a bold, flamboyant smile. "Not bad, Kid Yi skills. Don't listen to that old dog Wu. I've got a quest lined up for you. I guarantee you'll love it. You're offering me a mission?" Yi Zhe was stunned. What on earth is this rank 6 powerhouse the Lord of Linyuan City up to? But at the same time, he realized this was the place Wan Feipeng had mentioned before, the one he'd take him to once his strength was sufficient. He shouldn't be trying to set me up, right? As Yi Zhe was thinking, he saw Wu Ming, the person in charge who had been blocked by Wan Feipeng, take a stride over to his side. "Don't get impatient. Everyone come into the office with me first. This is not the place to talk." Upon hearing this, not only Yi Zhe but even Wan Feipeng agreed. There were simply too many reporters and onlookers around. These reporters had originally received news to interview Dongwu No. 1 High School, which was preparing to break a record. But they never expected an even more impressive master to show up, a first-time clear of hell difficulty. At a time like this, any reporter wouldn't want to miss such a scoop. For a moment, things actually became deserted over at Dongwu No. 1 High School, and even the few Qingfeng City officials who were there initially started squeezing toward Yi Zhe's side. Even Xiaqing was shoved to the outskirts of the crowd, unable to get a glimpse of Yi's. And the moment the person in charge, Wu Ming, spoke, the crowd immediately parted, clearing a path for Yi Zhe and the two big shots. One was a top-tier rank 6 powerhouse in China, and the other was one of the 5 powerful leaders of the nation. No one would be foolish enough to get in their way at a time like this. Yi Zhe followed them to a VIP reception hall. Usually, this was the place Qingfeng City used specifically to entertain high-ranking figures and top-tier experts. Wu Ming craftily led Yi Zhe inside first, and while Wan Feipeng was closing the door, he snatched the chance to speak up. "Student Yi Zhe, it's about time you considered your future. I guarantee that Dongwu City is a choice you won't regret." Wan Feipeng retorted angrily, "What's wrong with Linyuan City? It's right next to the abyss. That's far better than your students raised in greenhouses." Watching the two of them acting like two needles pointing at each other, Yi Zhe felt black lines running down his face. At the same time, he activated his inside eye. He managed to get a preliminary understanding of why the two were fighting over him. Wu Ming, the head of the East China region, could basically represent the entire East China. And Wan Feipeng, besides being the Lord of Linyuan City, was also an honorary commander of the Demon Suppression Army, representing the military. No wonder the two were competing so fiercely. It's because the factions behind them were completely different. It echoed Wu Ming's words about considering your future. If you join different factions, the path of your future development will be completely different. At this point, Wu Ming and Wan Feipeng finally got down to business. It was still Wu Ming who got straight to the point. "Yi Zhe, you must have awakened some kind of talent, right? Talents are not common among professionals. Only a very few people can awaken them." But seeing Yi Zhe's results, both Wu Ming and Wan Feipeng had immediately guessed the answer. Hearing this, Yi Zhe didn't hesitate. "That's right, I awakened it when I switched to my profession." There was actually no need to hide this. Although the number of talented individuals each year is small, it still exceeds 10,000. After all, this is China. With such a massive population, even with a mere 1% chance of awakening a talent, it's still quite a large number. Hearing Yi Zhe's confirmation, Wu Ming nodded, feeling both satisfied and worried in his heart. What he was satisfied with was that Yi Zhe didn't hold anything back. But he was worried because, based on decades of experience in professional development, The stronger a talent is in the early stages, it often becomes more lackluster by the middle and later stages. Stronger in the beginning, weaker later. Weaker in the beginning, stronger later. This had already become a standard law for professional talents. For a moment, Wu Ming became hesitant about judging Yi Zi's potential. Of course, Wu Ming could never have imagined that. There could be a talent that is strong in the early stages, strong in the middle, and even stronger in the later stages. It completely defied the law of professional talents. However, Wan Feiping didn't have so many concerns. His own talent was also strong in the early stages and weak later on, but he was lucky enough to have encountered a miracle in the abyss, eventually reaching rank 6. This made him not place much importance on the talent issue. Listen, kid, let's put other things aside. If you take this mission of mine, I guarantee the stronger your abilities get, the greater your harvest will be. Wan Feiping said bluntly. Beside him, Wu Ming glanced at him and retorted, poking a hole in his argument. Do you want him to participate in the National Special Training Camp? That's too hasty. Yi Zi has no experience fighting against top-tier professionals. Sending him to face a group of talents cultivated with all the resources of the nation's major factions isn't good advice. Moreover, the training camp operates in a squad format, and those teams of geniuses are naturally all top-tier geniuses as well. Wu Ming was still talking, not noticing that Yi Zi's eyes were starting to gleam with golden light. Talents cultivated with all the resources of major factions, then rare professions must be in no short supply. His supreme advancement mission, isn't that a done deal now? Yi Zi asked tentatively, among those geniuses, are there any above rank 1? Wu Ming was stunned for a moment, misinterpreting the question. He thought Yi Zi felt invincible below rank 1 and wanted to try challenging them. Most geniuses had this kind of mindset, so he wasn't surprised. But he immediately poured cold water on the idea. Those major factions, especially those in the central China region, have resources and dungeons that are far superior to what ordinary people have. They even specifically support level 9 professionals to bring their younger generations up in level. Anyone who can participate in the special training camp will be at least rank 1 or higher. As he spoke, Wu Ming looked at Ye Ze, expecting to see shock or even disbelief. But at this moment, Yi Zi's eyes were actually filled with excitement. Advancement mission settled. Originally, he was worried about where to find 5 rare rank 1 professionals. Now, not only does he not have to search, but there are even more than 5. Seeing that Yi's didn't shrink back at all, Wan Feiping looked at him with even more admiration. He disregarded the opposition of Wu Ming, who was only a low rank 5, and dragged Yi Zi outside. Then, after deploying a sound insulation prop, he began to talk with Yi Zi privately. Listen, kid, my mission isn't just about attending the special training camp. I'll reveal some of it to you first. This year's training camp has a mode called Dungeon Battle Royale. Have you ever played Battle Royale? It's similar to those online games. Yi's understood as soon as he heard it. In his past life, many games were of this type, like certain survival shooters or melee battle games. In short, killing until only one person remains is the essence of a battle royale. Seeing Ye's nod, Wan Feiping said happily, "What I want you to be is not a trainee of the camp, but an instructor. To be precise, I want you to increase the difficulty for the other geniuses in the camp during the battle royale." Yi Zi had a strange expression. "You want me to make it harder for the nation's geniuses?" Wan Feiping explained in detail. This was originally a mission for the Demon Suppression Army. In the Battle Royale, there will be about 20 Demon Suppression Army instructors acting as dungeon enemies to intensify the pressure on the national geniuses and create challenges for them. But the problem is, it's hard to find candidates for these instructors. They can't be too weak, and they can't be high-ranked professionals. So I think you would be very suitable. High-ranked professionals have a hard time holding back their power, which would overly interfere with the dungeon, and those who are too weak naturally wouldn't be able to effectively increase the intensity. Yi Zi understood. He didn't ask why he wasn't asked to be a trainee, but instead asked first, "So, what's the reward?" Wan Feiping explained, the trainees in the special training camp are divided into 5-person squads. If a squad wins first place, each person gets at least 1 epic 6-star item and epic 6-star exclusive equipment. And for instructors, for every trainee defeated, you get 400 military merit points. 400 military merit points. Yi's felt a rush of excitement. Although it doesn't sound like much, if he defeats 20 trainees, that's 8,000 military merit points. Enough to go to the 3rd layer of the Demon Suppression Army's treasury and select an item. The 3rd layer of the treasury has items ranging in quality from excellent 5-star to epic 6-star. If he kills 40, that's 16,000 military merit points, and he can go straight to the 4th layer. The fourth layer's treasury contains items all above epic 6-star quality. And if he kills even more, Yi Zi felt his throat go a bit dry and asked tentatively, "How many trainees are in the camp in total?" "Why are you asking that?" Wan Feipeng looked at Yi Zi with suspicion. "There are 20 spots for each of the 5 regions in China, totaling 100 people." Even with Wan Feipeng's leaping imagination, he couldn't guess what Yi Zi was thinking at this moment. After all, it is well known how terrifying the geniuses cultivated by major factions are, especially those freaks from central China who can defeat instructors by skipping ranks without breaking a sweat. Not to mention they are in teams of 5 geniuses. Following that, Wan Feipeng said finally, "Because it's a dungeon, killing a trainee will earn you 1,000 experience points." Of course, the same applies if an instructor is killed by a trainee. The reason I chose you is mainly because you don't have experience in team combat, and you might be at a disadvantage there. Of course, if you want to participate as a trainee to adapt to team combat, that's also an option. I'll have Wu Ming help you find a suitable team. How about it? Do you choose to be an instructor or trainee?
Admittedly, Wan Feipeng was still looking out for Yi Zi a bit with this move, because in his view, although Yi Zi had impressive strength in the early stages, he lacked experience in team combat. Facing top-tier professionals in a real fight is far more difficult than clearing dungeons. There have been many masters at clearing dungeons in the past, but when faced with elite professionals, they often found themselves at a disadvantage within just 1 or 2 exchanges. The reason, naturally, is that a professional's mindset, operations, and tactics are completely different from those of dungeon monsters. And with Yi Zi's level as a summoner, he might perform even better alone than he would in a team. Having said that, Wan Feipeng added, "If you get killed by a trainee right away, don't worry, there's still a subsidy of 1,000 military merits." But Yi Zi barely heard that sentence. He spoke up immediately, "No need to say more, I choose to be an instructor." Only at this moment did he realize what Wan Feipeng meant by the stronger you are, the greater the harvest. Although the reward for being the top team in the special training camp is great, the potential upside of being a dungeon instructor is even higher. If he takes down 80 trainees, he can at least go to the Demon Suppression Army treasury and get 2 legendary items. This reward, isn't it just asking me to be a whetstone? I'd like to see which blade doesn't end up snapped while grinding against me. It is time to turn up the intensity for all the geniuses in the country. Besides, there are 1,000 experience points for every trainee he kills. Yi Zi simply couldn't think of a reason to refuse. What team combat? Nothing beats the thrill of taking on every genius by myself. Although Yi Zi wasn't entirely clear on the specific strength of those geniuses from major powers, he had full confidence in himself and his summoned beasts. Hearing Yi Zi agree, Wan Feipeng smiled with wild abandon. "Good, you've got guts, kid. When you get to the training camp, for every one of Wei Zheng's or Wu Ming's people you beat up, I'll give you an extra 200 military merits out of my own pocket." Upon hearing this, Yi Zi looked at Wan Feipeng with immediate suspicion. Is the whole reason he wants me to be an instructor just so I can beat people up for him? Thinking of Wan Feipeng's personality, he suddenly felt that was very likely. Seeing Yi Zi's odd expression, Wan Feipeng added indignantly, "You have no idea how arrogant those two, Wu the dog and Wei the dog, get every year. It just makes my blood boil. No need for anything big, just beat one whenever you can and show them that Linyuan City has talent too. And while you're at it, let me vent a little." Wan Feipeng glanced at Ye and spoke with added emphasis. "I'll give an extra 300 military merits for every one of Wei Zheng and Wu Ming's people you take down." Deal. Yi Zi slapped his hand against Wan Feipeng's in agreement. Looking at Yi Zi's excitement, Wan Feipeng had no idea what kind of chaos this year's training camp would fall into because of him, according to Wan Feipeng's own internal estimation. Even if Yi Zi coordinates with other instructors and resorts to sneak attacks, taking down 3 or 4 would mean he's pretty strong already. 5 at most, there's no way it could be more than that. At this moment, Wu Ming also walked in from outside, looking annoyed. "So, you still let him go to the training camp? Which team is he going to? Do you need my help finding teammates? Of course, don't even think about joining Bai Wei's team." Hearing this, Wan Feipeng wore a smug smile. "Not needed." "Heh," Wu Ming retorted with a fake, joyless laugh. "I hope you don't end up ruining your only genius." "None of your business." Wan Feipeng was just about to take Yi Zi and leave, but the latter waited a moment and took out the Abyss blood pool from his bag. Now was the perfect time to hand over this dangerous item. "I found this in the Hell Dungeon." He explained the details of the situation. An abyssal item would be of great help to China's research on abyssal power. Wan Feipeng and Wu Ming turned solemn. But the moment they heard Yi Zi describe the origin of the item and mention that he had slain the Blood Sea Fiend Lord, the two looked at each other. Wan Feipeng was shocked and thrilled, while Wu Ming felt deep regret. Wait, Yi, you killed a general-level demon. Why didn't you say so sooner? If Wu Ming had known earlier, his assessment of Ye Zi's potential would have gone up another level. An early-stage talent capable of slaying a demon general is just a bit too strong. He immediately pointed at Wan Feipeng and said, "Hold on, Ye Zi still needs to come to our Dongwu city. Don't you go messing with his development." Wan Feipeng acted as if he had found a treasure. "Get lost, hurry up and take this to the research institute." He tossed the abyss blood pool to Wu Ming. Happily, he prepared to take Ye Zi away. This genius from my Linyuan city might actually surprise the training camp after all. In fact, for the average person, following Wu Ming to Dongwu City would indeed be the best choice. After all, he is a person in charge, and his methods of nurturing geniuses are naturally far superior to Wan Feipeng. But Yi Zi is different. He doesn't need any nurturing at all. Just leveling up is enough. Before leaving, Wan Feipeng mentioned the rewards to Ye Zi. It just so happens that between discovering the Demon General's mark during the Beast Tide earlier and this abyssal item today, that's a total of 2 rewards. I'll take you to the treasury. Take your pick of whatever you want. I have to say, even though Wan Feipeng is a bit reckless, he's certainly generous when it comes to rewards. He even promised Yi Zi that if he couldn't find what he wanted in the Linyuan City treasury, he could take him to the Dongwu City treasury to pick whatever he likes. Since that abyssal artifact was handed over to Wu Ming to be taken to the Dongwu City Research Institute, Wu Ming gave his silent consent upon hearing Wan Feipeng's promise. However, at this moment, Ye Zi still wanted to visit the Linyuan City treasury first. After all, he was quite looking forward to those unknown materials he had seen earlier. Wan Feipeng spoke up, "Let's go then. I advise you not to use the front door, unless you want to get mobbed by reporters." Just as the two were about to leave, Wu Ming signaled them to look out the window of the VIP room. It was swarming with reporters and media personnel. In just half an hour, the news of the first held difficulty clear had gone viral. Yi Zi's mouth twitched. In that case, let's take the back exit. With his current strength, he didn't really need that kind of fame, and the thought of being surrounded by reporters was. Anyone who has frequently been blocked by reporters knows that it's absolutely terrifying. It's no less intense than a zombie siege. As the person in charge for East China, Wu Ming clearly had more experience dealing with this kind of thing. "I've arranged a special vehicle for you. Your classmates and teachers are also over here." Before long, Wu Ming led Yi Zi out through another door, where 4 hovercars were waiting. Even Wan Feipeng couldn't help but admire the professionalism of the arrangements. Xia Qing and the students from the War Academy had been waiting there, looking at the hovercars with curiosity and excitement. They looked like children seeing their favorite toys. Even for Xia Qing, who came from an ordinary family, it was her first time riding in a hovercar. Seeing Yi Zi approach, she looked delighted. "Yi Zi, how are you doing?" She originally wanted to ask if clearing hell difficulty was hard and if he got hurt, but seeing Ye Zi's composed and carefree demeanor, it really felt like he had cleared it without a scratch. Yi Zi leaned in and smiled, "Great, and I even picked up a nice job along the way. Getting paid to beat people up, it really is a good deal." Xia Qing was equally happy. She straightened her posture and whispered with undisguised joy, "By the way, thanks to you, I've been made a permanent staff member. When you have some free time, let me treat you to a meal." As Yi Zi's leading teacher, shortly after he led the team to clear hell difficulty, she was officially promoted by the Ministry of Education, not even needing to submit a formal application. Even just being the team leader is considered a tremendous honor. But Xia Qing understood that all of this was thanks to Ye Zi. Although Yi Zi hadn't expected his clear to have such an impact that even the Ministry of Education got involved, he guessed it was likely due to Wu Ming's orders. He readily agreed, "Sure, though I don't have much spare time lately." "That's fine. Whenever you're free is perfect." This time, seeing Yi Zi and Xia Qing chatting, none of the male students felt jealous or envious. They even felt it was only natural. Wu Ming beside them reminded them softly, "Let's talk more once we're back. You'll be able to chat more freely then." Nearby, the 4 hovercars were sleek silver and extended models. The wheels had been replaced with thrusters emitting blue flame. Yi Zi and the emotionally complex Xia Qing boarded, along with Wan Feipeng and the student. With a roar of blue flames, the hovercars shot off, looking like meteors streaking across the sky. Compared to high-speed trains, hovercars offered far superior speed and stability. Furthermore, as an aerial transport, they were hard to ambush, and with a Tier 6 expert like Wan Feipeng on board, it felt incredibly safe. Before long, the silhouette of Linyuan City came into view. Ye Zi sat on the plush sofa of the hovercar and looked suspiciously outside the Linyuan City gate. There are usually only 4 guards at the gate. Why are there 2 squads of the demon-suppressing army stationed there now? 2 squads of the demon-suppressing army meant a total of 20 men. How did the defensive strength of Linyuan City suddenly become so strong? Hearing this, Wan Feipeng was happy to explain, There's been an issue at pollution site number 17. The investigation department head and their escort team have gone missing. The demon-suppressing army deployed a regiment to bolster defenses and to carry out a rescue mission. Missing? Yi was surprised. He had heard from old Lu that the head of the investigation department was a genuine Tier 4 professional, not to mention the accompanying escort team. How could they just go missing like that? Yi wasn't just being overly worried. Pollution site number 17 was only a dozen kilometers away from pollution site number 19. If something went wrong, it might spill over into Linyuan City. But Wan Feipeng offered a cheerful reassurance. Don't worry, the East China demon-slaying regiment has already headed over there. With their captain and vice captain being Tier 5 plus over a dozen Tier 4 professionals, it should be resolved soon. 2 Tier 5s and a dozen Tier 4s. Yi felt a bit more at ease. If this lineup couldn't solve it, then there really would be a major problem, and at that point the consequences would be much worse than just affecting Linyuan City. They arrived at Linyuan City. The hover car landed. After saying goodbye to Xiaqing and the others, Yeze followed Wan Feipeng to the Linyuan City treasury. In fact, it had only been 2 days since his last visit. Wan Feipeng chuckled and said, "You've really become a regular at the treasury, kid." Yeze didn't deny it. He could finally understand those unknown materials he had encountered last time. As soon as he entered the treasury, he spotted the void meteorite immediately. The last time he saw it, its function was unknown. This time, Yeze activated his Eye of Insight and information manifested in his golden pupils. Void meteorite, an ordinary meteorite from the endless void, possessing 100% physical and magic resistance, containing unstable spatial elements, cannot be touched by non-void being. What the heck? An ordinary meteorite, with 100% physical and magic resistance? Is this what materials from the endless void are like? And these unstable spatial elements? After a moment of hesitation, Yeze chose to hold off for now. With 100% physical resistance, I bet a panda would break its teeth trying to bite it. Yeze then turned his attention to the next item. It was a statue made of an unknown material, and this one made Yeze particularly excited. Curse statue. Afflicts you with a negative status effect but grants a permanent class exclusive skill. Quality randomized. A random quality class exclusive skill. Take a summoner, for example. There are many types of exclusive skills varying in strength. If you're lucky, a single exclusive skill can significantly boost the capabilities of a summoner or their summons. The price is a negative status effect, and some of them can be truly disgusting. The Eye of Insight revealed that there would be one chance to cancel the effect after using the statue. After pondering for a moment, Yeze decisively took it.